I can't wait to bomb some dodongos.
Ladies and gentlemen, hey, happy Saturday night. I'm your host, one of them at least. I am Jay. Welcome to our community, guys. Welcome to my channel. Now, we are having, I guess this would be our first annual Video Game Awards. I wasn't quite ready for it last year, but I feel like this year I could definitely handle it. But I can't do this alone. We have a slew of my awesome pals here. First, I'm going to bring in my brother. 20-something years, dude. We've known each other.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
How many years? 20 years?
Yeah, it's got to be close to 20 years now.
A long time, man. Been a while. Willie, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited. We're going to talk about video games. And what an amazing year 2023 has been.
If I had a dime for every conversation I've had with all you guys in the community about how amazing 2023 is, I would definitely be a millionaire. Yeah, we're going to go through chronologically as best as I put it together. So take that how you want it. We're going to go through all the great games that came out this year. And the best part is you guys in the chat are going to vote on everything. We're, of course, are going to talk about our favorites. We're going to give our favorites for Game of the Year. But you guys, this is all on you, okay? This is all on you. Okay, let's bring in one more, my brother from the East Coast.
What's going on?
What's up, brother?
Nothing much, man. It's a pleasure to be here. So glad that you had me here. Can't wait to get this conversation going about video games because you know that's one of my biggest passions. Video games, action figures. You know how I go, man. Let's get it.
Let's get her going. And a gentleman I met earlier this year, a great guy from the Game Junction. We're going to bring in Brandon. What's up, my dude? You're on mute there.
It's like I was muted there.
There you go. There you go.
What's up, guys? Doing well.
Good to have you. So,
Yeah.
who's ready to talk some games?
Let's do it.
Me. If nobody wants to speak on anything, I will, because I had a big letdown this year. This year I had a major letdown.
There was a couple, and I think I know where you're going with this, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I want to first and foremost thank everybody in the chat. Palpatine 1975 became a sponsor. Thanks so much, brother. Appreciate your support. And you guys hanging out with us on a Saturday night. Remember, it's all on you, so make sure when the polls come up, you vote. Okay, let's start. I guess we're going to start in January. Now, Will's my man on the Google side, so if I mess up any dates or anything like that, hopefully Will can course correct me. I'm going to try and go by memory, which it's not as good as it used to be, ladies and gentlemen. Was my memory ever that good? I don't know.
Spotty at best.
It's kind of okay. So we're going to do this in a tier system, but we're going to really simplify it so you guys know that the S tier is the God tier. So Will and I came up with the S would be the game of the year candidates. Okay, so any game that gets voted and goes into the S tier will be voted at the end of the show for the game of the year. The A tier, okay, you guys can put in if you like. It's an awesome game. It's just not quite game of the year material. And B, I guess that would be our kind of F tier, right? That would be better luck next year. So we're going to keep it real simple. Let's start. We're gonna go. Let's go to January. And how about we get Uncle Nerd to start us off here with? I know you dug this game, man, because you were texting me about it.
Being I'm a big survival horror fan and a fan of Resident Evil, going back to the original PS1 days and so on and so forth. Dead Space, to me, when it did come out, it pretty much revived the survival horror genre, because during that time, Dead Space was like the survival horror genre was basically just going out the door. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really remembered it or anything like that. Dead Space to me was a culmination of like 5 different films all in one game. I loved the lore behind it. It was pretty much like The Thing, Alien, Event Horizon. You had a little bit of Warhammer 40K in there. Everything was encompassed inside of Dead Space, to where as though it was a fresh new experience. I love the over-the-shoulder view. I love how the HUD was in real time. You know, there were so many things that when Dead Space came out that made me love it well into this day. But the remake that they came out with, even with the change of story, was absolutely phenomenal. I loved it. And usually I don't like too many reworks of a story, but this one really, really worked. So this game here, with the controls being fantastic, awesome gameplay, fantastic, and I mean fantastic graphic upgrade that they did with this. And if you had a high-end computer, and even on regular PlayStation and Xbox, this game blew everything away. This right here gets an S tier from me, hands down. I could go on and on about Dead Space, but the Dead Space remake was absolutely phenomenal in my opinion.
Yeah, that was a banger to start the year off with.
Absolutely.
Now, did any of you guys know that we were going to get a year like this? Could any one of us would have predicted that we would get so many amazing titles?
Yes, I did.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I started like around when Zelda came out, which is like May. That's when I was kind of like, okay, what's going on? Because then it was like Street Fighter, then Diablo, then Final Fantasy, right? It was like bam, bam, bam kind of deal.
Right.
I think Brandon froze there. Let's add him. There's 2 Brandons here. There we go.
Yeah,
He's back.
I don't know what happened.
He's back,
That's never
baby.
happened before.
He's back.
Back and better than ever.
Oh yeah.
So Brandon, did you get a chance to play Dead Space?
I did. Yeah. I thought it was a phenomenal remake. Pretty beat for beat. It felt like it's been a long time since I played the original Dead Space, but I had a blast with it. I thought it was a great game.
Me too.
Loved every second of it. So.
And Willie, I'm going to tab out for the first poll, so I'll get you to take over. Have you played Dead Space? Well, I think you did.
I did.
You?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I played this when it launched. I love the original Dead Space series, and jumping into this, like I feel like they really like immortalized like the feel of the original games, but also bring it to a modern era. They've done an amazing job making this game like really stand out visually, and the tweaks. I enjoyed the changes to the story that they had in there.
Interesting.
Yeah, overall, like this game is just absolutely fantastic, and I feel really bad because I feel like because it came out so early in 2023, everybody kind of just forgot about it.
Right.
Right. Like even at like the other like bigger award ceremonies, you don't ever see anybody listing this. I personally thought like after like we're gonna get to that at some point, but I enjoyed this more than the RE4 remake, and I think the RE4 was getting touted a bit more, and it shouldn't have been because I feel like this was a better job.
Oh, interesting. A few shout outs here. So Apple Martini, thank you very much for the sub. Much appreciated. Welcome to the community. And our buddy Zero's here with the $5 donation. Thanks, buddy. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you, dude. And hope you got your drink and you're settled in and ready to rock and roll with us. Okay, so here you go. Here's one of many that I didn't play this year. So I was talking with Tough Nerd a bunch earlier in the year, and he's like, dude, you got to play. You got to play.
You didn't play Dead Space?
No, not at all.
You never played the originals either?
I played the very first one on 360, and then this one came out on Game Pass a couple months ago. So I have no excuse at this point. But
especially since you like the Resident Evil games.
Yeah, I loved the first one, man. I played the 360 one like crazy.
If you love Resident Evil or the remake, this right here, and don't get me wrong, I love Resident Evil 4, the remake. I thought it was great. But this right here, it goes to show you that if you keep certain elements within a lore, no matter which way you rework the story, people will still love it. I'm telling you, this was great because I went in. My expectations were not subverted with this game whatsoever. Because I went in, because after they did that little debacle with Callisto Protocol, and like I understand it was a different company and everything, but after Callisto Protocol, I was like, man, I don't know. But here's the thing too, and I digress, that I did enjoy Callisto Protocol once it was patched and once everything was done. But then when this came out, oh man,
it was night and day.
Excuse me.
I was saying it was night and day.
Yeah, patches. We got a game on this list I put on here, and I think it's going to be a little controversial if it should be here or not. But we'll get to that one. So again, okay, let's get to the chat, guys. Remember, you guys in the community are voting for the game of the year. So if you want it to be a candidate for game of the year, it goes on the S tier.
Right.
A, it's still an awesome game. It just didn't make the cut. And B, better luck next year, right? So we're going to end this one.
Make this an S, audience. Make it an S.
So, what do you guys think of like just the kind of like is the poll complete? Should I stop talking?
Just 1 sec. Yeah. Well, sorry, buddy.
Okay.
I'll let you know when I tab out next time. That's my bad. So the poll has ended. Okay, so we got a 44% A, 33% S tier, and 22B. So the chat says it is an A tier game.
Really?
That's pretty close though.
Yeah.
Like it's not like that big of a difference between A and S for.
It was pretty close. Yeah.
I guess I'm such a Dead Space fan to where as though like the minute I see Dead Space, I just lose it. I love Dead Space.
Understandable.
Even what else? Yeah, but you know what else? What I really liked about it too, and my friend Fierce Play, he's been a friend of mine for well over like 15 years now. He and I both are Dead Space fans, but in the remake, they made every weapon useful. Whereas though like in the original Dead Space, if you pretty much had the line gun or the plasma cutter or whatever case may be, you pretty much could rock the whole game and everything like that. Whereas so in this one, and with the alternate fires that they included in this game, oh my God, it just blew everything away. I was just switching weapons. The controls were great. I was just switching weapons left and right and just mauling the necromorphs in different ways and different fashions. I loved it. Loved it.
So there's been a lot of controversy too, like a lot of people saying like with RE4 and Dead Space. Do you think remakes of older titles should be considered for Game of the Year candidates?
Yes. Yeah. If they're done well. If they're done well, yes, I do.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a chat thing.
A remaster, no, but a
agree.
remake, I feel like is a new game, even if it's beat for beat. It's
so then we'll put it to this point, right? Because like they are doing The Last of Us 2 as a remake, right?
Oh God, I don't know about that one.
If somebody put that up as a Game of the Year contender, though, like that's just the same game, They may have tweaked it and added it, right? But
So I think if it's been released, it should count. I mean, whether we agree with it or not, I think if it's even in HD, like I didn't put the Metal Gear trilogy up, but I mean,
that's it. I'm out.
Technically, I guess that could count, right? But
there's been a lot of people like up in arms about remakes being added to the game of the year stuff, especially because we're getting a lot more of them becoming more prevalent as the years come.
Right.
But some of them are good. Some of them are cash grabs, which I understand. Again, business point, I get it. But some of them are so good. Like 4, we're gonna get into 4, right? So there is a difference. I'm just curious, Brandon, where would you put your vote for Dead Space?
I think probably on the A tier. It could probably get S tier. I don't know. For me, it wasn't in my top 5, but there were so many good games this year that like I can't, put everything in S. So
that's fair.
Yeah.
Uncle Nerd, I think we know where you're going with this.
You don't even got to ask me. You know what
you're gonna ask. Willie, what are you saying?
I'm gonna put it in the A tier for me. I really, really enjoyed this. But basing off of like everything else that came out this year, as much as I enjoyed it,
yeah,
I don't think it's an S tier.
I truly feel that I can't give an opinion on something I haven't played.
Right.
Video game wise, yeah. But I mean, I loved the first one, so I'm sure it's great. You guys are talking about how awesome.
Are you into survival horror games, Jay?
Dude, yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Yeah, you played that Dino. What was it? Dino.
Oh, we'll get
no,
there.
not Dino Crisis. It's some
Dino Break.
Ectoprimal?
Dino Break.
No, Dino Break. That's it. Oh my god.
Yes, you should. The Den of Geek. Yes, you should try Dead Space remake. It's great.
Absolutely.
100%.
It's great.
I got a bit of a problem.
Anything that's not in the S tier doesn't make it like, oh, it's a bad game. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like these are all amazing titles that have come out this year, and they all should be played. Even games that may end up in the B ranking, like they're great games. Check them out.
Okay, let's go. I think we're in February here.
About that, yep.
Okay. So full disclosure, those of you who know me quite well know that I don't follow Harry Potter. I'm not a Harry Potter guy. But everyone was giving this such praise, and I'm not talking about the controversy. We're not talking about that here. Okay, we're just talking about the game.
Sure.
Everyone was talking about how great it was, so I picked it up. I got through the 3-hour tutorial, and there's a lot of games borrowing from FromSoft this year. This is one of them. It didn't grab me. The world, there's something about the world of Harry Potter that just doesn't resonate with me. I don't think it's age. I don't find it particularly interesting. I appreciate the amount of work that went into this.
Right.
But I'm glad I bought physical because I did trade it into my local game store like after that tutorial. So this one wasn't for me. And this one is also one, like Will said, I think was just completely forgot about. Well, one, because of controversy, and two, because it was released so early. I feel like everything before Resident Evil was kind of forgotten about for whatever reason.
Yeah.
And I don't really hear anybody talking about this one anymore.
There was definitely a lot of buzz when it first came out, for sure. And not even like the controversy side. Like it was like a lot of people really liked this game. And I feel like if you're a Harry Potter fan, it's definitely like something, but you have to be either like in that court, right? So you either have to really enjoy Harry Potter, or if like you have nothing to do with it, this probably won't really vibe with you.
Yeah. It just released on Switch too, so I'm seeing like discussion on it again. So
yeah, so anyone played Tough Nerd? Did you play this one?
Yes, I didn't complete it, but I did play this, and the controls are snappy. I thought I'm somewhat of a Harry Potter fan. I like more of the later movies when like they were kind of like getting more serious in terms of like showing like them actually turning into like wizards and so on and so forth, where like death was involved and everything. And this right here, it borders on that because there is death in the game. How can I say? I would say this is like mature teen level, not really for children in certain aspects, because there's a lot of death in it. You are killing people and everything like that, and killing monsters and other entities and everything. But as a whole, I think the game was great. I'm not worried about all like controversy and stuff. I'm worried about a good game. That's it. I don't care about none of that.
Yeah, that's what most people should be worried about.
Yeah, but the game was good. I mean, you were able to customize your character. Then if you look at it on the PC side, as my friend Dick Richards just stated there, you can mod the daylights out of it. They had all sorts of mods going on for this thing. They had it to where as though instead of them using mods, they were using like Glocks and all sorts of stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that sounds fun.
Nothing
like
a Glock. Nothing like the immersion of having a Glock in Harry Potter.
You had to see it, Jay. It was one. If you look on YouTube, it's this one. They were just talking about the mods, right? And you saw Mickey Mouse. Somebody replaced one of the teachers with Mickey Mouse, and you saw Mickey Mouse just pull out the gun and show it to him, and the person was like, it was crazy. But the game is great. You gotta if you catch it on sale, because a lot of times I tell people, if you're not really sure about it right now, just give it a minute, catch it on sale. It's gonna go on sale. Give it a try. You know what I mean? But again, like Jay, if you're not a fan of Harry Potter, you're not going to really dig it, or whatever the case may be,
Yeah. I watched the first movie when it came out, and it just didn't do
right.
it.
I understand.
You can't be a fan of everything. Maybe some people can, but that's
right.
pretty expensive.
Again, I wasn't a fan of the first couple of Harry Potter movies when they were kids, but as they started getting old and they really started introducing a lot of like the Slytherin, with Slytherin and how evil they were and what was going on. You saw like there were a lot of, and again, they started taking the storyline to a more mature level. I started getting interested in it, So, but this Hogwarts Legacy was very good. I enjoyed it. For the short period of time. I did not complete that game, and I usually complete all the games that I play, but this was good. It was good.
Everybody play this one? Everybody play this one?
I didn't.
No, I haven't played it. I plan on it, but I want to grab it like $15.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, snag it up and then give it a try. Trust me. I tell a lot of people that,
Yeah.
There are some games I'll be like, you got to get this one. And then there's some games I'll be like, for you, just wait on it,
So remember, guys, when the polls come up, please cast your vote in, because you guys are going to be deciding who goes to the game of the year and who goes home crying. We're going to end the Hogwarts poll here. 43% of you with the winning percentage, is B tier. So we're going to put Hogwarts on the B. And you know what? I would agree with you guys 100% on that one. Again, for me, this one didn't resonate. I think it's a great game. I know, Brandon, I'm not too sure about you, but I know Will and Tough Nerd are big fans of FromSoft games.
Love them.
So for me,
Fantastic.
The fact that they keep interjecting FromSoft into all these games this year really kind of there's a game we're going to get to where I just hit a wall where I was like, okay, look, is every game doing this year? But maybe it's the evolution of gaming. I don't know. I certainly don't like every boss battle to feel like a World of Warcraft raid, right? That's just me though.
I feel that. I like the games. I play every release that comes out, but by no means am I good at the games. I have not completed a single one of them. I buy every one of them too, because they're good games, but I don't ever claim to be good at video games. I just enjoy them.
I don't think you have to like complete a game to the end to enjoy it either, right? If you feel like you get your values,
you don't
have
have to
point, like stop playing.
I played a good 10 hours of the Demon Souls remake, so
a lot of they're so long, right? I mean, you can't. I mean, if that's what you did for a living, like your whole day was just playing games, sure, but we all have just a certain amount of time that we play games, right? So yeah, I agree. I don't think you have to finish it to appreciate the game. Zero, I'm just gonna comment on your post here. If you're on the desktop, you should be able to see it. If you're on the YouTube page, yeah, I don't know if it's on mobile, man. I'm sorry if you can't see them, but yeah.
The mobile app, when I saw the polls were having issues.
But you know what? In response to what you just stated, Jay, with Souls games, right, or pretty much most of the FromSoft games, when you become like a regular player or an avid player of the Souls type games or the FromSoft games, you tend to learn like there's a certain formula to them, to where as though like
Sure.
You it doesn't take you that long. Now, maybe like if you're one of these people that just dip in and out of the Souls games and or pretty much the FromSoft games, you're gonna think it's the hardest thing ever. But when you really are like, if you've played Bloodborne, you get it. If you play Dark Souls, you get it. You know what I mean? So if you've beaten Dark Souls, you get it. To where so when you do go to Bloodborne, you be like, okay, different, but I get it. I figure out what I'm gonna have to do to a boss or something like that, to where it doesn't take that long. Souls games, you pretty much have to have your feet wet with them to really learn how to conquer them.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are about perseverance, right?
Yes, exactly. Like they, like perfect example, and I'll let you guys get back to it. If you ever played Sekiro, right?
Oh, yeah.
Sekiro is more patience than it is attack. Believe me when I tell you. You know, they want you to try to rush in. Now, Bloodborne is a complete opposite. Bloodborne, they want you to be aggressive. Whereas though Sekiro, they pretty much like, you will see this boss just keep swinging. Next thing you know, you parry him. You get to take like his health line and go like bong, like that. You'll be like, oh, okay. So this is how to beat that guy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I get where you're coming from, Jay. I totally get where you're coming from.
John, and to everyone else in the chat, if you can see the polls but not the letters, there'll always be 3 options, and it's in the order here. So it'll be SAB. So 1, 2, or 3. Yeah.
Sab.
Strange. I don't know why it's doing
Sad.
that, but bizarre. All right, let's move on. Screw you, Harry Potter. I don't know. This little indie title came out. I don't know if you guys ever played it.
Not a fan. Terrible.
This is by this little independent Japanese company, Capcom. Maybe someday they'll make it, but for now, they're still putting out these little indie titles.
They quit making Mega Man. I don't care.
You really, Game Junction, are you being like facetious or you're serious about this? You really don't?
Oh,
like
no. The game was great. I'm a little angry about the Mega Man, though. That's my favorite series.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one here, this was, first of all, look, we're not going to get into the digital versus physical, but this is the first one where, because I don't work at GameStop anymore, I couldn't get a copy. It was sold out everywhere, and I couldn't get a copy for a long time because they're not producing as many. So I only have this digital on my PlayStation. And when I was putting this list together this week, I almost forgot that I even owned this. Damn it.
I haven't seen me with any digital game I have.
I'm gonna have to like a pen and paper list or something. But anyway, this is Resident Evil 4, which has been on literally every single generation since GameCube. Launched on GameCube in 2004.
Yep.
I'm gonna say.
You think it's almost as bad as Skyrim at this point,
or GTA. GTA.
Yeah, right.
Oh, GTA 5.
It's got 2 different VR games now.
Yeah,
I am kind of interested in the VR version of this, though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, if it's not out yet, they're making it. They definitely announced it. I
think the last one was 8. They brought out 8.
Yeah, they brought out Village, but they did announce a VR for this. I thought it came out already.
I'm pretty sure it did.
Okay, yeah. But then there's VR for the other, just the standard game. So.
Dick Richards says Ada sounds like an old cat. Yeah, the voice didn't match the character model. It was weird. I like the original Ada, but I mean, I guess if you're gonna remake it, you got to do the voices again, right?
Right. I agree. You're right.
Oh, Zero, thanks, dude. This was one that was fun to go through with everybody. This was, I think, I'm still really new to game streaming, and this is the first one that I did where we kind of went through it together. So that was a lot of fun. I like doing that.
That's good. That's good.
Okay, so we're all gushing over Resident Evil. Do we have any negatives to say about this one? What do you guys think? Here's the debate again, right? So this is originally an exclusive for the GameCube. Should this be a Game of the Year candidate?
Yes,
I think so. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Explain.
As long as it's done correctly, right? Like if they've updated it enough, they're not just making it HD and re-releasing it as the same game. Like they've done a lot of work revamping the engine. They had to make new assets for this. Whether you like the voice actors or not, like they had to replace all that, right?
Right.
Like they reshot things and brought it to a modern era, just like Dead Space, and it was fantastic. That's why I think if you consider, like, if you want to, you should definitely consider it for Game of the Year.
Yeah, I would agree. The amount of work. I remember when the demo dropped and it was hot, like everyone was playing
yeah.
it. And just the first part, first of all, they made it pitch black, which was so much better than the first part, like in the GameCube version where it's very light out. Making it dark just put it on this whole other level. And then that whole house that you go into, they completely redid it. Right? It's completely,
Yeah.
it's laid out differently. There's a lot more to it. The
Right.
detail in this game, the graphics are so stunning that it's just, I remember just sitting there being like, oh my God, like there's a few parts like I don't want to run into the chainsaw guys looking like this because they look friggin' insane.
I do.
Yeah, Capcom did a really good job.
Yes, they did. They've been doing a really good job on a lot of their games here lately. Because
Yeah,
I remember, what was it, like 3 years ago, like when Street Fighter V was out, they was just like bombing each time, just messing up all the way around. But I don't know, they took a different direction, and they're really, one thing I love about their games as of recent is like the aesthetics of it, the visuals and everything, and the character models are gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like even back to Resident Evil, what was that? Resident Evil Village. Oh my goodness! Like, you know, only reason why I played it was for Lady Dimitrescu. So
Bethesda needs to take a cue from Capcom.
yeah, right. Exactly.
Yeah, it was about this time of Final was Resident Evil 7 that was like when Capcom had that big transition.
Yeah,
I think so. That game is so good.
I agree.
Too.
And it's
I
funny.
agree.
I didn't like 7 because it was first person.
Ooh.
So I was hesitant on 8. And then if you bought the expansion, they didn't advertise this, by the way. You get a third person mode.
Exactly.
Like, what?
Yep.
I'm like
Which
all
is-
about it. And 8's up in my top 3 Resident Evils. I think it's
Right.
fantastic.
Right, because when they put it in third person, I had already beaten the game. I had already beaten it. Yes, indeed, I do. I had already beaten the game, but when they did it in third person, it just felt like Resident Evil. I'm sorry. And I
agree.
get, you know,
I agree.
I get like with what was it? Resident Evil, the one before that, the one that was in first person. I get it. They were trying to take a different direction, but some things just need to be left alone. I'm not a person that's not, you know, that can't take change or anything like that. But Resident Evil, you need that third person view for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we lost Brandon again. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Packers. Good to see you, brother.
What's going on, Packers?
What's going on, Packers? Hey.
Happy Saturday to you, my friend, and thanks for hanging. Yeah, this game's fantastic, man. I don't really like have anything bad to say about it. I even love the 2 expansions. Okay, so maybe there's one. So they gave us what was the Versus one? I can't remember what that one's
Mercenaries.
Oh yeah, Mercenaries.
Mercenaries is free, but the Ada one you had to pay.
Ada Wong was good too. It was actually good.
Do you guys think it was worth the cost?
Didn't feel like fluff. It was good.
Worth the
Yeah, I thought
that
it was
Ada
worth
one
it.
was out on. That was like a remake of the original like DLC.
Right. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I haven't played through that yet, but
it's pretty good. Yeah,
good,
she's
yeah.
a lot of
It's
fun.
actually pretty good. It doesn't seem like, you know, it's just good. It's just very good, and the visuals are gorgeous.
It
You know
gives
what I'm saying? The visuals are gorgeous.
I'm gonna tab out, Will, if you want to take over the conversation here. I'm just gonna put this poll up. I already forgot.
I don't know what else to really say about it. We've kind of like shone a light on this one over, but yeah, like just the environments all redone, like the amount of detail they have in each area, setting like great like mood and like really setting the scene in every part of that game. It's incredible.
What do you think about the combat? Did you like the improved combat, or you think the original or
I
this one?
loved it.
I like the way it plays now. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think a
It
lot
actually
better.
did something. It was nice.
It's a lot more like it's very snappy. You know what
Yes,
you're
it's
doing.
responsive, very responsive.
It
Very
feels
responsive.
better for sure.
Each build and each weapon that you use, like you can feel it. It feels like it's that weapon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they all play very well. Like it's not like they're all useless. Like you have a useless weapon or a preferred one. Like you can play with any of those weapons.
Exactly. It all depends on how you want to level it up. You know what I'm saying? Level it up or whatever, or use it. What I did like is that the enemies weren't spongy. You know what I mean? Like their hit to impact ratio was good with everything. I thought it was great. I thought it was great. You know?
Now remember, everyone in the chat, the polls, it's all up to you guys. S tier is a game of the year candidate. A tier is a great game, but not quite game of the year material. And B tier didn't quite make it. So it's all up to you guys. So make sure you're casting your votes. I'll try to get them up earlier for each game. That was my fault. I was just so excited to talk about Resident Evil 4. And at the end, we're going to talk about a few crappy games, which you guys know I have a soft spot for bad games. I love playing bad
I
games.
do too. I do too.
I
love
do
it.
too. Yeah.
So we're going to talk about that. And then the four of us are going to give you our top 3 that we think are personal games of the year. And then we're going to tell you our game of the year as well. But ultimately, the game of the year is going to be up to you guys. All right. Let's see where everyone's putting Resident Evil. 8's here. Okay, so we don't have an S yet.
It's
Yeah,
a tough year,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Competitive.
but like
a lot of good games.
that one's a lot more decisive than the Dead Space one. Dead Space was a lot closer. I thought this would be a bit more closer.
Jeff Morris said Desert Bus for Game of the Year.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
I
You guys
mean,
ever-
wouldn't you say that S tier? I mean, I don't know. It would have to be a perfect game, right?
That's it, right? Like, there's so many great games that
perfect
come out
game.
this year,
Yeah.
and like, there has to be ones like I have some in mind that
Yeah,
like
same.
stand above a lot of the ones that are. I've been
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think if it was any other year, that probably would have hit S.
That's the thing, right? Yeah, like any other year, a lot of these games would be like game of the year contenders,
Right.
hands down.
Yeah,
But this year was just insane.
it was.
Yeah, I was gonna say what's going on here? There we go. Because you put it on the S tier, guys, it doesn't mean I've tried to make it as simple as I can. Like, because it's on the S tier doesn't mean it's going to be game of the year. We're going to do a vote on all the S tier games at the end. So
Right.
we definitely need to fill this slot. But you guys say A, that's fine.
Maybe
I
maybe trash is
completely
really tough.
That I would have put that on the S tier. I'm
I
sorry.
completely disagree with the chat on this one. I think
Yeah, that's an S tier. I'm sorry.
But
See, here's the thing. Sometimes you get a lot of people in the chat that have not played that game or not played it. Like, this Resident Evil 4 and Dead Space, those are games you have to experience yourself to really get the full enjoyment out of them. You know what I mean? Because both of those games right there are equally good to me. I enjoy both of those games. And it's not just because they're third person over the shoulder or whatever case may be. They are genuinely good games and good remakes.
Yeah.
I would have put them both in S tier. Really.
So we're saying the chat is wrong.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, like, sometimes
the-
some people they'll just be like,
I think that's why the
yeah.
importance of having like our personal game of the years was
Yeah.
put in, because like
yeah.
really in the end this is all just opinion, right?
It is.
Right.
If you take
Right.
it with a grain of salt, it's just everybody has their own opinion on things.
Exactly.
All right, Timothy, good to see you, dude. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome
Guys,
to the
make sure
stream.
if you're new, you hit that sub button. And please do not forget to check out my brothers, WillLo, Uncle Nerd, and the Game Junction. Give those guys a sub on their channels as well, too, guys.
Mhm.
Okay, who wants to start off Dead Island 2? I can make this real simple. I hate Dead
Crap.
Island. I've never played this one, and I don't want to play it. So there you go. I'll pass it off to whoever.
I'll say I played it, absolutely hated it.
Really?
Yeah, I liked Dead Island 1. I liked Riptide a lot, but I just did not like this game. I don't know what it was. It did not capture me. I played about, I think, around 6 hours of it, which to me I feel like is enough time to make a sort of assumption.
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Yeah, and I didn't like it. It just wasn't for me.
Did you?
It's not
did
the
you
worst
play the
thing
first
ever,
one?
but I played the first one, yeah, and Riptide.
Okay.
That game was bad. I know most people don't like Riptide, but I like that
Destro
game.
thinks.
I played Dead Island 2, and it just felt like, you know what? How can I say? If the game doesn't keep my attention, I can't. And I'm not just trying to agree with you guys. This game right here was not for me. It just wasn't for me.
Yeah.
And I gave it a try because a lot of people where I work at, they was like, yo, you're getting Dead Island 2. You gonna play it? You gonna play it? I was like, I'll play it. So I went and played it, and I was like, I don't like it. I don't like it. It didn't keep my interest.
Okay.
It felt I don't know. It's just something about it. Just didn't.
Yeah, it fell off.
Yeah.
Willie, you seem to like it.
I did. I had fun playing this. I
Yeah.
do agree. Like, there's some issues with it. Like, I feel like it got a little.
That's
bit
with any
too
game.
repetitive.
That's with any game. Yeah.
Yeah, but over there's just a bit too much of the same eventually at some point where you really have to push through
Right.
and then get to a bit more meat and potatoes, and then there's a lot of grinding and slowness. I don't think it was very well paced. I enjoyed this game, but it has its issues for sure.
So to me, like, box art is a very important part of the entire presentation of a game. There's so many amazing artists that work on box art. I say this in the toy community too, as well as video games. The
Right.
presentation is everything. So that being said, looking at this, I just see, like, I'm just gonna be honest, like a smart aleck kind of game. And it's like, I don't want to play like a Saints Row zombie.
And
smart
that's what I felt from
Yeah.
this. From the
That
video,
That is
just by looking
exactly
at
what
the cover.
it is.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Mhm.
Do you
I
remember-
don't like the box art myself.
Do you guys remember when the first Dead Island launched? And on the back it said 1 to 2 players, and it was
Right.
a single player. Do you-
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe there's like I'm going back to that where I've never forgiven this franchise for doing that to me, because I remember I picked it up thinking it was going to be oh man, we're going to be on this island together, we can play co-op. It's a pretty big deal back then, and
Yeah.
it was just single player. I'm like, screw this game.
And this one had like a long development cycle. And
Yeah,
it
it
was
was
a lot of
hell
different
for years.
developers.
Yes, it did.
It went through some issues.
Yeah. And
Not
I
to, like,
love zombie games. Love zombie games. I love them. But this one, it just didn't resonate with me. I don't know what it was. I was playing it and it just felt like redundant. It was just like, if my attention span starts going somewhere and stuff like that, the game is not good. Or if I start getting fidgety, like to the point to where I'll be like, it's not in my opinion, for me, it's not a good game for me. And again, you know what? I think for its time, it was good, the first one. But I think the same formula really doesn't work now, because it's not really it wasn't that much really innovation with this game. You know what I mean? It's gone a little long. Yeah. So
I saw that trailer was out for years. The cinematic trailer was out for years before that game came out. And I just remember, because we play at GameStop, right? Just seeing that thing loop like year after year, the same friggin' trailer. I'm just like, maybe that's one reason why I don't like it, is because I've seen it so much. But it was just, isn't there like the woman on the rollerblades and he tries to grab her and she turns around and she's a zombie, and it's just, oh man, it's just so cheesy to me. And again, the protagonist with his samurai sword and his daiquiri, get out of here, man. So
yeah,
terrible. I hope the chat thinks the same, and they do. So we're gonna end it at 70% B, 10% A, and 20% S tier. There's a few of you that think it's Game of the Year candidate. Hey, hey, man, I don't want to know who. My opinion of you has not changed, but I'm just saying that's
it's
crazy.
not like
again,
your opinion's
like
invalid.
WillLo stated, it's all opinion based.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of video games, is there's something for everyone, and it's okay to enjoy games you do. And even if you don't like games that everybody else likes, you're totally valid in your choice and your
Right.
view.
Same with all mediums. I mean,
Yep.
movies, TV, music,
100%.
all of it. Yeah.
Do you guys remember Star Wars?
Yeah.
I tried to forget it.
Pre-Disney.
Yeah, right.
I
Yeah.
like these games.
The Game Awards that aired this past week, I don't know how many of you guys in the chat saw it, but whoever plays Cal Kestis was one of the first awards was best mocap, or whatever, best actor was mocap. And he was sitting in the chair, and it was the guy from Baldur's Gate 1, one of the main characters from Baldur's Gate. And Cal Kestis looked so sad. He's just like, they showed him, and he's like, yay, good job, Baldur's Gate guy.
Yeah, he's been a big proponent of like the Jedi series.
Yeah.
And he loves it. And you know what? Like, that guy, he's generally genuinely passionate about what he does. Like, he tries to hype up the game, and like Jedi Survivor is great. I just feel like another game this year that was just way overshadowed because there's so many games that are way better, right?
Well, in my opinion, the reason why it was so overshadowed, because it came out with a bunch of bugs. And it deterred a lot. This game was buggy in the beginning.
I watched you day one on your PC. I watched your stream, remember? And it was stuttering so bad. And you had a top of the line computer too, and it was
like, I'm always changing parts of my PC. I have one for streaming, one for the gaming and everything like that. And this game, even on console, it was like messing up, especially on I think on Xbox it was going bananas. You understand what I'm saying? So that made a lot of people return the game, and all All it takes is for one person to be like, or like for the news to get out there, like, oh, we had to return this game. I'm getting a refund, and that's it. Now,
I played the PlayStation version. I didn't have any.
Dominic Mono, who's that? Monahan is.
Monahan.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate
He was
that.
in the Shameless series.
Yeah, he was also in.
Okay.
He was also in Gotham. He was. He was in Gotham. He's been in a lot of stuff.
He's a great actor.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
I want to throw this out there too. The images I grabbed from the internet, we here don't go one way or the other in terms of PlayStation, PC, Xbox.
Exactly.
It's the images I picked. So some are Xbox, some are PlayStation. So just so everybody knows.
Yeah, no Switch games so far, though.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Thanks,
Where's
Rudy.
the Switch games?
What's a Switch game? I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Easy, Captain.
Rude.
Captain N. I love Nintendo. Okay, so I don't have an opinion. I didn't really like the first one because a lot of that has to do with how I feel about Star Wars in the present climate, and it was a Dark Souls game.
Yeah.
So those two just didn't go together. And again, I'm just gonna say it, and we're not gonna turn this into a Star Wars thing, but it's another Jedi who survived Order 66. I'm just so tired of that. There's no more Jedi left. There's Luke and Leia, and Obi-Wan has to hide them. And now there's this guy. Oh yeah, but there's this guy, and then there's all these guys over here. It's just like I'm just tired of it, right?
Galaxy's a big place, Jay.
Yeah, it's massive.
Shut it.
What about that expanded universe?
The odds that no, we're not. No, don't worry. Just
Lionheart Game. Good to see you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Wow, a lot of new faces. Good to see you guys. Yeah, this is awesome. Hope you're enjoying. Remember the polls? Oh, I didn't put the poll up.
Jay,
the polls are what are going to determine the game of the year. So that's all going to be.
You guys decide. What we're seeing on the screen is decided by you guys. So make sure you get your votes in. We have our own personal stuff that we're doing, but the main bulk of it is you guys deciding here.
Yeah.
But I really like this game. I don't know. Like I said, I
enjoyed
on the PlayStation
I enjoyed it once they patched it. But see, like.
But I did play it a few months later too, though. So maybe that was.
So you played it? Yeah,
I didn't play it day of.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. Release day. Day. I got this game, and I because I'm a big Star Wars fan. Love Star Wars. Not a big fan of the modern day Star Wars, but I love Star Wars. You know what I'm saying? And I had to get this. I got it, and like it was just all over the place, crashing, frame droppage. I mean, like invisible walls, falling through floors and ceilings and all of that other stuff. It was a wreck in the beginning. It was a wreck.
Fallen Order had some issues when it first came out.
Yeah, it did.
I really enjoyed that as well, though.
Me too. I enjoyed it as well. But I mean, everybody's not going to wait. They're not going to wait.
Especially this year when you get there's another new game this week. Next week.
I can't excuse it, man. Look at the three names on the bottom of the case here. We have Respawn, Lucasfilm, and friggin' Electronic Arts. There's no reason why these errors should occur on a shipped game of this magnitude. Like a AAA Star Wars game. And for me, just on principle, I don't want to touch it because of that. It's different now. Like Will said, he played it a few months later. But on launch day, why is Electronic Arts shipping games? Electronic Arts, of all companies, one of the oldest game developers in history, making a game to this magnitude.
Well, it's like Timothy Mitchell said. He said they were releasing games half-baked. And they're doing that a lot. They're doing that a lot.
That's
because now they can just patch it. I guess, they get pressured by the investors and all that other stuff. They get pressured by the company, get this game out, whatever the case may be. We'll patch it later on and you drop it. It's all messed up. Now, not only did you just mess up the future sales of this game, you just pretty much shot your game in the foot. Yeah. People do not like day one releases that are buggy. They will take a few glitches, because no game is 100%. But if you handed me something fresh out the pack, and like with me, I bought the deluxe, the Ultimate Edition, the deluxe, which was like $90-something. Yep. You know what I'm saying? People want a solid product, but so.
And I think especially with something with the title of Star Wars,
right?
You can't have something like that. So for the mentality for me of these big studios, and I'll just patch it later. I mean, it just doesn't.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
There's no justification for it, and I can't accept that.
But you know what? Check it out. You'll have some people, like if I mention it sometimes, that the game needs to be like, they need to straighten this up and this is that and the other. They'd be like, oh well, every game just needs to be patched, dude. It's just a regular so you've come to accept mediocrity and incomplete games just being crap that you pay for. Like, no. When I was growing up, and I understand things are different, I get it, because they'll be like, oh, here goes Uncle Nerd with his rant. But when I was growing up, you know what I'm saying? When I was growing up, you bought a game and that was it. You understand what I'm saying? It was a solid game. This right here, you have more than enough time, more than enough money to make sure this game is running, and we get it, and it's crap. Like, come on.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's either a solid game or it's trash, and never
right.
So there's give and takes, I feel, right? Like, if you have a game that's competent and plays well, but you just improve it over time, I think there's some leeway, right? But if you're releasing something that's totally trash,
and charging full price for it, no, that's wrong.
Yep,
that's wrong.
So you guys gave it the A tier. Little concerned now. Little concerned. There's 0 S tier games.
Yeah, but like, I'll be honest.
A little worried.
Looking at this list, I still have titles that I could see up there over all of these titles. Like, if we put them in the S tier, like, they wouldn't. I don't.
Yeah, it wouldn't be good
or anything.
We'll keep moving on. I'm just saying. I don't think, that being said, I don't think Star Wars by any means should be in the S tier, but I mean, that's just me. Another little indie game. You're some elf guy or something. I don't know. He's got some claw. Big whoop.
I watched you play this, Jay. How was this?
I've got to like keep an even calm plane right now, my friend, because I'm the worst poker player you will ever meet. You know when I have a good or bad hand, so I'm trying to just keep myself level.
I see right through your poker face because I watched every episode or every stream you did of this. You played the daylights out of this, bro. You love this game.
Yep.
You love this game. I'm telling you.
I got 45 streams out of it. Some were 8 hours, some were 4 hours.
Yep, exactly.
Amazing game. Amazing.
Yeah.
Really? I never got around to playing it. Never got around to playing it.
Okay.
The game's fantastic and rightfully loved by the. It's not my favorite Zelda game, but I do enjoy it. I think some of the stuff they did is really cool in it. Stuff that I personally didn't want from a Zelda. But that said, like, I put 140 hours into this game, so like I still enjoyed it and got my money's worth out of it.
Yeah.
What didn't you like that they put in there?
I don't. So the big thing for me is, like, I don't care about the story in this game, and I don't care about any of the sages or the characters that I interact with. Completely throwaway. Like, I don't care about them. I have no interest in them. They don't flesh out their background enough for me to have any interest. Like, I didn't. But I love traversing that world. I love exploring it. I love the building system they have in it. That was like the highlights of it. But everything else, like,
so you could play this without paying attention to the story whatsoever in this entire game.
Yep.
Like, you could not track anything that's going on and still enjoy this game.
And I feel like that's kind of an issue to me, though, because like you play games for the story and stuff, and it seems like it was like the second thing for this game.
Well, I would say all Zelda games, the story comes second.
Yeah, I think so too.
Right? I mean, the story is save Zelda, kill Ganon. It's like the same every time, right? It's
and
like
that's
Mario.
To me, that's an issue.
Sure.
That makes
right?
sense.
Like we're in 2023. We should have more embellished stories and more characters that are fleshed out, protagonists that maybe have a willingness to talk. Right. And like tell their story and have like these big, like what's going on in the world, have it play out more. And like, I wish
you'll
get
see
more.
when the Zelda movie comes out, if they make Link talk, which they probably will, you watch the backlash. People are going to freak out and be like, wow, my
They'll
Link.
get over it real quick, though, I think.
Yeah. I'm just saying, though. This to me, okay, so let's go back to 2017. I think the game of the year was Breath of the Wild. I played Breath of the Wild. I got it on Wii U because I didn't have a Switch yet. So I played it on Wii U. I think it was the last release on the Wii U. And I tried. I'm like, it's so empty. Like, what do I do here? So you could collect the Korok seeds and the shrines. Okay, now one of the biggest criticisms this game has is that it's what Breath of the Wild should have been. Now it's full of stuff because this one was developed on Switch, right? So they populated it with armor sets from everything without expansion packs. Every cave has a million different things in it. So there's more reason to explore. I didn't really get into the Breath of the Wild, so that stuff doesn't bother me. That's one of the big criticisms this game has. It's just like a glorified expansion pack. Have you guys heard this?
Yeah,
And
I don't.
it's
I don't.
the
Yeah,
same
you
map.
never played Breath of the Wild?
No, I did. I played it about, I'd say 5 hours a couple different times, and it did not grab me.
Really?
So when I bought this, I was very like, I hated the claw at first because for some reason my brain doesn't process shapes well. So like Tetris and stuff, I'm terrible at. So having to in 3D space manipulate the shapes and put them together, I'm like, I friggin' hate this. You can see it on my first stream. I'm like, I friggin' hate this. And once I got it, there was something about the game that was just like, man, I would have entire streams dedicated to just finding like the Ocarina of Time set because it was just so fun to go find stuff in this game. I absolutely loved it.
I agree. I'm still playing it. Yeah, I'm not done doing like tons of the extra stuff. There's
How
so
are the
much you
controls
can
of this
do.
game, Jay, compared to like Breath of the Wild? Because I did play Breath of the Wild. I didn't complete it for some reason. I got kind of bored with that one, and I just left it alone. But compared to the controls, how is the control system and the combat system in Tears of the Kingdom?
It's tight, man. It's Nintendo. I mean, that's what the
plays the same as Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, like the FromSoft combat system is basically the Ocarina of Time combat system, just for big boys, right? So it's a lot you lock on, and it's very solid. And there's a million ways to take on the enemies, just like in Breath of the Wild. But the claw, I mean, the first day I really started to play with it, when you first find that wood pile and you make your first crappy car, all I thought of was Jackass. I'm a big Jackass fan, right? So we take the wood pile, we put it on the top of the hill, and oh my God, did I do this for like stream after stream, just making these crazy vehicles? And like, that's the last thing you would ever think a Zelda game would become. Like that you can make cars and planes and boats and stuff. It's like, what? Not in Zelda, but it works so well.
It does.
And again, to that point, for me, anyways, like that's not what I want Zelda. There's other games I will play that like I can build stuff with that.
Would you?
They'll do it better.
Would you want them to go back? So is it the dungeons? Like you want to go to the dungeon and get the hook shot, then you want to go to the next one?
I want, I like that system. I like the dungeons in this game also. Like I feel like they're very, very straightforward, very plain. I don't feel like they were very tough.
They're not like traditional Zelda dungeons.
No,
they don't feel. I agree. Well, and when you get to the Lightning Temple, that's the only one that really kind of feels like a dungeon. The other ones, I remember getting to it's the first one. Oh, the air one was great. But okay, let's just say the water temple. Getting to the water temple, and it's just all right there.
Yeah.
And you're just flicking a bunch of switches, and then the boss was pretty lackluster. So
yeah, like there's a few of those. That's how I felt with most of the dungeons, unfortunately. Like I was just like, this is what I do. I hit these 4 things, and then boom, it's open. I don't feel like anything. Like each dungeon should be very unique,
right?
Laid out different, and I feel like it didn't for me. And then like to get rewarded when you get to the sages, and that cutscene was pretty much identical for all the sages every time you watched it.
Well, that's them giving you a weapon without giving you a weapon, right? Tulin's a weapon. The Goron, they're all weapons that you would get in that
cutscenes themselves explaining who they are all the same.
I couldn't tell you what's happening in the game.
That's why I have a story in it then if you're not going to actually utilize it and like embellish that world and the characters and the dissonance that are part of it. That's what annoys me.
I would say to appeal to a broader audience is that if you start
Willie, are you saying the story is pretty much like has nothing to do, or you think it's just pretty much like
you can play through that?
It's very throwaway.
Pay zero attention to the story, and it has zero meaning on the whole game.
So the story's almost identical to Breath of the Wild story,
right?
It's almost then, like a remake of the story.
They're already using the same map from Breath of the Wild. The story hasn't really changed. Like
no.
And I would say maybe for me, that's why I fell in love with it so hard, because it was what I thought Breath of the Wild should have been.
Yeah.
So I didn't really fully explore the Breath of the Wild map, right? Because it was honestly, it was so boring to me. Breath of the Wild was just so boring. But this one, they fixed all those issues I had. So
Yeah, and like, and I don't want anybody to be like, "Oh, Will hates the game," because, like I said, I put like 140 hours into this game. Like,
Yeah.
Because see, like for me,
but like,
see, like for me, well, like when it comes to a single player experience, I have to have good story.
me too. I need story. I need fleshed out characters. I need like nice side quests that I'm interested in. I didn't care about anybody in this world. I cared about building things and trying to solve like puzzles and finding things. That's
sure.
Did
So do you think that's basically what they wanted to do? Like instead of just like having a story with it, you think the story was like secondary or tertiary towards like the gameplay?
To me, that's how it feels. Yeah.
Okay.
What was the
Brandon?
question?
You were gonna say something there? Sorry.
I was gonna ask if you did like the memories and all like the sort of extra stuff to get. Okay. Yeah, I mean
the dragon tears and stuff.
Yeah,
So-
it's not a super fleshed out story.
So
like,
I made
I
I
just
made
I
a-
expected
Disney
more
story.
from the caliber of Nintendo. I expected more.
I mean, they do make Mario games, so I don't know.
I made a statement early on, like when I was like deep into this game before I beat it. I'm like, this is going to be a Zelda that I 100%. Okay. And then I learned that there's a percentage meter after you beat Ganon that gets attached to your game. So it's like the old game, right? Where you have to go back to the last save before you jump down the hole or whatever. But you get this new percentage meter. 45 streams of this game, getting all these armor sets, exploring all this stuff. My percentage was at 54% after I beat Ganon. I was like, okay, maybe that 100% is a little
No,
out of the way for now.
I think that's still cool that there's stuff to explore and find. And like I said, that's like one of my favorite parts about the game. I'm just like Uncle Nerd. Like I want a story.
Yeah, I have to have story.
Characters.
For me, I've played games that were graphically challenged, meaning though like they just look like crap, but the story was just so like immersing the way. So I was like, you know what, this was a good. And when the credits rolled, I was like, this was a good game. Any game that makes me feel like I read a book or read a good graphic novel, or you know what I'm saying, or watched a good movie because of the story, it is a good game for me. You know, graphics really don't mean anything to me when it comes to a single player experience. That gives you a good game, you know? So, I mean, gives you a good story. So,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm with you. I don't care about graphics. So
I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Okay, so let's end the poll there. So we're getting a 67% S tier rating for Zelda. So that's our first game of the year candidate.
All right.
So congrats to Zelda. We will put you on the S tier. We got one. It's a tough crowd. It's a tough crowd, I'm telling you. There you go. Okay, so let's move on. That was a good discussion. Very interesting. On Zelda, I thought it would be like everyone was like, "Oh, I'm in love with it."
I am. I love it.
Me too, dude, for sure. Another independent game from a little indie studio, Capcom. I'm going to let my brother, Uncle Nerd, introduce Street Fighter 6.
Oh man, it's needed. Street Fighter doesn't need any introduction. You got your Hadouken, you got your Shotos, you got your charge characters, you got your 360 guys, and so on and so forth. Street Fighter 6, to me, I was a little bit worried about it when I started seeing like advertisements for it. But due to Part 5, Street Fighter 5, because that was a mess in a lot of aspects. But upon playing this game, and although frustrated sometimes because of the new combat system that they have in it, but it is good because it's bringing an array of new players into playing fighting games, which is what us fighting game fans as myself need. Now I'm old school. I use like the 6-button, joystick, so on and so forth to play my fighting games. But at first, I did not think that what they would consider what they would call like casual mode would be conducive for like players like myself. But to me, I think it was the greatest thing that they introduced it. Why? Because as I stated before, not to repeat myself, you put a whole new class of people into playing Street Fighter. People that never even thought about playing Street Fighter started playing Street Fighter, and that's great. 2, graphically, I think it was a great upgrade compared to what they've been putting out. The soundtrack to me wasn't that memorable, but it was because to me the Street Fighter 3 series, Second Impact, Street Fighter 3, and then Third Strike were pretty much that soundtrack was phenomenal for Street Fighter. But the controls were very responsive. I had no issues or felt like, I pressed the button and didn't go through, but it was a good game. Very good fighting game. Extremely good fighting game. You could pass it to anybody. They could either play, as I stated, the classic way or the new way. And they're still adding characters as we go along. You have your roster of classic characters, like you have Ryu, you have Ken, and the story lines that go with them are actually pretty good. Like Ken has lost all his money; he's pretty much a wandering vagabond. It's kind of like in the way him and Ryu have switched spots in certain aspects, but no in a negative aspect. You got like some new characters, and Kyle made a return. It's a great game. It's a great game. Then you also, what is that mode where you can free roam and run around the city?
World Tour mode?
Yeah, World Tour. Yeah, World
Tour. I couldn't figure it out. I don't know. I'm so embarrassed.
That's a regular J thing though.
Yeah.
Dude, I streamed that. Matt's bringing it up. Thank you, Matt. I was worried about Street Fighter 6 when I watched Jay not be able to do anything. Yeah, I was in the lobby for a live stream, and it just wasn't registering that day, and I couldn't even figure out how to do anything. So
you got to get a couple of rounds with me,
and I bring up, it's on the shelf right there.
Speed, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Like this
rounds with me, you'll get up to speed quick, bro. Trust me.
This is probably like one of, if not the best fighting game in the last few years.
Oh yeah,
this is.
I agree.
I
had something in there for everybody.
I had a night where I had some buddies over, and they're not like huge gamers, but we popped on Street Fighter. Everybody felt comfortable. Everybody was pulling moves off with that like casual mode that they have in there, and like everybody was just having a blast. Everybody loved it. We played it for hours, and like that is like bringing back like that old
school
gaming. And I was like, man, this is awesome.
Brandon, did you get a chance to play?
I did.
Yeah. What are your thoughts?
I did. I thought it was great. Yeah, I mean, I picked up, like some of the other fighters that came out that we'll talk about, I'm sure, this year. And this has been my favorite. Fighting games are one of my favorite genres. So I was pleasantly surprised with this game, with kind of being disappointed with Street Fighter 5. Casual mode's cool. So yeah, I could play with people that, aren't big gamers. And like, shoot, I was playing with my daughter. And like, she doesn't play fighting games. So it's a good time. I really enjoyed it.
Really cool how you can make your own character too. There's some really wacky creations I've seen, man. It's just they let you do the different weights too, so you can make them like big legs and really skinny waist and stuff like that. I feel dumb for not
character in the World Tour mode, man. I'll go in there sometime just to walk around. I saw one guy, he had like a tiny waist and a big head, and then he was
throwing big heads.
Yeah, what I'm saying? He was looking crazy, bro. He was looking crazy. But again, I mean, like at first I was a little bit upset. I was a little upset because I was like, you know what? They're trying to outsource the classic gamers or the classic fighting fans as myself. No, they're not. You just gotta get with the program and understand things change, because a lot of my friends are hardcore Street Fighter fans. They've been in competition, so on and so forth, and they were upset because like these casual players were starting to work on them. I'm telling you, because I get it. They're pressing 1 or 2 buttons and they beating the daylights out of you, but now you got a reason to either sometimes get with the times. Maybe you need to go from doing your 360 and half a circle moves to try casual for a minute. Because I tried Zangief on casual and then I was like, say word. I was like,
it's not like you're playing on like autopilot or anything either. Like you still have to like block, when to parry, when to counter, when they'll use those moves, right? And like that setting is actually recognized now for Evo. Like players who want to come into tournaments can use that setting officially and play that in Evo.
Yes,
which is going to bring a whole new generation of players in.
Yes, exactly. Because I mean, and I try to tell some of my friends, I said, how long are we going to live, bro? I say, let the younger generation come in and learn these games, whichever way they're going to do it. You know what I'm saying? We could be like, I mean, like, it's nothing wrong with being a dinosaur, anything like that. You don't, because a lot of my friends, they were like, oh, no, these casual players, they're cheating for. I said, bro, then learn how to play casual.
That feels a little like being sort of gatekeepy with with
Right,
video
right.
games, which I hate because
There are a lot of genres that are like there's a lot.
Dude, that's a
yeah, I know,
problem.
I've noticed.
That's a problem with the games and with the toy community too.
Oh,
Yeah.
the toys too.
We're not
yeah.
going to bust
Yep.
into the toys, like, but we talk often on my channel about GI Joe and
Mhm.
how that's one IP that our generation, mine and Uncle Nerd at least,
Right.
where it's like we're not passing it on to the next generation because it's just like we just want those characters from the 80s. It's so
Mhm.
weird, man. So yeah, if this is the way you learn Street Fighter now, I think it's great. Remember sitting
Yeah.
down with your buddy who was not a fighting game fan, and you had to, like, it wasn't fun for you because you couldn't do anything. You couldn't
Right.
throw
Yeah.
fireballs at him because you'd kill him. So you gotta, like, just let him kind of beat you up.
Right.
Right.
I like the fact that they have a casual mode now. So if you want to go old school and learn all 35 moves, sure. And then your buddy can do casual and you guys can still, like, go head to head. I think it's a great idea. It's going to just bring more people into the genre.
I agree. And one of the things about the gatekeeping thing, my whole view on it is that, you know, as a parent, like I want my daughter to be able to sort of get into this stuff. And
Right.
she is. I don't want her to feel like she can't, you know, be involved in this stuff. And like I'm in the toy community and everything too. I see it with Transformers as well.
Mhm.
It's just, yeah, I'm just not into it. I'll leave it there.
I did, but you know what I really liked about this Street Fighter, and again, you know, I'm always a person that's willing to learn new things or, like, you know, adjust to some now if it's good and it's feasible and it makes sense, you know what I'm saying? But I love the rock paper scissors aspect of this, where so you can't, like in some Street Fighters, I used to, like, sometimes just, especially in like the Marvel versus Capcom series, I would smother the daylights out of certain people and hit them with an infinite combo. Whereas though, like this, you got to be careful. Because, like, I could come in with rushing with all these big combos, you parry me or focus or do the cancel and stuff like that, I'm wide open to get retaliation from you. You know, so again, you know, I didn't think I was gonna like it when it was first slated. I purchased the game, and man, I think I was breaking down on Street Fighter 6. I was breaking down Street Fighter 6. I was beating some people, they were beating the daylights out of me. Casual players were running up on me, giving me work, everything, you know. So I dig it. I really dig this game. I dig it.
So let's go to the chat. Wow, an astonishing 89% give it an A. 11% give it Game of the Year nomination, and 0 for B. So that's a solid game, man. You can't ask for much more than that.
Yeah.
So Street Fighter, unfortunately, the chat has voted, and it is not going up against Zelda, but still solid game. I guess really you don't want to be in the B tier, really, right? With this, that's kind of the only slap in the face is the B tier.
Hold on one second. Oh, gee, you stay in World Tour using casual characters. What are you talking about? You was using casual so much to where you couldn't even play regular Street Fighters. What are you talking about?
Out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like me, I had to listen. I was getting, like, I'm not saying I'm exceptionally good at Street Fighter, but I'm not that bad. And these casual players was boo-bopping me all across the screen, like, you know what I mean? And I watched him in World Tour. I watched my boy OG Dick Richards in World Tour use casual, to where so when he came into regular Street Fighter with us, he had forgotten a lot of moves.
Look, I'm a very regular Street Fighter player. Like, I go back to 2 all the time. I go back to Alpha all the time, and I enjoy the casual mode. So I think it's fun.
I just like to see the community growing, to be honest.
Yeah, I do.
Because like for a minute there, especially in Street Fighter 5, you felt alone, because especially once the hype was dying down for it, it was hard to get matches. People weren't playing. You go on the Street Fighter servers now, it is lit. Everyone, you can jump on there any time of the day or night, and people are on there playing. And that's what I like to see. You know what I'm saying? It's passing the mantle down.
That's the thing, right? Like, it's made it more accessible for people to play. And like, you wouldn't just get onto the online lobby. A lot of these guys can get in there and feel competent. Like, usually, right? Like, originally you get on there and you get stomped by some dude who's just been playing forever. And you're like, this isn't fun. Why am I going to play?
And Willie and I go back to we were really into Street Fighter 4 for a long time. And I remember there was a few weeks, Will, where it's like, if you played this week and you're like, no, and you feel like you had to keep up. It was almost like playing an MMO with games back then, right? It's like if you didn't play for a week or two, you would get rusty. and then you come back and fight online, and you get your butt handed to you.
Yeah.
So it's really cool that they've implemented like a more casual. So what is it like? We got to move on to Final Fantasy, but so what is it? Just like if you wanted to do like a Hadouken, it's just one button now instead of having to do it in a half
You can
circle?
push forward. You can push forward and press a Hadouken, press a punch. You know what I'm saying? You can do soup. You can latch every button can be latched onto something. But
so it's just simplified a lot of the
right,
character
but
moves.
they do whittle down like your how can I say, your attack level, in terms of like you're not hitting like a person that pretty much does the complete button inputs and everything like that.
Yeah.
But there are some people that are learning now. Yeah, Battle Hub. There are some people that are learning now that are actually doing very good using casual players. Hold on one second. He says I play Battle Hub because I like using. Yeah, but that's the newer Street Fighter. That's not the old one. Again, you're in with the new one. So I mean, like, I don't see why you said by me saying
you guys got to settle it in the arena tonight.
hey,
Let's go.
what's up? You want to fight in the ring with the with Street Fighter? What you want to do? You want me to stream it?
Final Fantasy 16 is the very first M-rated Final Fantasy, which was pretty exciting. This demo dropped, and I remember all of us played it. I loved the demo so much. I thought the story sucked me right in. And then I got the game. Another one of those games where I feel like it kind of just like no one's talking about it anymore. Now, is that because there's so many other great games it's been overshadowed, or it's maybe not as great as we originally thought? What do you think, Will?
I think it's both. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. Anybody can talk.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. It could be a little bit of both. Like a lot of people weren't hot on this one because like it is a different take on Final Fantasy.
Right.
And like a few of my friends who were hardcore into the Final Fantasy series did not like this because they didn't like the mature take on it. They didn't like the very gritty environments, like the very like Game of Thrones-esque.
Game of Thrones, that's what I was gonna say.
Right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
So like if you're looking for like the whimsical, like coming off of Final Fantasy 15 still had like a serious take to it, but it was still very fantastical and colorful and stuff. And like you're coming down to like everybody's beat trotting in this. There's like, slavery is talked about in this game.
Yeah, it was rough. It was
This is a
rough.
dark one.
It's a
man.
heavy game.
It is.
Yeah.
It
So
is.
it's definitely like they took it somewhere where Final Fantasy has never really gone. So I can see where some people just don't like it or not. I really liked this game personally. I don't think it's like the best Final Fantasy, but I had a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to playing like the DLC that they just announced.
I thought it was fun. I feel like it sits at like an 8 out of 10 for me. It was fun, but unrememberable. Like I'm not going to remember this game out of like the top five Final Fantasies that I like, essentially. And it just doesn't feel like the OG Final Fantasies, which it hasn't felt like that for a long time. So I don't know. I like it, but
I was gonna say I found the combat in this game exhausting. And that's really what turned me off. I think I got to the second time you fight that woman, I can't remember. But it was like I think so, yeah. You would like move 10 feet, fight 3 enemies, be like a 5-minute fight, same thing, and then you would fight a boss. The levels, I didn't like how, to be quite honest, I didn't like how it wasn't open world. You kind of just went.
So you didn't get that. You were just on the cusp of the open.
Oh, okay. Which I heard what 15's like that too, right?
Yeah.
So what really did it for me, and I'm not trying to sound like a wimp or anything, but man, the game to me was physically exhausting doing all the fights and the battles. It was so friggin' intense. Like, forget Liza P, man. Liza P to me is an intense game. This is like 10 times more just for me. So it's not really what I wanted.
Everything's very grand.
Yeah, I didn't really like it for a Final Fantasy game. But for Final Fantasy, I'm gonna say I'm old school, man. I like the turn-based. I know we'll never get that again.
Yep.
But that's what I like in Final Fantasy. That's my thoughts.
Me too.
I think they could go back to a turn-based now. Like the traditional turn-based like Japanese RPG is on an upward trend.
It's coming back. I mean,
I
like
hope
Sea of
so.
Stars and all these games like that. Shoot, what's the 16-bit style games that just got a second entry? Crap. I can't remember,
I don't
but yeah,
remember.
it's on the rise.
Yeah, they're coming back anyways. Like the
Yeah.
Tales series still kills it every year. There's the Xenoblade Chronicles and
Yeah.
stuff. Like a lot of people like those.
Matt says, not the subject for of the stream, but they really need to remaster Final Fantasy Tactics.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Speaking
with
moistly, what's up, man? Final Fantasy Tactics is the best.
One of
Tactics games are
definitely
fun.
sure. Tactics has an amazing story.
Now, I did enjoy this game. Again, another one that I didn't get to finish. I did enjoy the game. What I found is that if you grind, you can really like melt some of those bosses and stuff, or whatever the case may be. But if you don't grind, you will be all day just whittling them down, doing button combinations, combos, nothing adding up to anything. But when I started grinding and stuff like that, I get why a lot of classic Final Fantasy fans, like my friend Martin, he was like, oh, he was like this, that, and the other. And as you stated, he wanted a more whimsical fantasy, like more higher fantasy driven storyline instead of like the darker fantasy storyline. Now, me, I did like the dark aspect of it because I played like the other Final Fantasies, but this one I see why a lot of classic Final Fantasy fans or people that were like fans of the original stories and games didn't like this one. And yes, it was a very dark story. It was a lot of slavery in it. It was a lot of like sacrifice, people being killed and all that other stuff. So like, it was real dark. So I know, it's like, it didn't appeal to a lot of people. I thought I enjoyed it.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it is the Final Fantasy?
No.
Yes.
No.
Maybe this time it'll be the final.
It's the Final Fantasy of the 16th edition.
Yeah, the walking contradiction game. I thought the story was fine. I don't mind the dark tones. I'm not a Game of Thrones fan either, but I didn't mind that style.
Really?
Dark, serious.
So we'll probably talk about it stream. I think you should go back and play it, but I think you should turn on a lot of the accessibility options.
Yes, exactly.
It eases down a lot of that combat for you, where you're not having to like nonsensically like tap.
So I did. I went in and did that.
Okay, maybe because I did like the story and I liked the game. I just found it exhausting.
Yeah, it was. Like, trust me. Like he said, go in there because there was a couple of settings I switched on to, and it made the game.
And there's like there's like a couple trinkets you could turn on where your companions will automatically do their attacks for you. So
Right.
And like your magic abilities, you already use them as well.
Sure.
I think there's an auto counter one too, so you don't even have to worry about counters.
Let's go to the chat. So it looks like we got an 83% for the A tier. Only 6 votes. So guys, make sure you get your votes in here. We might have to start. We might have to start interjecting, guys.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, looks like
you're gonna have to.
We're working our way up. I feel like there's a few that'll be. Maybe a lot of people just didn't play Final Fantasy.
I feel
maybe
I'm tabbed out here just looking at the poll, but I feel that there's some of these games should be Game of the Year candidates. So I think we might.
I agree.
I think
you
we
think
might
so?
agree. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know.
Because the only one I agree with
it.
So far is Zelda would be in consideration. The rest I have.
That's where I'm at. I'm actually
personally for me.
That's fair.
You know what I'm gonna say. I think Dead Space or either Resident Evil 4 should be up there.
The rumor is
I would actually say that I think if any of the other ones, I mean, this is me personally, would probably be Street Fighter 6 would maybe.
That's another one.
I could see that up there.
I
thought Street Fighter for sure was going to be in there, but hey, they're like we said, there's no right or wrong.
Nope. Subjective. It's all
I thought
that's why we have our own poll, like our own.
Right.
List.
Yeah.
And you know what OG said? OG Dick Richards said Chrono Trigger Chrono Trigger was very good. You remember Chrono Trigger, Jay?
Oh, dude, of course.
I loved Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Amazing game.
This game sucks. Like,
Thank you. It was not as good as the other Diablos. I'm sorry. It just wasn't.
Yeah. I was let down.
Hype. This was all hype. I don't care what nobody says. This Diablo was very disappointing in a lot of aspects because I felt as though like it's Diablo. I've spent hours playing Diablo. I played this when I was like, oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
You know?
No, we're gonna keep doing the polls. My point, John, to that was I just thought there would be more competition in the S tier, is all I'm getting at. So, and that one
Yeah.
just had
And
6
like
votes, so
this is our first year
I
doing
share
this,
this
right?
again
Like,
too.
but I think like the polls we're doing is for everyone, right? Because I'm sure like other people are still voting too.
Right.
But, like even
Absolutely.
if your game of the year is not represented, it doesn't mean that it's invalid. And I think that there's a certain
Sure.
point that like each 4 of us may not agree overall, but you can respect a game that is brought to being the game of the year.
Screw you, Will. Never.
Yeah.
Never.
Because like there's certain titles that maybe just people didn't enjoy playing with. And that doesn't mean that you can't notice how it influenced the industry or how it brought new players into the field or
Right.
just
Yeah.
overall quality wise was just astounding, but it just may not been your vibe. So it doesn't mean like it's not, a great game or like an overall game of the year, but yours could be different. And I think it's important that
Sure.
everybody have their own personal choice.
Sure.
too.
Yeah, there's no right or wrong answer, but this is correct. This game sucks.
Well, see, for one, like Jeff stated, like my friend Jeff Pierce play in here stated, they pissed off a lot of people because they messed up a lot of stuff. And I understand it's a different game, but they made it to where as though like they made so many changes to where a lot of bills were just ineffective.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like there were some bills in there that were supposed to do certain things to certain enemies, and it was just like nothing.
Well, when I make those statements, it's for laughs. Clearly, Diablo has a huge community. Every game Blizzard makes has a huge community. For me personally, I've never been a Diablo fan. I don't know why I feel the need to always play them. I play them all when they come out, and it's always the same thing. So this one, I did a stream for this one, and I get it. Just for me, that 3/4 top-down view, the loot grind, it's just not my thing. And there's nothing about this new one that changed my mind. So there you go. That's my thoughts.
You know what made me get into Diablo? When I was a kid, I used to play this game called what was that? Gauntlet. And Gauntlet always made me feel like Diablo was pretty much like a modernized version of Gauntlet. You know what I mean? So that's what made me get into Diablo back in the day. I love Diablo, but this one I was really disappointed in. Really disappointed in this one. Graphically it's beautiful, but I mean, like as far as like gameplay wise and like what they were trying to do, it just didn't work. They didn't keep my attention either. And
Yeah,
that's a Diablo game.
For me, I really enjoyed Diablo.
Really?
I put in probably a good like 200 hours in this game.
What was the main things you enjoyed about Diablo 4?
So the storyline, I really enjoyed the characters, the world, like this whole story part with Lilith and everything was great.
Right.
I think it sets up a really neat, intricate story with like all the aspects of hell coming into play with the expansions.
Right.
Where I fell off was the grind at the end.
Yes.
And season 1 was not very good.
Nope.
But I have heard since season 2, it's been very improved.
It's better. That's what I was gonna say earlier. It's better than it was at launch.
So like they're taking the criticisms to heart, and it sounds like they are fixing things. And games like this, I do see like it's always gonna be changing. It's never gonna be the same. Things like this, like this is always a hard one because like even back in the day, Diablo 2 and stuff, like they would do changes and updates to character builds, and like that's just the nature of the game, right? So like it's gonna be tough in the beginning, but then it kind of levels out after a while. Is the expectation, anyways, right? But I could definitely see like this game has not changed over the years.
But it's weird too, man. Like this is another one. Again, I don't know if it's because there's so many great new releases, but I don't know anyone in our circle that talks about this game. No one's ever like, "Hey, you want to play Diablo tonight?"
Exactly.
No, they don't.
I don't know why. Like what happened? Like even for Diablo fans, they're not playing it.
There's it drew in a lot of people, but a lot of people have dropped off.
Yeah.
But it still has a pretty good community on there that's playing. And that always happens. Even Diablo 3, like it was rough at the start, then it had a big influx, dropped out for a bit. It like they go up and down as different seasons pop in.
No, but Diablo 3 had a lot of hype for a long time, man.
It did have a lot of hype.
Diablo
like,
3, a lot of people stayed playing Diablo 3 for a long time.
Yeah,
my friend used to just literally come over my house sometimes. Like he could leave work, he'd be like, "Yo, you mind if I log into my account?" And I was like, "Go ahead." And he would play it on mine and then go home and play it on his.
Yeah, hold on, just let me interject here for a second. I just want to address John here. I said that, John, because I just thought there would be more competition in the S tier. I'm not going to change anything or move anything. So it's all going to be the same as it was. I just thought it would be more of a battle is all I was trying to say. So I just don't want it so where we come to the end and it's just like Zelda is the only game up there. So that's
I
all
don't think there's
commenting
still
on.
tires coming that are going to.
Yeah, there's
That's all. That's
yeah,
all I
there's
was doing.
plenty.
I'm not going to move anything. That's all. It's still all up to you guys. I just want everyone to
Yeah.
vote. That's all. That's it.
What was I going to say? Yeah, so like 3, for example, when that first came out, like it had a lot of hype going into it. The big issues with that game was the auction house, where they actually had people putting up real items in the game for real life money, and that killed the market on that.
Yeah.
And like for
That
the
was
first
crazy.
year to year and a half of that game, like that game was dead until they rebooted it, and then that was like 2 years after the game was out, where it just started to revitalize it.
Same stuff will happen with this game. So,
That's how I feel. I 100%. I don't think this is a contender for Game of the Year personally.
no,
I really enjoyed it, but I also don't think it's an A tier title either.
No, to me, this is a B tier game, 100%.
Yeah.
That said, like this will be a game that I'll go back to and still play over the years and pop in every so often.
yeah, I put a good bit of time into it, but yeah, I was pretty let down. I think everybody's playing Diablo Immortal, so
yeah, which is crazy, right? Because everybody made fun of Diablo Immortal, but that
They
game
did.
made the Blizzard millions of dollars.
that announcement when they announced it,
That was-
oh my
that
god,
was
I thought the internet was
hilarious.
gonna die.
See, this is the thing too, where it's like, this is one of those games that you need to dedicate an awful lot of time to if you want to get anywhere in it.
True.
And
You have to
just
grind.
think
You have to
there's
grind.
too many
Yeah.
games
have
that
to
I
grind.
personally would rather put time into. That's again not to say that whoever plays Diablo is in the wrong. Just for me, it's like, if I'm going to play this, I'm just going to play World of Warcraft, to be honest. I mean, if we're going to do it, let's just do it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same deal, right? Same deal. Chef Jess, welcome. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you here. We're
Hey,
talking Diablo. So
Jess,
please,
this is Jess's first Diablo. We played together a few times. Like she's
nice.
really enjoyed it.
nice. Well, welcome. We're voting. So if you think Diablo should be a contender for Game of the Year, you'll vote S. If you think it's an awesome game and it's in the A tier, and if it's not a contender whatsoever, we're going to give it the B. So
The old
everyone,
B.
give it the old B. So what's Diablo getting? Let me tab out here, Will. Let's end the Diablo poll with 56% is the high vote at the B tier. So the chat has spoken. Diablo is in the B tier. And I totally 100% agree with you guys.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's like for people that are saying like S and stuff, like that's not saying the game's not great.
Yeah,
The game's great. A lot of people like it. I think the game is stupendous. But in this year, all these games that are like down here, you're seeing these A and B tiers. Like a lot of these games that they came out other years, they would be Game of the Year contenders. But man, this
Exactly.
2023 is insane and super, super.
craziest year ever.
So the only reason I remembered this came out is because my buddy works for Nintendo. And he's like, are you playing Pikmin today? I was like, what? Oh, that came out. Big fan of number 2. I never played number 3, and I didn't like number 1. I've heard that this is more of the same. If you're into Pikmin, that's great. It's a pretty fun strategy game. Again, I haven't played it since the GameCube, but I ultimately had to pass on this one. But I feel that it's very charming, and I think it deserves to be at least talked about a little bit in our stream here. So, anyone play Pikmin this year?
Yeah,
I did.
I really enjoyed it.
Me too.
Never
love
played it.
I
Never
think it's
played it.
really fun. It doesn't really do a whole lot new and like changes up the Pikmin formula. So like if you play Pikmin, yeah, I feel like you've played this before.
I played number 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun back then on the GameCube, but yeah, like I think I don't know. I don't want to generalize it, but isn't like if you played one, you kind of played them all? Like, did they add a lot to this one? I haven't heard.
I feel like the jump from 2 to this one is a little significant.
There'll be
sort
for
of.
some changes, but it's not
Yeah,
like
there's nothing
game
crazy.
breaking or changing. Like it's Pikmin.
Right.
It's fun though.
And
I like
it's a solid game. And if you like those other games or you're looking for something different to play from Nintendo, highly recommend it.
Mhm.
And I don't know about you guys, but for me, I think any anytime Nintendo puts a first party title out, it's worth talking about because you know it's going to be quality. So
I agree.
I thought we should put it on the list for sure. Guys, once again, if you are new, there's a lot of new faces here. Don't forget to hit that sub button, and please check out WillLo, Uncle Nerd at Tough Nerd Toys and Gaming, and my buddy Brendan at Game Junction. Make sure you give those guys a sub as well. Let's go to the poll and see where we're going to put Pikmin. We're going to move on with this one. 50% is the majority. The B tier for Pikmin. So, I mean, I kind of figured that, but I don't have an opinion myself. What about you guys? I didn't play it, so I can't really.
Yeah, I've never played it. That's why I'm just completely silent.
Yeah,
I would honestly say probably. I respect it in the B tier. I don't think it's like of the caliber of anything in that A tier or even like close to being recognizable besides Zelda.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Who wants to lead off with Baldur's Gate?
Amazing game.
This game is incredible.
Phenomenal.
Go on, please. Go on.
I can see one aspect of it being like the isometric view and the strategy part of it being kind of a turnoff for a lot of people, but this game has kind of like brought role playing to another level.
Yeah.
The amount of options, just the amount of time and effort they put into like the narration, the story, the worlds you build. Like there's so many people you can talk to that are fully voiced, have interaction with, and depending on how you do things will actually respond to how you play and interact with the worlds. And that affects the outcome of certain situations down the road as well too. The multiplayer is really cool. Like you're playing a Dungeons and Dragons game essentially.
Absolutely.
At that point. And I have 2 playthroughs on the go right now, and both have ended up completely different depending on how my dice rolls have and the classes I've played.
Interesting.
Like it's incredible.
This was one that I know my community talked about quite a bit, and they're like, "You're picking up Baldur's Gate. You're picking up Baldur's Gate." And I wanted to, but one, it was on PC. And I have nothing against PC gaming. I don't. I tend to go.
It's the PRPG.
And then it was coming out on PS5, but unless you got like the ultra rare limited edition, there was no physical game for it at the time. I don't know if that's changed, but honestly,
there's a physical coming out, like a regular.
So that was a big part of why I didn't play Baldur's Gate, because I certainly wanted to try it. And if and when it does come out on physical, I will be picking it up for sure. But I know lots of my guys in the community just love this game. And I've heard nothing but good things. And it cleaned up at the Game Awards too. This game.
Yes, it did.
And rightfully so.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, with all, like, it justifies its awards, because I mean, I have not completed this game, but I go in every now and then and I'll play around, play for it for a bit. I'll spend like an hour or two on it, but it's a great game. It has tons of variety to it. You know what I mean? You can do it. It's like where you want to go with this, it can go that way. And that's what I like. Like here lately, I've been taking a lot of evil, leaning more towards evil. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I like it. I like it in there. The Baldur's Gate is good. It's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it has, like, sometimes you'll see like the frame rates drop. It'll have once in a while it has its little graphical challenges and everything like that. But as a whole, it's a solid game. You don't feel pressured. It's a good experience. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And the community is pretty decent with it too.
Yeah. And like the character customization is so.
Oh, absolutely. You can go way out with the character customization. Not to mention the mods that they put out for it and everything too. It's great. It's just great, man. It's great.
Want to give a shout out to Escalated Friend. Brandon, I saw your shared post. I'm here. Thanks for hanging out, dude.
All right, Escalated. Glad to have you here, brother.
Good to see you here.
I highly recommend this game, especially even people that haven't played this, like this type of game. I feel like there's something here that could draw you. Like, I don't know, man. Like your characters, your party members, like they're also unique and well thought out. And,
I like it. And you know what? You don't feel pressured to play it when you put it down for a while. You know what I mean? You can put it down and just go back in and just like, just play it and then like, have people play it with you and stuff like that. And, you don't feel even if you're like I haven't played it in months. You know, I would say like what? I haven't played it in maybe like a month. You know what I'm saying? Go back in, boom, community there. They still, you know, people still helping out, all of this other. It's cool. It's cool. I like it.
And Brandon, you said you played this one as well, yeah?
Yeah, a lot of fun. Probably didn't spend as much time as some people I've heard. I have a buddy that spent, I think, like over 200 hours into the
Woo!
game. Yeah, he loves it. I think it's great. I actually weirdly put a little more time into Diablo 4, not really intentionally. So much just came out that it's hard to keep up, man.
Right,
So
right.
I plan to go back and play some more. But yeah, great game. I like the other Baldur's Gate games, and I think it's fun. So
Yeah.
it's definitely worth checking out. The isometric view is a little weird and can be a turn off for people. I agree with that. A little hard to get into if you're not into that thing, but I think once you start playing, you'll probably enjoy it. So a lot of fun.
But for
Yeah,
me,
like-
you know what? I think the isometric view is what gives it its own personality or individuality from most
Sure.
PRPGs. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like it. It's, and I didn't think I was going to like it. I got it because a friend of mine was like, I'm gonna pick it up. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I grab it. Started playing it. At first, I was like, this is gonna be corny. And I started playing. I was like, 3 hours later, I'm like, man, this game is good. You know what I mean? So it's a pretty good game. It's a pretty good game. It deserves all of the rave, all of the awards, and how much it cleaned up at the Game Awards yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
It's crazy just the amount of love and effort they put in.
Yes, you can tell. You can tell. And see, me being a D&D fan, I that's another reason why I love it too. You know what I'm saying? So I think they did a great job on this. A great job.
It really has put sort of role playing on the map, hasn't it?
Yeah,
I hear so many people talking about it because of this game.
Yeah,
So
not
I
only
love
that
it.
too, like a lot of people who have played this have started to integrate themselves into D&D itself. Like,
Exactly.
To play D&D games and tabletop RPGs, which is insane because like
it was a dying breed for a while, right?
It was essentially, right?
Yes.
Like there's still like a good amount of people that play D&D and stuff, but like it was kind of on a decline. But now like this game has really revitalized that.
It has. I agree with that.
So the chat is agreeing with everything you guys say. It looks like we have 50% say it's a game of the year candidate, 20% say it's a great game, and then 30%, interesting, say that it's better luck next year.
I'm not surprised though. Like I said, like it's definitely like on first appeal, like look of it, it's definitely not something that would attract like a mainstream audience. The fact that it's gotten so well and like beloved by so many people already at that point kind of touts to how just incredible it is.
So it joins Zelda. There you go. Hey, we got two.
All right.
Yeah, and you were worried. Oh, no,
I worry.
That's
what I do, man. It's what I do. I worry. Okay, we're going to do a couple more, guys, and then we're going to take... Actually, we'll do probably one more, and then we'll take a short little break. So we can grab some beverages and go to the washroom, and you guys can grab some snacks and stuff. So we'll do Double Dragon, and then we're going to take a 2-minute break. So who wants to start off? I'm going to get the poll going here, so I'm tabbed out.
Yeah, I'll start off on this one. So they sent out a code, and I streamed this game. Played all the way through it. I think it's fun. It's pretty... I don't know. It's a cool retro style game. I had a blast with it, but I can definitely see why people may not like it, and it kind of wasn't talked about a bunch, overshadowed by these, large, mostly awesome AAA games.
Definitely overshadowed.
But I thought it was fun.
Yeah.
It was a cool throwback, and I love Double Dragon, so
Me too.
I had fun with it.
Yeah, I played this because our buddy there, Tough Nerd, said you got to check out Double Dragon, man. So I bought a physical. I couldn't believe, first of all, there's a physical, so I got it on Amazon. I'm like, better scoop that before it's gone.
Right.
And I plugged it in, man. My first thoughts, River City Ransom is the first thing that I thought of. The way you just build up your guy. It was the combat, even though the guys are like small and stumpy.
Yeah, like chibi. They look like chibi characters and
there
stuff.
You go. The combat is so solid in this game.
Yes, it is.
It is.
And
Yes,
like
it is.
you take a bottle and you bust it over their head, and you feel the weight of the hits in this game. You like the gunshots. Everything has a certain weight to it.
You do a heavy combo, they'd be like, "Well done." You know what I'm saying? You see it pop up on the screen, they drop the meat and everything like that.
Very arcade, like old school arcade gameplay, which it should be with Double Dragon. Very hard too. They ease you into it, and then all of a sudden it's like, it's like, okay, there's your Double Dragon difficulty right there. But I love this game, man. I thought it was freaking amazing.
Yeah.
Well, for me, when I first got this game, I was pissed off at it, right? Because I was thinking, like, you know, I was pissed off. I was like, man, I don't want this type, because, you know, I get it. You know, Double Dragon, I'm used to like more humanoid or like, you know, more adult looking, you know, well, like, you know, like, how can I say, human proportioned character.
Normal sprites.
Yeah, exactly. Like something more like Marvel versus Capcom or Street Fighter or something like that. But then I started playing it and everything like that. And I didn't like it at first, but then when I noticed the combo potential, I have ran 99 over 100 hit combos on this game.
Woo!
No bull. Yes,
dude, that's sick.
Well, look at, tell them, Jay. Look at tell them combos I had running on mine.
Dude, you're like good, that. And you're popping into my stream and be like, "No, you got to do it like this. You got to do it like this." Like, I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm all nervous." Like the masters here, teaching me how to play. But you can go back with all the points. Like there's so much replay value in this game. You get currency, and then you go back and you unlock characters that are all completely different from each other. So you're not just playing Bimmy and Jimmy, right? You're playing all these other characters. That there's one really big slow guy, all he has is a gun, and you're like, oh my god, he's just gonna stand at the edge of the screen and blow everyone away, right? But he does it because if the guys get up close to him, then he's in trouble, right? So there's every character so different.
Tons of juggles, tons of weapons to use. I mean, like again, like I said before, the combo potential is just like endless on there. You can run infinite combos on there. I mean, something crazy. You can, like, you know, like you find little secret rooms. It's a combination. You know what it feels like? The old Nintendo version of Double Dragon and Nintendo version Double Dragon, River City Ransom, and what was that other one? Oh gosh,
there's a bit of Streets of Rage with the weapons in there. I found,
like
the bottle,
and like when you hit somebody with something, you hear it. Like you throw a bat, like bat. Like, you know what I mean? You hit a bat crack across their head. Everything. The sound is good.
It's the weight of it all, right? It's hard to explain. That's the only way I can think of to put it into words. Is just it's like a Capcom game. When you hit someone in a Capcom game like Final Fight, you're like, oh my god, you feel it, right? This game has that.
So. Yes,
and it really does. I agree.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I agree.
And when it comes to like the unlocks and everything, you can actually farm on this game and get like characters. Remember, I was like, Jay, I said just start it over and just go ahead and buy the character and what's the name, this, that, and the other, because everybody was looking to end the game. Like, what you want to do is actually just pretty much like go through, get as many tokens as you can so you can unlock characters. Like, all of mine are unlocked, but I mean, I had a ball playing this. Last boss, I will not lie to you, they had to patch because he was so hard. Because he'll get you in a stun lock and you just caught up in the mix. Like, boom,
that doesn't sound like fun. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. A lot of new faces here today.
Siphon, how are you?
It's definitely a nice sleeper hit. I was not expecting this. And
it is.
I was surprised after watching Jay play it.
I didn't think it would be a game of the year, but again, obviously not all of these are candidates. It's just one that I think, as we're going through the months, it's definitely one that I enjoyed streaming a couple times, and I think it's worth talking about.
I agree.
So the chat says with a 50% that is a B tier game. No surprise. I will say, guys, if you're looking for a nice little beat 'em up, you're a fan of beat 'em ups. You know, everyone's raging. You know, saying Streets of Rage 4 is awesome, which I would agree. But I would give Double Dragon Gaiden, not Gaiden, Gaiden. I would give it a whirl too, because it's a lot of fun, and you can still get it physical. And I would do it because it's probably going to disappear and get it again.
I got a feeling this one's going to go into like obscurity in a few, because like they're doing that a lot now. And you know, I'm not trying to like change the subject or nothing, but they're snatching a lot of games off of these consoles and on PC and stuff like that. So it's you know,
I know for a fact they did not print a ton of these. So stores got like one or two of them.
I would even say if you're a Double Dragon fan or you're a fan of side-scrolling beat 'em ups, this is actually even better than Streets of Rage 4 in some aspect.
Oh wow, interesting.
I would say because I mean, Streets of Rage 4 is fun, but this has more potential in a lot of aspects. You have to play it to see like there's so many like nuances to this to where so you were like, wait a minute, I didn't know that, like, you know. And then when you start using other characters, you're like, oh, so this does do that. I'm telling you, get this game. If you're a fan of beat 'em ups, side scrolling beat 'em ups, arcade beat 'em ups, grab up Double Dragon Gaiden, or Gaiden as he stated.
I know they did updates with it too. I don't know if they're continuing to do updates, but
Yeah,
I
they
know
still
that
been
they
doing
were.
updates,
Oh,
too.
okay, cool. So
Mhm.
yeah, they're still supporting the game. So
Yep.
definitely check it out. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 2.5-minute break. So we're going to go grab a beverage and maybe use the washroom. Hey, go grab yourself a beer, coffee, tea, whatever you're drinking, and come back. We'll meet you guys here in 2 minutes. Be right back.
Double Dragon 2, The Revenge for your Nintendo Entertainment System. The best action game ever from Acclaim. Acclaim's Game Mastery lands one hot TV license after another. Knight Rider. Driving games are hot, and now players can take control of KITT, the computer rocket-equipped supercar, in a burst of non-stop action. Want more Acclaim power?
We invited an expert team to our laboratory to give us their opinions of Disney's DuckTales video game from Capcom.
Yes! Awesome!
You'll have exciting adventures helping Scrooge McDuck escape danger and become the richest duck in the world.
Cool. Totally hot. Way radical, man. Excellent. It's a quacker. Oh!
Disney's DuckTales game for your Nintendo Entertainment System by Capcom.
Yo, video game dudes, talk to me! This is Game Genie, Rokaloo, the awesome video game enhancer for your Nintendo Entertainment System. Attach it to most of your video games. Double Dragon 3 or Super Mario Bros. 3. You can go to any level. Live forever. Jump higher. Make your own effects. And get radical firepower. Go to any level. Jump higher. Stay bigger. Live forever. Game Genie, the radical video game enhancer.
How can you get all the thrills of Gauntlet 2 to your very own home? Simple. Just pick up the new NES version, Gauntlet 2, with all the graphics, sound, and features of the arcade original.
Welcome, Red Warrior.
From Mindscape. And coming soon, Dirty Harry.
Beware, something exciting is coming to video games. Gremlins 2, the new batch, the video game from Sunsoft. Help Gizmo battle the menacing gremlins. But it won't be easy. Because this game has awesome graphics that seem to come alive on the screen. Gremlins 2, the new batch from Sunsoft. Don't say we didn't warn you.
Come on! Almost! Finally, yeah!
Triumph is ours! But the battle of wizards and warriors continues with Iron Sword. The evil wizard Malkil will take the shape of the earth, wind, water, and fire. Farewell! The fate of the world is in your hands! Back, Fire Beast!
Live the saga of Iron Sword on your Nintendo Entertainment System from Acclaim.
Kuros?
Double Dragon 3, the ultimate in NES martial arts action continues with all new weapons, characters, and street fighting moves against the world's most awesome villains. Double Dragon 3 from Acclaim. The action keeps coming.
All right, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys are having a good time. This is the first time I've done this. It's been a lot of fun, and I really love the interaction with you guys. I'm glad that you are deciding. It's all in your hands. We're going to continue in a few minutes when everyone gets back. Did anybody watch the Game Awards that were on like TV or they were streamed or whatever? Did anybody have a chance to watch those? They were all right. They were okay. It was very long. I think they were like almost 4 hours long. But there was some pretty cool announcements. Like I really liked all the Sega games. that they showed. We saw at least a little bit of what Golden Axe, Jet Grind Radio, Crazy Taxi. Not too bad.
There's like 6 titles they said they're redoing. Oh, Shinobi was one of them.
Oh, Shinobi looked sick. It looked like it was all hand drawn, like a Akami style.
Yeah, that was a nice one. There's a few exciting titles like Visions of Mana. Looked really cool.
Yeah.
I love the Seekers of Mana was like one of my favorite RPGs on the Super Nintendo, and like going back to that, it's gonna be amazing.
Back in the day.
Yeah. Also, I'm a huge Monster Hunter fan, so Monster Hunter Wilds announcement.
Oh, that was the last one, right? Yeah.
Yep.
That was the last one. All right, let's bring it up. Let's continue. Armored Core 6.
That gets an S.
I knew you were gonna say that.
S.
This is one you were playing today. You sent me a video of
man.
it. Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Love Armored Core.
Please,
Love this
guys,
game.
feel free. I'm gonna set the poll up. Gush about it. Go for it.
Baldur's Gate 1 anyway, Matt Rubin. Yeah, that's a good game. Armored Core is another wonderful game, and a lot of people haven't played it, so you know.
It's another Souls-like type game. Right?
Yes,
yes.
But you know what it reminds me of, WillLo? Catch this, check this. You know what it reminds me of? Omega Boost. Do you remember Omega Boost?
I don't.
Oh man, do you remember Omega Boost, Jay?
I don't, dude. No.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
What was that? What was that for? What year? Like, what about
it was for the PlayStation 2. PlayStation 1. It was pretty much a mech flyer. You know what I mean? If you look up Omega Boost after this is over, you guys have probably played it, but just don't remember it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's a great game, but this was good. It was beautiful. Yeah. The controls are very nifty and swift, and I mean, like, combat is great. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of people that slept on this game, unfortunately.
Yes.
But it is fantastic.
It is a beautiful game. Great game.
The polls are up, guys, for Armored Core 6. Get your votes in right now. Matt, sorry you missed the Baldur's Gate, but good news, buddy. It's in the S tier with Zelda. So those two are going to be fighting each other to the death.
I would say that I think, like, difficulty-wise, this is a lot steeper than most From Software games for us. Or any.
This one's harder than FromSoft games.
I feel like so hard. It gets rough.
Dude,
like
quickly. Listen, if you don't got those twitch reflexes, or you don't really like, see, like, again, WillLo gets it. Game Junction. Do you play a lot of Souls games or no?
I play them. Do I beat them? No, but I play every single release. I play them all. I think they're great.
So with Souls games, you're gonna like every player I noticed that plays Souls games or like similar like games that are pretty much similar to Souls games. They know it's a certain dodge you got to do at a split second. There's a certain guard or parry that you have to do. And this game right here, it tests you. It tests the daylights out of you, along with flying. You know what I mean?
You said to me today, "Oh, this has got to be the next game that you got to play." I don't think so, buddy.
You know what? I'll let you borrow my copy so you don't have to buy it. But
yeah,
you'll love it. I'm telling you, Jay, you'll love this.
Wow. You guys buy
I don't know
physical
if
copies?
Will
I bought physical. Yeah, I do.
And some of the chat has seen me play a couple of the games on this list, and I'm going to say that I'm not the greatest at Souls games. I'll give myself a little bit of credit. But I'm terrible at them.
Love them.
I'm really bad at them too, but they're great.
I love them.
Very high quality games. Gameplay is great.
I love them. I can play
good to see you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate it.
Hey, Shamika, how are you, sweetie?
Matt says Armored Core games have always been like that, needing those reflexes even before the Souls. Yeah, see, I've never played Armored Core. I'm pretty sure.
The really cool thing with this, like, on top of all that, like the customization.
Yes, absolutely.
Like changing every single detail, seeing what the weight distributions are, what power levels you need for it. Like making that Armored Core yours makes this game so special.
Would you guys agree that this is the most different in the series? Because I played them all as well. I've been playing.
I would agree. I do agree. Yes. I've had this queued up for a while, and yesterday rather, I fired this baby up and I was playing it for a long, and I love it. It is beautiful. And like as one of the people in the chat just stated, he said the way you actually feel like a giant mech. You really feel like a giant mech, because like especially when you look at the atmosphere, the topography that they got going on there and everything, and the ambiance of you'll see like a small car going by or something like that, and then it's like you're big. Oh, okay. Thanks for tuning in, Mika. You're big, but then what you're inside of is even bigger. You know what I'm saying? Or like the enemy that you're about to encounter is like massive. They really you have to play this game. It's
gargantuan to another level.
Yes, and just like sometimes you can just stop and look at the visuals and like the craftsmanship that they put into doing this game is just beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. I would say it's even more beautiful than Elden Ring. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd say I'd
agree. Great. Customization is crazy. One of my cores is a Johnny 5 from Short Circuit.
Yeah, you can kind of like make robots like that. You know,
that's sick.
You can make robots like that.
We need Wally next or something.
Yeah. Will, you were saying something, I think.
No, I think we covered it.
Okay. Let's go to the chat. Look at you guys. 75% at the S tier for Armored Core.
It's
25% A tier and 0% for the B tier. So, there was down to 67. Got 9 votes. Okay, we'll end it there. Armored Core is a Game of the Year candidate. Look at that.
Wow, that's cool.
Very cool.
WillLo, don't forget to shoot that to him. I want you to play this, Jay. Trust me.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful game.
You can borrow my copy for sure.
You're gonna be frustrated a few times, but
I know.
At least with this WillLo, would you agree that once you study the pattern of these bosses, you got them. You got them.
I agree on that. I like Souls games. Like I've completed every Souls game.
Right. Same here.
I don't think Jay's gonna be able to do that. Okay?
I'm not
no confidence.
I'm gonna watch him play it, and I'm gonna cheer him on.
That boy.
But
he said, "I don't think."
I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm not good at.
And hey, Brandon, he just skeeted on him like, no,
dude, it's fine. He's a jerk. It's what he does. He's a jerk.
We've been friends for 20 plus years at this point.
There you go.
I can tell you what his short failings will be in this games like this.
Failings will be
the baby Souls games like Tears of the Kingdom. That's about my speed. That's about where
you're gonna understand fully, because I'm pretty sure I know where he's gonna go later on with one of the games that comes up. That's not a Souls-like game, but he considers it to be.
Oh, that's
some of the boss fights.
Oh, that game. I got stuff to say about that game. Here's one.
Yeah.
Tough Nerd likes it.
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre was released, I think we're into August now.
Yeah, and they're still patching it. They're still trying to get their footing with this game.
They're still supporting it at least.
Yeah. But it's dead. If you ask me, it's dead.
Yeah.
Why? For one, it's too many. All right, it's a very unbalanced game because I play Killer. I play Killer. I do, I do play Survivor once in a while, but I love playing Killer. And
let me just give a little bit of backstory real quick here. So there was a stream that the three of us did. So Tough Nerd, WillLo, and me, we did a Saturday morning stream where we played this for like 3 or 4 hours, and we had a blast, man.
Right?
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
I don't generally like this type of game. Like I hate Dead by Daylight.
Me too. I'm with you.
I absolutely loathe that game. I can't. I get in it. I don't enjoy it.
You don't like asymmetrical horror games like this, or survival horror games like this?
I like survival horror games, but like I don't like them in the competitive space like Dead by Daylight.
Okay, all right. Now see me, I do. You know what I'm saying?
Did you like?
I had
Friday the 13th.
Loved it until it became broke and they didn't want to really work on some things because of licensing issues. They couldn't really touch it anymore or whatever.
I semi liked that game, but it's just not my genre. Like this competitive.
I can understand why people like it. I don't. Nothing really comes from these. But that said, I did enjoy what I played of this.
So these games here, okay. Now there's Dead by Daylight, Friday the 13th, Evil Dead, Texas Chainsaw, probably 50 others. I love the idea of the tiny arena. I
Right.
love the idea of having to escape or having to hunt down somebody. But all of these games, okay, they all have something fundamentally wrong with them that breaks the game, except for Dead by Daylight. But I'm with Will. I can't stand that one. But Friday the 13th, if you were Jason, you were a joke. You would get your butt handed to you. Like, you could just literally kite Jason around a coffee table and he couldn't get you. Like, it was
Yeah, they call that
frustrating.
looping. They call that looping.
stupid.
Like, that's actually a skill. And I'll be like, no, they need to
Yeah.
Do you
take
remember
that out. And what they were
OG?
doing with this game, they were taking it out at first, but then like the DBD community came over and started complaining about it, that, oh, there's no looping. So then they allowed it back in. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
I mean,
They're
like,
catering to a certain community because it's bigger.
Yeah,
and
they
wanna
are.
draw
yeah,
people.
and I know most of the community is survivor based. You understand what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I mean, come on, it gets to the point as killer. All right, here's my thing with it. The reason why I think out of all of the asymmetrical games, when it comes to the killer versus player aspect, I think the best one we have thus far was Evil Dead. Evil Dead was hands down the best one because as killer, you could not. All right, perfect example. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, you can loop somebody, you can play with somebody all day. There's no penalty or anything like that. Evil Dead, the longer you stay on that board, the more powerful the demon becomes. You want to get what you have to get, do what you have to do, and get out of there. The same premise should go for this. These are killers. They're not just like regular people. Leatherface, it should be a one-hitter quitter. I know it sounds like to be selfish, but he's a killer. It should be one hit. I shouldn't have to hit him like 3, 4, 5 times. They getting up, they stabbing me, they doing this, they doing that. Like it took the horror aspect, or like the how can I say, the terror of being a survivor out, to where as though like it got to a point in certain parts, like I would say like 2 months into the game, survivors were running up to you, chasing you. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In the back, repeatedly.
You remember, dude, with Friday the 13th? This is why I quit. I would say out of all these games, that was my favorite to play. But do you remember when the camp counselors could take damage? They could hurt each other.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? So what you had was people jumping in a party. One guy would be Jason, and he had 3 other buddies that were camp counselors, and they would all hunt you. And I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah. Well, in here they had that problem too. They had that problem too, because like this I was setting traps and locking doors and all that stuff. I think I was playing as cook and stuff like that. And I noticed this one killer just kept going around unlocking my stuff. A person ran past him, they did nothing to him. I was like, come on, man. Oh, it's only a game. Well, then just leave. If you don't want to play with the team, leave. Like you messing, you making the experience horrible for me. I'm getting upset. I'm getting mad.
This is one where you do have to communicate, and
you do have to communicate.
Maybe not necessarily as a survivor, but I would say as the 3 family members, if you don't communicate, you forget it.
Yeah.
And there is like I was gonna say, like, those people coming in doing that too, like from the DVD community. There's like a whole min-maxing experience game that a lot of them like to game in those type of games too.
Yeah,
but like they don't actually play the game for like killers, hunting survivors. It's more of letting them do things that you get the most amount of experience, so you get the most out of like when you end the game.
Oh, so you're farming players. Yeah, that's not fun. Well, the game we played, remember, because we were just the killers, the survivors were doing that. They were standing by the gate. I remember we would run up to them, and they knew they would throw a trap or do whatever. So we would just be stun locked, and they would like be circling around us and stuff like that. That to me is not fun. So when these games first come out, they're okay, but as they go on, I find the population drops.
Yeah,
and look at the PC had all the problems where people were taking over a player's character.
Yep.
What is that?
Crazy?
Remember that time we were playing, Jay, and I said my character is just like he keeps like he won't swing, and then it ran backwards. I was like, Jay, I'm telling you, something just happened to my character. Like, and because like I downed somebody and I was about to like finish him, and then my character just walked away. I was like, what? You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if that was a problem on the consoles, or that was just a PC problem. But that's a huge issue when someone could hack in. And again, why do the people have all this time to do this crap? Like, who cares? Just play the game, man. Like, if you have to cheat, let me tell you something. If you have to cheat at Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there's something wrong with you.
Right,
Like,
right.
Yeah.
I agree.
like, why would
There's
you?
so many things wrong with this game. It's just like, you know, I just gave up playing it, and I love Leatherface. I love the concept that they had, you know. But again, there's so many cons to being a killer. I love playing killer. I love playing now with Survivor. It's gotten to the point to where though, like, it's pretty much like on certain maps, especially with the experience level that people have now, the familiar, and you know, with being familiar with stages and everything, you're not defeating like as a killer, you're not catching some of them. You're just not catching them, if not all.
Yeah.
Like if you play what's that? Meat House. I think it's the Meat House. No, the gas station especially. It's so many options for them to get out. They can get out from the back gate. They can get out from the side gate. They can get out from the side door. They can also mess with the fuses and stuff like that. Then they can push the pressure tank and stuff. So what happens is, if what I've seen with one of the high-ranking ones, what they'll do, each one of them to go to one of the things and just activate everything and all at one time, because they know the board so well. Nothing is randomized.
There's
they
also
start randomizing the what do you call that? The gas valve. But and the fuse, they made it to where you could turn it off. But once they get it, it's just whatever, you know.
There's no way to practice either with any of these games, I find.
No.
Yeah,
you can't play with bots and just kind of just learn the basic controls. You're just like thrown into the game.
Yeah.
And you're trying to learn, and you always get owned and stuff like that. And that gets frustrating. But I don't know. I see the potential of these kind of games, but I think they need to add bots. I think if they added bots, you can have private games with bots and have the
you can get some experience and learn and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would enjoy it a lot more.
But see, the reason why I speak about the Evil Dead game being much better and pretty much was the best asymmetrical PvP horror game is because the longer you stayed there, you weren't just running up to a demon and fighting them by yourself, because if you did, you just died. You all had to jump and get because in that game I play Survivor. You're on Evil Dead, I play Survivor, but you're not just running up to a demon and hitting them in the back and stuff like that. He will kill you. And the longer you stayed on that stage, the stronger the demon became. So it was a thing like, come on, guys, we got to get out of here. Grab what you can grab. If we can beat up somebody or whatever the case may be, we can do that, but we gotta go. It wasn't no running around doing this, doing that, so on and so forth. So like a lot of times when I did lose in Evil Dead, I didn't feel like, you know, like, man, this was some bull. No, we were playing around. We wasn't working together, and that's what happened. Whereas in Texas Chainsaw, I've literally watched, what's his name? The guy that can bolo you, that can knock you down. What's his name? Chad? No, what's his name?
That's the guy who's guy who's made, right? Like he was made for the game or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and he can just like he'll knock you down, run away for a while, charge up his power, come back, knock you down again. Then there's invisible frames when you open up the pressure gate. You can literally be cutting the daylights out of some of these survivors. Won't do nothing to them.
Yep.
So the chat's voted. No surprise. B tier for the Texas Chainsaw. Again, I think, Danae, you and I are very passionate about those kind of games. I can see the potential in them, but the lifespan is always too short. And I think what haven't we done? We haven't seen Freddy, or we haven't seen a Nightmare on Elm Street one, and we haven't seen a Halloween one.
Right.
Apart from that, like, I don't know. I think I'm kind of done with these.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
They just released new characters for it too. They've released what's his name's mother is in it now, and all that other stuff. I'm done. I really don't see any interest to go back and play it, whatever the case may be.
The community's really died down too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just like not there.
Hey, Catching Daisies, thank you very much for hanging out.
I really feel like, unfortunately,
thanks for coming in, Catching Daisies.
Like the DBD crowd is just like that's going to be the game from here on out, right? Like nothing's really going to be able to touch it. Like,
no, DVD is solidified now. I think that's going to be a game that's going to be running for like ever. It's up there with Checkers now.
It's a Fortnite.
The people that love it, like they love it, like hardcore. Like that game is just so established for so many people.
Garbage.
Pitfall?
Redfall
pretty
was
bad.
garbage.
Oh God.
Yeah, why is this on here? Who made
Yeah,
this
why
list?
is this on here?
Because it's got the big Bethesda. It's because it's got the big Bethesda.
Oh, so it's got the weird faces.
I have heard
You
this
should,
has gotten
you should just
better.
throw a vote up for this. That's it. And nothing. I don't even think anything needs to be said about this game of how horrible it is.
Okay,
And that's
so
my opinion, but just throw a vote up for it. I mean,
I was just gonna say, let me tell you my experience with this. Okay, I
Mm.
feel like most of the games I tried to give a fair shake, and because this one's on Game Pass, I tried to do it. It was not syncing my PlayStation ID with my Bethesda account. I needed a Bethesda account to play this. There wasn't enough characters for my email. So I could put my email and then .co. It wouldn't let me put the M in. Consequently, I could not even play this.
yeah, it was It was another half-baked game too.
How stupid. I thought the idea was cool, and I liked. I mean, I watched some of the streamers that I watch, like Moist Critical and stuff. I watched him play it. He said it was garbage, but I mean, I wanted to try it just because it was on Game Pass, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't even get in the game. I needed like a secret decoder ring to get in, and my email was too long. Like, what?
Yeah. Like I played this at launch with 3 of my buddies, and like enemies were stuck in place, running on the
Yep.
spot. They would just like look at you and not do anything. The maps were extremely empty. Like you could walk for a bit and not encounter an enemy or an item or anything.
Yep.
And like coming from Bethesda and Arcane, like Arcane being most well known for like the Dishonored games and to a lesser extent Deathloop, which was okay.
Mhm.
You expected more, and even like they hyped up this game, right? Like they advertised for it. They're like the next big game coming from Arcane and Bethesda.
Bethesda's
and, like,
publishing it. It's like, okay, this is gonna be good.
Yeah, you would hope.
Another and Xbox exclusive, because we've gone a very, very long time without great Xbox titles, and that's a fact, right?
That was my hype for it, right? Because I want Xbox to succeed. I like all the companies. I am not partial anymore to any company.
Competition breeds like the best.
I agree.
Results, right?
I
Like you
agree.
need things to compete so that you have better quality products.
I don't want to live in a world where it's just PlayStation and Nintendo. I like that. I like it. I like Xbox but
I love my Xbox, but I definitely feel like their first party selection has been very
it's been not good.
Matt and Dick Richards say someone's trolling with an S tier on Redfall.
Yeah, this game was terrible. This game was very bad.
But I have heard recently, I haven't tried it, but I have heard they have fixed a lot of stuff. I don't like being on Game Pass. Maybe worth to just check it out to see if they have improved it. But I wouldn't pay for it.
If you could get past the decoder ring section, part of the friggin' game, go for it. I couldn't.
Didn't you have that issue with Street Fighter though as well?
Yeah, Street Fighter did have that issue
Street
at one point.
Street
Yep.
Fighter.
Capcom ID?
Street Fighter was I didn't have enough hard drive space and they weren't telling me. So it wasn't installing all the files. It was just like okay. Yeah.
I will say
oh,
sorry, man.
No, go for it. Go for it.
I was going to say I reported on a story that apparently Arcane is going to continue to support this game for at least an additional year, and I know they put a lot of work into it now, so apparently it is better. But they're going to continue to support it. So there's updates coming, free updates, lots of free updates apparently.
So that's Brandon. That's a good point you bring up. So it had a very rocky, terrible launch, but it might get better later. So there's a game we're going to talk about that has the same story coming up, but we'll get to that. I think we can all agree this is a B tier.
Degree of Redfall, though.
We got a 75% B rating on Redfall, and no surprise.
There you go.
Not many games can pull off what the team at No Man's Sky did.
Put it right where it belongs.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Redfall, you're out of here, kid. See you later. Okay, we're up to here.
Garbage.
You really feel.
I love it.
Garbage. That game was garbage. I'm sorry.
I love your positivity.
It was, but you know what? I'm not going. See, here's the thing. Because if we do give these games a good rating and they're terrible, people won't trust our they won't trust our opinions.
You got to be honest with yourself, right? If you didn't enjoy it, you didn't enjoy it.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so garbage.
I wouldn't go as far as garbage.
I didn't know.
honestly.
I'm reiterating what Danae said. Okay, Will, one word right now. One word. Starfield. One word.
Average.
Brandon.
Mediocre.
Me, boring. Boring. And playing through this, all I kept thinking of was Fallout. Fallout's so good. Fallout's so good. Why is this not like, you know, when a game comes out and you know you go to sleep and it's like, I can't wait, if you're off the next day or whatever, you're like, I can't wait
Right.
to get up and
And
play.
play
I'm
it.
gonna get up at
Yeah.
6, 7 in the morning and play blank. I thought I should have this for Starfield, but I didn't. And I streamed this many times, and there was parts of it I definitely liked, but it just felt like a bunch of clunky ideas glued together. And I hate to say that because Bethesda's worked so hard on it, and I will never crucify them,
They
even though,
don't-
you know, they've had a hard time lately, okay? But I think there are hints of a
But that's
good
not like
game
from
here.
external factors. The hard
Yeah.
times they're suffering is from themselves.
Well,
Sure.
we did go through a few years here recently of weird development where people are at home. Not I don't know.
but
Maybe that's not an excuse.
we have other games that have been represented on this list who
That's
went through
true.
the same development
True.
time that this
Right.
did, and actually even less, and still came out remarkable.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, so Starfield, I put in 180 hours into this game.
Really?
I played a lot of it.
Wow.
It is my favorite of the Bethesda RPG games.
Really?
Mm,
That
Starfield?
said,
interesting.
yes. Yeah, I couldn't get into any of the Elder Scroll games.
Oh wow! Really?
I
Same,
liked
dude.
the Fallout games, but it took me several times to get.
You didn't
through
like
them.
Elder Scrolls?
I did not. I find those
Me
games
neither.
absolutely.
Which
boring.
have you played?
All of them.
You tried all of them? Okay.
Skyrim, I've
Yeah.
tried several times, even with all the re-releases. I find them absolutely boring.
Okay, that's fair.
But now that said, that I've played this and enjoyed it, I do think this game is like average at best, and that there's a lot of dated aspects of this game that should not be present in a 2023 title.
I can tell you my biggest disappointment with this.
Please.
The flying or the
Yep.
not flying. The fast travel.
The load screens, you mean?
Yeah, I mean,
It's like
No
Destiny
Man's
almost.
Sky did it right with being able to actually traverse space, and I expected more, man. I just
Okay,
thought-
hold on. Okay. Again, there's no right or wrong here. Just let me say this though. I think, dude, we love the idea of it taking 20 hours for you to go from this planet to that planet in real time. But would we really want to do that every single time? Or
But
you
that's
mean
like-
you just want to have the option to do it?
It's not even
the
that.
option would be better, right, than not having it at all.
But like, I think that have you played No Man's Sky, Jay?
No. Oh, well,
Okay.
no, I played it on launch day. I did buy it. I did.
Okay, well, that's the wrong time to play.
Yeah,
But-
so it's completely different now.
Hold on. That's what I'm talking about. We're going to get into, well, it's cyberpunk is what I've been alluding to. We're going to get to cyberpunk. It's the same
Sure.
thing. It's like, I'm really tough on games like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to
fair.
play No Man's Sky now. What, 12 years? What, 10 years later, almost 9 years later? It's like, so what, man? Well, this is it's a good game now. Yeah, well, you said it was going to be all this stuff on launch day. and it's
Absolutely.
not.
Yeah, I
I'm the
agree
same
with you.
way. You took
feel
all
like-
that time. You said it was going to be this. It was going to be this thing. This game should be blowing my mind. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
For however long it took. Like,
So my thing, like with Starfield, for example, too, like it's been in development for almost as long as pretty much No Man's Sky is
Yes. Yeah.
right,
released and fixed itself.
right.
And like that same amount of time, like No Man's Sky hasn't improved, and it has taken a while for them to get to where they wanted to, but they did do it. And
Sure.
and I can understand not like your first initial playing it and not liking it. That's fine. But they are there now, and they've learned from there, and it's kind of giving hope for a continuation of another series where they've kind of learned from their ways. They haven't charged people for more content. They're just like, we're sorry, we fixed it. This is our dream. We're doing better. And that's kind of like a nice
Yeah.
story to hear, right? But at that point, like the traversal, like it doesn't have to take 20 hours to go between planets.
Mm-mm.
They have a hyperdrive system.
Right.
Like you can, if I can stay in the ship, hyperdrive from one planet, do the Star Wars, like, freaking stars flying past me, and just boom, I'm ended up
Light
another
speed,
planet.
Will. Light speed. Come
Well,
on.
they call it a hyperdrive in this one. But like, yeah, like if I could just end up at another planet in like a matter of minutes and it doesn't have to take hours, that still gives me more of a feeling that I'm actually traversing space than hitting a button, going into a scene where my ship flies by and then leaving.
Yeah. That's fair.
Yeah. It was weird too with Starfield, like looking at the planets and you can like actually tell it's like a JPEG or something. Like it just looked so bad.
It's a flat static
Yeah,
image.
it's so flat. Yeah, it just looks like a little picture.
I guess you can actually, someone did it. You can fly to the planet. You can fly 8 hours or whatever it is. When you're in orbit, you can actually fly to it. You just can't land on it. It'll just you'll just stop. You can do that. So I've heard. But
yeah,
I mean, for me, this game reminds me of a little game called Destiny. And Destiny on paper should be incredible. There's some parts of it that are really good, but it's like in Destiny, you find new ships, you get new ships, which are essentially loading screens. I'm talking about Destiny back in the day. I don't know what it's like now, but back when I played it, the ship would float in orbit, and that's all it did. That's what this reminds me of. There's a little bit of like ship combat that's not that great. Will, do you want to say something? Test your mic.
Oh, I was just testing the mic because they're saying it's cutting out for weird things.
No, it was before, but it's not.
So, Will, you have a tendency to get soft spoken. When you get soft, it cuts out. So it might just be.
Yeah. But it only seems to do it when we're using this. What was the
StreamYard?
StreamYard? I don't know if it was a setting in StreamYard or something. So I was messing around with things.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
But the same thing with Starfield that I had the issue with Zelda is like I cared nothing for the companions.
Yeah.
They were all annoying to me too. Like I remember the one, I think her name was Sarah. I did, the rogue thing. I slaughtered this colony and just having a good time doing whatever you want. She's like, you could drop me off at the next spaceport. I'm like, good, get the hell off my ship because they don't want you anyway, right?
Yeah.
Like
she came up to me randomly, like I never had any interaction with her. And then she's like, I think we should get married. I was like, I didn't even talk to you the whole time, lady. We just been shooting stuff. Like, why do you think I want to marry you? Like, there was no connection with any of these characters. And it just seemed like things were procedurally just playing out on its own where I didn't really have to interact or do anything.
So I streamed Fallout 4 a couple weeks ago. I never really played through it much. And it's not my favorite of the Fallouts, but playing that, I'm just like, this is way better than Starfield. And this came out in 2015. So I would agree. Everyone's been saying Starfield is dated, the gameplay is dated. I never really thought of it that way until I played Fallout 4 from 2015 with no mods.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
And I think it looks the same. Some of it's better. And I just thought Fallout's more fun.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree with that.
Maybe if they put like a VAT, I really like the VAT system. Maybe if they put that in here, because the combat's very clunky in this.
I will say the gunplay I felt was a little bit better in Starfield, sort of.
Than Fallout, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, overall, like Fallout 4, like just.
But like the VAT system is what make Fallout like better.
Yeah,
combat
makes it
right.
Exactly.
And
like,
I agree.
I feel like a lot of the times, like there was just no weight to what I was doing in Starfield when I was in the combat. And like, there was no point that I ever wanted to use melee weapons in Starfield.
Why would you? Why would you ever? Yeah,
like they have them there, but you're like, why? I want to use laser beams.
Like, I dug when you went to the one planet. I think it's called Neon, or is that Cyberpunk?
No, Neon's in. Yeah.
Is that Starfield or is that Cyberpunk?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's Starfield.
Hey,
it's
Lisa,
like on the oil rig kind of thing.
Lisa's here. Good to see you.
Hello, Miss Bartlett. How are you?
Hi, Lisa.
So I got the corporate job there. I remember you had to do all this espionage stuff. That was a lot of fun. But apart from that, the whole exploration and landing on the random planets that were just rocks.
Yeah.
They had the one green.
That's when the game lost me. The game,
one
like
green dinosaur, then you land on the other one. It's got the white dinosaur. It's like,
I was just like, nah, this ain't gonna work. I was like, this is not gonna work.
See, that's what I did a lot of that was just landing on different planets and stuff, especially after the end game of it. I don't know if you guys did finish it. There's going to be spoilers.
No,
like we're at the game of the year stuff, right? The whole endgame stuff is like it's all multiverse theory.
Oh,
So like,
seriously?
yeah. So at the end of the game, you basically walk through. I don't remember what they call it now. I'm just going to call it the Starfield, and then it resets the universe that you're in, and everything's different. Characters react differently and
So
stuff.
that's the new game plus what everyone keeps
That
talking
is
about, right? Okay.
But it shouldn't be locked behind endgame. Like
I
that
agree.
should have been like a point in the game where you get to it and you're like, oh, like this is part of the story. I'm a traveler who remembers where I am and what I've done. And I go to another universe and my companions are all different. Like you could literally go into the world where you're playing as you go into the world and Sarah ends up being a mass murderer and she's murdered everybody of that expedition group.
Right.
And you just like walk in and they're all dead and she's just like holding the knife and you're just like, what the that stuff should have been in the main game and it shouldn't have been locked behind the ending and be like, oh, now you can replay the game.
I like Dick Richards' comment here. Too many unlikable people too. Yeah, I'm thinking.
I think he says unkillable.
Oh, unkillable. Yeah. Well, speaking of that too, I mean that's
that's what I'm saying. Like
we went into the main house and I shot a quest giver, and it just there's not only did he not die, which they changed that in Fallout 4. That's fine. Not only did they not die, but nothing happened. They just got up and then they just look at you like they don't even call the guards or anything. I was like,
the first thing I did.
Speaking of which, like when you walk past certain people, you ever notice how like especially when you're on like that city planet, when I think that's the police planet or something like that. You ever see how the people look at you? They'd be like,
"Oh, the bug eyes."
Yeah, I was like, "What is wrong?" Like,
you never seen another person before? Like, come on. Yeah, the first thing I did in that game, I shot Barrett. Like he came out, and I was like, "Well, what happens if I shoot Barrett? Like this is the main guy coming to tell me to go on this big story. What happens if I kill him? Like nothing. It didn't even phase him. He didn't even react to me shooting. Like it's just like the bullets like went through his head. I'm like, oh, okay."
So, Will, you and I talked about this backstage or on the phone or whatever. This is Bethesda looking at No Man's Sky launching in 2014, which it did. And they're like, yeah, we can do this, but we'll do it better. That's totally what I think happened here.
Right.
Yeah, and they over-delivered because Todd Howard was like, oh, like play without limits. You can do whatever you want. There's thousands of planets that are 100% unique. But like you go to a planet, and I went
They all look the same.
Yeah, and like even to that extent, when you run onto like a facility, I ran into, I counted them, 7 facilities that were just plopped right in the same spot on a different planet. They had the same items, the same placement of everything. It was just a cookie cutter. It was just like copy and paste, copy and paste.
That was another problem of mine.
Yeah. Yeah, and I found the menus, man. Like getting into the menus, it was like menu upon menu upon menu
inside of a menu inside of a menu. I was like, come on.
So I modded that, so I did.
Yeah, I was like, come on, this is too much. I was like, this is too much. I actually said it on the stream that I was doing for this game. This game made it past no more than like 1 or 2 streams for me, because like after that, I was like, I'm done. I didn't go back to play it at all. I have no.
I saw enough after 11 hours. I think is what I put into it, and I don't know. I was disappointed because I was very hyped.
Me too.
Yeah, just disappointment. That's all I can.
It sucks too because like I love the old school Activision art style on the cover there. Like it's gorgeous, man. I would love to have that framed. Like that's a beautiful piece of art, and it's just it screams classic.
It takes me to an Atari 2600 cover.
Yeah,
yeah,
very like 70s, 80s space voyage.
I like it. Yeah.
But it's a disappointment. I spent time and I enjoyed it. But like compared to what games have done over the years, and we're gonna go like you want to talk like open world game to open world game. A lot of people don't like Red Dead 2, but if you put those side by side, like Red Dead Redemption 2 still holds up and looks vastly superior to this.
I
There's
agree.
so much more to do in the world. It's more well thought out, and it holds up so much better and doesn't feel anywhere dated. Like that game is phenomenal. And then you come into a game like this, and I understand like there are differences, but they are still completely open worlds that you're supposed to do. And it almost makes me wish that maybe instead of spending time and resources on thousands of planets, just refine it to a handful and make it a better experience.
Yeah, I mean, I was streaming Grand Theft Auto 5 the past couple days. Game came out in 2013, and it's insane compared to something like this, right? It's just different levels, and I understand they're the same but different. But Matt says, if you want to go visit Neon or do anything corporation-wise, I'm going to play Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is more immersive, better gameplay. I can massacre people if I want until Max Tac drops. I don't know what that is. What does that mean?
I have no idea.
And that's even before like they fixed Cyberpunk, because Cyberpunk had some issues. It wasn't like broken though. Like it was still a playable game. It just wasn't as refined and polished as it is now with the 2.0 and past.
So I was really surprised that this was not on the Game of the Year awards. Like it was not even nominated. Okay, so you guys gave it 50% B, 25 S, 25 A. So Starfield, better luck next year. Better luck next year. Wow. I was shocked. Were you guys shocked when you saw the Game of the Year award nominations and Starfield wasn't there? I was shocked.
No,
I wasn't shocked.
I wasn't
shocked at all.
No,
really.
No,
I expected
I feel
that,
like we've said throughout the whole stream so far. Like there's certain titles that are meant to be like on this Game of the Year list, and like there are ones that just aren't. There's great games, but there's ones that you just know that they're not up to par.
Now, am I wrong in misremembering? Because we were like commenting and chatting like the entire stream for the Game Awards. Armored Core was not nominated for anything, was it?
It did win an award for something.
Oh, did it? Okay. All right. Well, we must talk right over that.
I just saw the memes because like Spider-Man was up for like 7 nominations and didn't win anything, and then the meme was like Armored Core up for 1 nomination, 1 award. I was
shocked that Tears of the Kingdom only won 1 award.
Yeah.
What did it get?
Music or no, not music.
Like art direction or something like that.
Yeah, it was something one of the small ones. It was kind of
any other year. Tears of the Kingdom would have been like a shoo-in for Game of the Year, but
I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
It's funny as the year went on, right? It's like, Resident Evil 4, 100% Game of the Year. Then then Zelda, 100. That's 100% Game of the Year. Then this comes out 100%. It's funny, man. We got so many great games. Mortal Kombat 1, a reboot. We're back to the beginning. Why do they call it Mortal Kombat 1? Stupid. Just call it 12 or whatever.
Exactly.
Well, it plays off. What was it? 11 was the last one, right?
Yeah, we're like what's his name? Rewrote the
Liu Kang became
the reality with Netherworld and all of that.
Realm God.
This game.
I wish this was.
I love fighting games. I love fighting games. Love them, but this one just wasn't. It just something about it just didn't feel like a Mortal Kombat game. Yeah. It just didn't. It felt very rushed. It felt trendy. It just didn't feel like Mortal Kombat. It really didn't. I mean, like the storyline was pretty decent in it, but I just wasn't digging it. I wasn't digging it at all. And I love Mortal Kombat, but this one I just wasn't digging. For one, you can tell like and I don't. All right, how Street Fighter did it was absolutely. I think they did a wonderful job of being able to incorporate both new and old players into this game. This one right here felt as though like it just didn't feel like Mortal Kombat in certain aspects. Yeah, it had the fatalities, it had the blood and everything like that. And I understand the direction. They wanted to have like a team versus team thing, make it feel like, you got team partners, but it was just didn't feel like Mortal Kombat. Not to mention, I didn't like the character designs of a lot of the characters on there at all. That's just me.
I gotta say, I'll let you guys talk about this one. I didn't play it at all. Admittedly, I haven't really got into MK since Ultimate MK3 was the last one I really was obsessed with, and that was in 1995. So they just, for me, the memorization of the combos with the fatalities is something I left with my childhood. That's just something that doesn't appeal to me, which is why I like the Capcom fighters a lot better. So you guys take it away. Who's ever played this one?
I refunded my copy.
Did you?
You did what?
I bought it for Steam and I refunded it.
I'm trying to.
Oh wow!
Brandon, you played this?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's certainly not anywhere near one of the best Mortal Kombat. So I'm a bit of a fanboy.
At all.
Not a fanboy. I in general, I was kind of disappointed with the game.
Me
I
too.
don't think it's a bad game, but I don't think it's a great Mortal Kombat game. That's kind of where I'm at. It's fun in some aspects. It doesn't feel like a next gen or a real new
Right.
entry in Mortal Kombat that I'll remember in 15, 20 years.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I was disappointed in the
This
fact
guy
that it just didn't feel great. You know, it
This
didn't feel
game-
like a lot.
This game died fast too.
It did, yeah.
It came out. Say like if it came out on a Monday, by Thursday it was like null and void. It didn't even get a 2-week run. Not saying this guy that I'm going to mention is the standard, but Maximilian, he popped it in, played it a couple of times, and was like, and you never saw him play it again. He has not played this game since.
I wish I hadn't wasted so much money on this game.
My friends and I
I was stoked.
Mortal Kombat 9 and 10 were like NetherRealm Strike.
Yes.
Like, right?
Yes.
Like, those were fantastic.
Hands out, yes.
My friends and I played that a bunch. Like, we were learning combos. We were playing like every weekend together. And like, soon as Mortal Kombat 1 hit, we were like, all right, we're getting it. And like, we were just like, no, we're good.
Do you notice it? Did you feel like they slowed down the combat immensely?
Yeah.
It was
because
like
they want you to use the call-ins, right? Like they want you to combo.
It was like
combos are slower. They want you to call in to continue the combo chain.
Right, exactly. Exactly. And like I didn't like the aesthetic of it, of the characters in there. You know, I mean, it just everything felt scaled down in a way. Yeah. The backgrounds weren't as memorable as 9 and 10, as you mentioned. Like 9 and 10, you can sometimes just look at the backgrounds of that game, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, so
beautiful.
9 and 10 were fantastic. If you're gonna go back to a MK one, just a little side note for you, Jay. Like the stories are great in MK 9 and 10. Right. Like they're enjoyable. 11's okay. It was still like good, but it wasn't as good as those other two. But those would be great ones to get back into, and like you don't have to worry about the competitive stuff. Just playing the story mode is a lot of fun.
I agree.
See,
with that.
they lost me when they started bringing like Terminator and Rambo and all that stuff. I'm like, okay, this is a little much, man.
But that stuff's like not part of the main game.
There's an explanation for that, because you have to understand. For one, Warner Brothers owns a lot of those characters, and two, you're dealing like honestly, anybody in the Mortal Kombat universe could pop up. Really, to be honest, because all of them are messing around with dimensional cracks. They're opening up places, going back in time, going forward in time. They're grabbing people that they think would be contenders to fight for them, or so anybody. That's the reason why I don't mind when a licensed character like the Terminator or anybody or RoboCop pops up, because it's conducive to the story.
So kind of fits.
My favorite character to use, I think it was Mortal Kombat 10. I think it was Jason Voorhees. I had like an infinite combo with him that was crazy. You know what I mean? Right. But I get it. And if you go through the story, like the individual stories, you'll find out like Liu Kang was thinking he was going to use Jason Voorhees to kill up a bunch of people in there, and he eventually came for him. That's where he was fighting the whole tournament to get to Liu Kang. He killed Liu Kang.
Interesting.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I was just gonna say Soul Calibur kind of started that, bringing in the different.
Yes. Yep. You're right. Absolutely.
And that was one per console. That was a really cool trend. That was like 02 or 03. That was really cool, having one licensed character per console, and each console got a different character. I thought that was pretty neat.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I guess if it makes sense in the story, just for me, Mortal Kombat is such a strong brand where I just thought you don't have to be bringing in, you don't need to sell your game with Jason or Rambo or any of that stuff. But
I thought they were great.
Yeah,
I love them.
I like some of them. Like I wish I could like one, because like I love the boys, so I love like the integration of Homelander. I think that's a really cool fit for this, and I like Invincible. So like having Omni-Man in Mortal Kombat 1 is really cool. But I just don't care about Mortal Kombat 1 enough that I want to like play and get those characters.
I agree.
I mean, nothing will ever beat Mortal Kombat Annihilation, the greatest Mortal Kombat story of all time.
Man, I don't know. Mythology Sub-Zero, dude, is like
the movie. Remember the movie Annihilation?
Yeah.
I try not to. You made me watch that again.
Will and I watched it the other week. Oh God, it's like the worst. It's the worst. But interesting, because I heard nothing but praises for this game. I just kept hearing, again, I haven't played it, but I just kept hearing, oh, it's a return to form. It's a return to a more simplistic Mortal Kombat, getting back to its roots. And you guys are kind of saying the opposite, where it's just they've changed it way too much.
It's you haven't played this one, right, Jay?
Nah, I'm good, man.
It's good. If you see it on sale for like $10 or $5 or whatever the case may be, grab it up and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's it just, I don't know, it just feels empty or soulless. It just doesn't feel like Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Something about it is missing. I don't like the character designs. I don't like the combat system. I don't like it's just so much about it. And honestly, the story was good, but the story was okay. But then like there were some spots of the story I was like, come on, man, stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we're not going to get into that, but I was just like, come on, stop it. Like, you know, it's doing too much to where as though like it's a major turnoff. It's a major turnoff. This game, if they had just honestly, I'm thinking when they said they were like they were revitalizing it, taking it back to its roots. Okay, maybe they will make it like Mortal Kombat 1, but with maybe some, you know, updated graphics, some greater, you know, a good combat system and everything like that. But I was just like, no. I played this for a little bit and then I just returned it. I bought it on Steam and then I just returned it. It wasn't
one thing I kind of often wonder is how far can you go with these classic franchises? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
What can you do new with these stories after so long? I mean,
that's probably why they wanted to go with the reboot on this again, right?
But I don't know, man.
Yeah,
they're going to reboot it again in 20 years.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you look at Street Fighter is not known for its story.
Right.
And they still continuously are successful. So I guess Mortal Kombat is a little more story heavy, or at least we're more familiar. You know, we don't have to, like, Street Fighter's got a lot of anime and stuff like that, which you may or may not have run into over the years. Mortal Kombat relies more on the story. So I agree with you, Brandon. It's just like, yeah, what else can you do? There's a multi-dimensional tournament where you have to fight each other. Okay, what else? You know?
Yeah.
I didn't like the characters as like really. For like Melina, she looked horrible. No, was it Melina? Jade looked horrible. Jade didn't look like that in the other games and stuff like that. They made her look like a monkey at one point, and I was like, "What are they doing? Like, why does she look like that?" It was terrible. And this new Mortal Kombat, I don't know what they were trying to do, but it just it wasn't received well. It wasn't received well at all.
I don't like the way the Sub-Zero and like Scorpion and stuff.
Yes, me
that was pretty bad.
You guys have spoken.
Like, what are they doing?
Mortal Kombat is on the beat.
That game gets an S, hands down.
Now hold on. Before we even put this into the poll, I need to hear from the chat and you guys. Should this be a Game of the Year contender?
What, Cyberpunk?
Yeah. It's been completely revamped. Now it's worth the play. And I, too, have played it this year because the mess, I didn't play it before. Now it's worth playing. So I played it. It's awesome. I love it.
Yes, it is.
But should this be a Game of the Year contender? I want to hear from the chat. What do you guys think? Before I put it in the poll, I just thought it would be an interesting one to talk about. We have a new design cover. There's Phantom Liberty, blah, blah, blah. But should this be a contender? This is going back to what we were talking about where No Man's Sky was pretty barren and empty in 2014. Now it's the cat's pajamas. Same as Cyberpunk, right? What do we think?
This is cat's pajamas.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. Fierce Play says no, but it has gotten better. Game of the Year contender, no.
Yeah, you're asking chat first.
What game are you talking about, Fierce, that's gotten better?
I think we're talking about this one here.
Cyberpunk.
Oh.
Yeah. What do you guys think? Let's go down. Will, what do you think? You think this should be a Game of the Year contender? Do you think it's fair?
As much as I really like this, and I never played the original version, I've only played the updated version, I don't think it should be. It didn't officially release here. This is like the 2.0 update. The game came out years ago. Like, that was the launch. That was what it is. I believe it's improved and it's better. The game's fantastic. But I don't think we should have it as a Game of the Year contender, no.
Okay. Uncle Nerd, what do you think?
I think it should be Game of the Year. Because of, all right, If you go on and you play like the Phantom Liberty update and everything like that, this game is phenomenal. I love it.
But
The
to Will's
story,
point,
the story is rich. The atmosphere is great. The character, I love it. I love it. Love
but
this
it
game.
was what'd you say, 2017, Will? Was 2017?
Yeah.
2017 or
looks good.
2018. So that's quite a while ago.
I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2017.
Yeah.
What?
Where this release, when Cyberpunk first came out.
No, that was
2020.
2027. Yeah, 2020, because it came out the year of the
2020,
launch
okay.
of the other.
There we go.
The
Right.
new consoles.
That's right.
I
it
thought
is.
19 at first. That's why I wanted to look, but
That's
yeah,
right.
2020.
Okay,
Because
so
I remember thinking it was
3 years
12.
ago. 3 years ago, and now CD Projekt Red has got it to where it was quote unquote supposed to be, and given that, it's fantastic. Like it's a great cross between Fallout and Grand Theft Auto. I love that. I think it's awesome. I'd much rather play this than Starfield any day of the week. But I don't know if I think I'm in Will's court. I don't think I could put it up for Game of the Year because it's 3 years old.
It seems like a split in chat.
Brandon, what do you think?
I'm
Should
going to
this
say
count?
no.
No?
I'm going to say no. I'm all for like remakes having that potential, stuff like that. But this isn't a remake. I mean, it's not even the base game release. I mean, the game just released in 2020, so I don't think it should be able to be Game of the Year.
I understand. But for me, I look at it like this in terms of the content that was recently released this year. I think it should be considered Game of the Year. The improvements that they made upon it, like again, it won ongoing Game of the Year. You understand what I'm saying? So therefore, I feel as though it was something that made them even consider it for being within the awards or whatever the case may be. This game here, if you really play it, if you really sit down and play it, because recently I've had it for a very long time. Never fired it up. Went in and started playing it. I would say like last week, I think it was. And man, this game is beautiful. They worked the daylights out of this.
Sure they
game.
did.
It looks better. It plays better. I mean, like the sound is amazing. The city, the dialogue alone. I love the gritty dialogue and everything that they exchange amongst each other. It's a great game. And I'm not too big on FPSs like that either.
So I guess the way I'm looking at it is my favorite game still to this day is World of Warcraft. And every time there's a new expansion, for a lot of years, I would also be talking with my buddies. I'd be like, oh man, Shadowlands, that's going to be Game of the Year. That can't be Game of the Year. That's just an expansion pack.
Right.
So I kind of look at it like that, right? Where Cyberpunk is still Cyberpunk. This is just a polished version. So it would be like almost like an MMO expansion. That's just how I see it. Again, I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, but if I was to vote, I would say this would not count, unfortunately.
I understand.
Yeah. That's where I'm at.
I think we should recognize it as an S tier game now because I think a lot of people should play this.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
But I don't think when we have the debate, I don't think we should. Yeah, I don't think we should have it as.
I agree, and I think everyone on the panel here, and I think most people in chat would agree that the game is incredible. We're not taking anything away from it. It just sucks that it's not getting the time in the spotlight that it probably should have deserved.
Right.
But I mean, I can't. They released it a broken game, at least on the consoles. So we're gonna completely take Cyberpunk out of the running. All right, this one.
That said, go play Cyberpunk.
Oh,
Davey.
Never played that.
Here's a little independent game that's one of our panelists streamed quite a bit this year. So, Will, why don't you tell us about Dave the Diver?
So Dave the Diver is an indie game that came out this year. This game is incredible. If you haven't played it, put it on your lists. Highly recommend it. You play as the title suggests, Dave the Diver. He's a retired, experienced diver who's hired back in to help a friend run a sushi restaurant. So you go down, you dive under in a roguelike elements where you hunt down certain fish, and then at the night, you work as a server in a sushi restaurant trying to upgrade and level up the prestige of this sushi restaurant. But it goes places. So outside of like the actual scuba partying, then you get into like farming. You do there's like you fight mercenaries who are trying to like they're like an extreme version of PETA. So then there's like gunplay elements in this game. It goes insane, and the stylization in this is incredible. The characters are way over the top and super portrayed. Put this on your list. I 100% recommend it. I understand if it doesn't get into a game of the year contention.
Sure.
But this game is incredible and people need to play it.
But you enjoyed it, so it's worth bringing up for sure. We were talking about this morning. That's great. Yeah, I watched you play it, man. It looks like a lot of fun. It's got a lot of charm to it. Gigi McGee, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for hanging. Brandon, Tough Nerd, you guys play Dave the Diver at all?
No, I've never played that.
I haven't, but I want to. A lot of people have been talking about this game.
It's super good.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, dude, I've heard so much discourse on this game.
The music is really good. Like the characters you run into, like they have such great personalities. There's so much to do. Yeah, like it's something that just came out of left field. I wouldn't think anything of it, but after playing it, oh, it's so good.
And it's actually not technically an indie game either. So it's backed by like $1 billion studio or company.
Wow.
Yeah, it gets iffy nowadays with like the indie term, right?
Yeah.
Mouse Type, good to see you too. I missed you up in the chat. Thanks for hanging. Okay, well, let's look at the chat. I think you're going to be surprised. We have a 50% for the S tier for Dave the Diver.
Really?
Hey,
that's
Dave!
Awesome. So Dave has
We
made
did it, Dave!
Dave has made it into the Game of the Year contender category.
My boy!
When's the next time you're streaming this, Willie?
I've already finished it, so probably not again. But you can see on my YouTube channel there's
okay, cool. I'll
all
check
the
it out.
videos are up.
Good job, Dave. I love it when the little guy comes through like that. It's great. Here's one that came out, and I don't know anyone who's talked about it.
I didn't even know this came out.
Me either.
Why is this on here? Jay, what are you doing?
Gigi McGee, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it, mate. I hope you enjoy the content and welcome to the community. So I follow Dr. Disrespect and XQC and a lot of the big streamers, and they were all over this game. I guess it just dropped, and Valve didn't tell anybody. It's Valve, right? Yeah. It didn't tell anybody. It just kind of came out like the Saturn in 1995. And this is by no means my game. I just thought it would be one definitely worth talking about because Valve doesn't make a lot of games much anymore. And Counter-Strike has got such a giant, niche, hardcore fan base. I think that's fair.
It does. Yeah. It's still very active. I just want Half-Life 2, though. Or
Half-Life
a new
2.
Half-Life.
That'll never happen.
I was like, wait a minute.
That's what I meant.
I will gift you a copy of Half-Life 2.
So, Willie, Counter-Strike, no?
I've played it. I do play competitive shooters still on my off time. Like I mainly play Valorant, and I do play Fortnite as well too. But I want to say that's like a competitive shooter.
I would, of course, it is.
Well, but I used to be big on Counter-Strike back in the day at like 1.6, and like growing up through high school and stuff. This was my jam, and I feel nothing for this game anymore. I don't know. Even playing this one, it didn't bring anything back for me.
So you didn't play this one, is what I mean.
I played it.
Oh, you did play it. Okay.
I only played like maybe a handful of matches, and I was just like, I don't. It's not hitting for me.
Matt says, "Polish a turd."
So that's what I was laughing at.
Yeah.
Put it up there.
Valve has remastered Half-Life 1 and have a documentary on it on the YouTube channel. Sick. There you go. Zero's there says Counter-Strike 2 is amazing.
Maybe I need to give it more of a go, but I didn't feel like it was like worthy of like a new game. It still it felt like Counter-Strike Source to me.
Just so weird to me that this game just came out and it's just whispered. Like obviously stuff like Call of Duty completely overshadows this. But I thought it would get more of a boost, at least trending wise, when all the big streamers were playing it for that week or two, but I haven't heard anything. Nothing. There you go. Zero's played since beta.
Yeah, I don't know. And like the whole loot crate system, I'm not sure. I just don't like loot crates anymore. And like it's still pretty prevalent in this from my understanding.
Yeah, there was a couple like world firsts and people are like either paying money for them or they're worth like real world money and stuff. I remember I think it was like XQC got a knife or something. I was just like,
yeah, you can put it on the marketplace and sell it for real money.
Sure.
So
this is not my jam. I've never been a Counter-Strike guy. Tough Nerd, this your thing?
Yeah, I've played the Counter-Strikes before back in the day. I didn't even know this one came out. I didn't even know this. When did this come out?
2 months ago?
Yeah, a couple months ago. It just came out. There was no advertising
on my Steam about it or anything. I didn't see anything about it. Usually, you know, like I have my Steam will like show me all the newest stuff that just dropped. I never saw this.
Yeah, end of
But
September.
I mean, I've seen. So it's funny that you put this game up here because I fell asleep. Because usually what I do sometimes is put on the stream of one of my friends or one of the guys and stuff like that. And I watch it. By the time I'm waking up, something else will be playing on YouTube.
Sure.
And I put this on and I saw it yesterday, but it was coming at the end of it, and it's at Counter-Strike. I was like, the fuck? I was like,
yeah.
And so it really is true. So I wasn't bugging or anything like that. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I kind of like. I don't think I would go and play it. I'm going to try it. You know, I'll try and see how it is. But
yeah,
you know.
Brandon,
I wouldn't mind trying it.
Any interest in this? Yeah, you want to try it? Yeah.
It's free to
I
play.
wouldn't mind checking it out. Yeah, I mean, I played it back in the day too in high school. And
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, but I don't think I would
fun
be
then,
like rushing to go play it right now. But I will try it out. I mean, you'd be surprised at a lot of games that I try out, and then like sometimes I'll be like, wow, this game was actually good. You know?
Yeah.
I believe it's
I'll give
fun
it a
to
go.
play. It's fun or not fun to play. It's free to play, I believe.
Yep. It's
Fun
a
to
free to play
play.
game. Yeah.
I was reading Catching Daisy's comment at the same time. I said
I would not play this.
it's free to play. So from the chat, the mighty chat says 100% B tier.
I think that's our first 100%.
So Counter-Strike,
yeah.
you may be great, but our community says no go. You are in the B tier.
Yeah,
Get
it's not
down
Counter-
there.
yeah. We're going back to Counter-Strike Go.
We can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do it.
Where we at now? Oh, baby.
Oh my god.
S tier for me, baby.
Oh yes.
Easy.
Oh my
Tell
god.
the chat right now. Do it.
Love this game. Love this game. Loved it.
The best non-Souls like.
Yes.
Freaking amazing.
This game was beautiful. This game was stunning. This game surprised me because when they first announced it, I said, this is gonna be garbage, man. Started playing this, fell in love with this game, man. Played it every day until I completed it. First boss I was on for over 2 hours. No bull. Why? Because I needed to go back and grind. I had to go back and grind and get my weight up.
A lesson I did not learn. A lesson I did not learn. I thought this game was great. I really did. I didn't get very far, but the art style at first, listen. At first, okay, I don't like Disney. I never have, right? So it's just like your Pinocchio. It's like a gothic Pinocchio. I'm like, kind of lame, right? Then I played it. It is on Game Pass. I played it. I'm like, this is really good. Like it's really very polished. I loved
beautiful graphics,
the clockwork kind of enemies, like just the dark gothic scenery, the way your character looked. They changed when you got new weapons and upgrades. I was tuning into one of you guys.
Really nice.
It was either Tough Nerd or Willie I was watching. Someone had a horse head on their head.
Yep.
I was like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, it's a donkey head.
Yeah.
Donkey head. There you go.
I kept mine looking tight and nice, man. Every new jacket I got, I ensembled with it.
Oh,
nice
see, I was like the down and dirty, like
mine's I had
dredge of life coming through and just like wrecking people.
The storyline in this, though, the ending was amazing. I'm gonna ask you guys a question. No, I'm gonna tell you something. That's not Pinocchio.
Oh, it's not Pinocchio. Okay.
No, he's not Pinocchio. The son that you fight at the end is Pinocchio. That's actually the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz. Because Dorothy's looking for him at the end.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of like talk to like the sequel.
Yeah, it's a lot of like
a Wizard of Oz kind of take instead.
Man.
No, like a super dark voyage of Souls like through Oz. I think that'd be wicked.
Because remember WillLo, his heart. Remember his heart?
Yeah.
Pinocchio never needed a heart, like whatever the case may be. and you
Yeah,
never
because
saw
Magic
it
brought him
grow.
to life. Yeah, he has like a ticking heart. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He needed a heart. That's the Tin Man. And at the end, when you beat the game, you see Dorothy come looking for him.
Let's head over to the Game Junction, see what Brandon's saying.
I can't really comment because I haven't got to play it yet. But
What? You didn't play this? You would love it, Game Junction.
Okay,
No.
you were a Souls guy, so I figured you would have played this one for sure.
He likes
Yeah,
Souls games.
no,
but
I
he
want
hasn't-
to. Yeah, I want to play it. I've got it on my list to play.
Highly recommend it.
Yes, I do too.
I think it's on Game Pass even, right?
Yes, it's still on Game
okay,
Pass.
so
It's still on Game Pass.
I'll play it here
But-
soon. I really do want to play it.
I'm gonna be that guy. Buy physical.
Mhm. It is. Listen, the music.
100%,
the
this
sound,
game's
the
worth a
score.
buy for sure.
Yeah, no, I definitely will. I'm sure.
The music, the sound, the score, the art style of this, I just absolutely loved.
The combat's so
him
tight and
look
refined.
gorgeous. He was gorgeous. Like when you look at his profile picture when you're like maxing up your character and stuff like that. And like if you notice, sometimes you'll see one of his lenses flare like that a little bit, WillLo. You know what I mean?
Yep.
The game is amazing. The game is amazing.
Like
It
everywhere
takes
you
much-
go,
much-
like you
much
look
like that.
around, there's something to see. There's like the atmosphere is so on point everywhere. Oh, yeah, this
It's
game's
great.
great.
I got a couple of comments here. Dan, no, I did not put Lego Fortnite on the list.
That's it. I'm out. I'm walking out now.
I've only seen a little bit. I think Ninja was streaming it the other day. I saw a tiny bit of it, but I haven't.
Off note, because we're talking about the Epic stuff, but they released Fortnite Festival today, which is basically like Guitar Hero.
Oh,
licensed
I'm in.
music
I'm
and
in,
stuff.
baby. I'm in.
It's free to play. 100% recommend it.
Sick. Very cool. Yeah, so let's see what the chat's saying. I mean, I think we all love this game. Yeah, we're at 64% S tier.
Yeah.
So
Phenomenal
congratulations, Lies of P. You are a contender for the game of the year.
You remember when you were like, oh, nothing in the game of the year candidates. Oh, this is going to be boring.
Is that what I sound like?
Lies of P. Lies of P
How
was-
embarrassing if I sound like that. I apologize to everybody.
And Willie, did you notice that as you in Lies of P, any weapon you really worked on became over OP'd if you really worked it the right way.
You become more proficient in it.
Like with me, because like with me, what I did was I took the police handle off of the police officer that I first fought in the cyborg the robot police officer that I fought in the circle area, and I put it onto the big monkey wrench thingy, right?
Oh yeah,
and it would just crumbling bosses. It would just put them in a stagger state like crazy. It would like knock their balance bar down like crazy.
Yeah, the
Great
customization on weapons was insane.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. You can make a weapon that's destroying everything in there. I love that game. The storyline,
so
the
good.
ambiance, everything about that game was absolutely outstanding. Outstanding.
Yep.
Amnesia: The Bunker is one I remember watching Willie play a little bit. Quite terrifying. Admittedly, I've never played anything in the Amnesia series. So this is not an expansion, right? This is a standalone.
Nope. This is a new game that came out this year. Yeah. It's a survival, like it's like a horror survival puzzle type game. It has a really good story though. The atmosphere is fantastic. It reminded me a lot of old school Resident Evil 3, where like you're always being hunted by the creature, and it reminded me a lot of like Nemesis. Always like
cool.
You would hear scraping through tunnels as you're going around. Basically, it takes place like you're a French soldier during World War I. I'm really bad with my wars, like history stuff. Don't hate me. But basically, you're trapped in a bunker where everybody's fleed, and they've closed it off and just like enclosed the bunker to keep this monster inside, and it's your task to escape the bunker and try to survive. But yeah, like you hear the monster like scraping along like in tunnels that are going through where you're walking and stuff. It'll come out and like attack you from certain areas. Like your whole goal is to try to keep the area lit,
right?
So that it doesn't like the light, and then you have to try to be very quiet and keep the sounds down. But then there's like it plays super well. The game is really well done. I don't think a lot of people really played it, and I don't think it's like game of the year contender, but it should be something on somebody's list just to play and experience because it's really well done.
I saw advertisements for this and I always overlooked it.
It's super good.
It's first person, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the thing with me is that, all right, I love first person. I will play first person, but I feel as though sometimes the market had just got oversaturated with first person horrors. And I was like, it would just make me overlook this sometimes. So, and like, you know, now that you mentioned it, I'm going to check it out.
Yeah.
Because I've seen so many first person horror games now. They're like, there's at least like 40 of them just sitting there. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'll just be like, all right. I'll be like, which one? Come on. Because I mean, I love Outlast. Outlast did it very well. You know what I'm saying?
It does give me a little bit of Outlast vibes because like you're not really, you don't fight back. You only deter the monster from coming at you.
Oh, okay.
And like you only get so much, like you do get a gun and you get very limited ammo. So you really have to decide like what I'm going to use this as like an oh shit button to try to like, get that thing away from me so I can get out of here.
Right.
There's also a really cool mechanic too, where there's a generator that lights the whole bunker. So you actually have to find gasoline for it, and you have a timer on your watch to see how much time you have left for the generator to keep running, or else everything shuts down and it's just dark.
Yeah, I got to check that out, bro.
Yeah, I want to check this out.
Man. It sounds completely terrifying.
It's really good.
Salute to Bill. What's going on, buddy? Thanks for joining us. Welcome, Apple Martini. I think I said hello. If not, hello.
Will, Apple Martini. What's going on, my peoples? How y'all feeling?
Be
sure to give everybody sub to everybody and hit that like button so we can get up in the algorithm for brother Jay.
If you guys could do a favor, hit the sub button if you're a fan of games and toys, and please, you got to check out WillLo on YouTube. You guys know Uncle Nerd, but if not, check out Uncle Nerd and then my man Brandon here at the Game Junction.
That's right.
Trying to get everyone up in the algorithm. So hey, thanks for hanging out. So let's go to the chat and see where the bunker is. 100% A. So that's good.
Love to see it.
Oh wow, okay, that's cool.
I gotta check this out then, because I mean, I haven't. I've always seen advertisements for this. You know what I mean?
It's really good.
I just again, like I said before, because the market is so saturated with FPS horrors ever since they did the one on PlayStation, the Silent Hill one that was supposed to come out. Everybody's been trying to capture
PT.
that. You know, yeah. They've been trying to capture that essence of like, oh, this one is the extreme horror. And when you go to play it, you're like,
You're like, it's not that extreme. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Spider-Man 2, the exclusive to the PlayStation 5 by Insomniac. Has everybody on the panel played this one?
Yes,
I have. Okay. I beat it 100% of it, everything.
I'm just thinking how I want to start this. This was one that definitely I was glad that it was over when it was over. And that's not it's not that I didn't enjoy it. Graphics, beautiful. The population of New York itself, I was shocked at how alive the city felt. It was great. Again, Will, this is the one, you know what I'm going to say. The Dark Souls kind of boss fights. I really got tired of that, especially near the end. Kind of felt grindy. And the story, man, it's the same story over and over again with these Spider-Man games, except now, spoiler for anyone who hasn't played it, but Harry is Venom instead of Brock.
It felt like the same sort of experience to me. Maybe, you know, it had some improvements, of course, but it felt like I was playing Miles Morales again. So
I think Miles I like better because it's different. I mean, I guess age might have something to do with it, but I mean, I've seen this story so many times. Instead of Eddie Brock, now it's Harry, and now at the end of it, they allude to the Sinister Six. It's like, can nobody write an original story for these legacy IPs anymore? Like, it's getting so tiring.
Yeah, there's so much reference material too to get some sort of ideas, but I mean, I don't know.
It's commission one of the 1,000 writers at Marvel and come up with a new Spider-Man story. But it's like, no, we got to do the Venom story again. But we'll throw a twist. They'll love it because it's Green Goblin now instead of like, I don't care, man. I was over it. I was glad it was over. I'll just say that.
Yeah, for me, this game, I mean, there's so many problems with this. This was another disappointing game of the year for me. This game right here, for one, I didn't like how they were just trying to, and I get it. This is a different universe. I think this is the 1480 universe or something like that. It's a different universe. I get it. I totally get it. But I don't like the way that they were trying to disavow Spider-Man completely in this. And they totally vilified him, where they made it to where, like, certain values that he had, they were wrong. He was wrong for saying them, even when he did have the Venom symbiote on it. Now, there were tons of problems I had with the story I didn't like, and some of them were personal issues that I didn't like with this story. Two, the only thing that was good about this game in a lot of aspects was that they improved the combat. That's it. Other than that, the game, to me, no. The combat and the villain designs. The villain designs were great. And they were basically just doing the Final Hunt story of Kraven the Hunter and stuff from the comic books and stuff like that, where they just mishmashed some other couple of stories in there. Three, I didn't like the NPC, the graphics of the NPCs. They look terrible. The NPCs, everybody in there looked like me. Even the women, everybody looked like me. The black people, all of them looked the same. All of them just look. It was just terrible. A lot of things in this game, I think the Miles Morales one was actually better than this one. And I'm not a big fan of Miles Morales. You understand what I'm saying? But this right here was just a wreck. The story was all over the place. I didn't like the way Mary Jane, when it came to her combat. Oh, mind you, Spider-Man and them got to beat the daylights out of these villains, but Mary Jane could just run up and tase them, and they're done.
See, I don't want to be a hipster here. That was my favorite part of the game, was the Mary Jane parts. I thought it was nice to be in this gorgeous world that they created. You got to be on the ground level and just kind of take it in and enjoy it without everything moving so quick. It was just a nice change of pace, I thought. I like the Mary Jane parts.
But at least make it believable,
Before
Jay.
we carry on, I got to give a few shout outs here. Where did I lose it? Lionheart Games, welcome and thank you for hanging out with us on a Saturday night. And I want to give a shout out to Fierce Play. Thank you for the sub. Please don't forget to do the same for my brothers here, WillLo, Uncle Nerd, and Brandon from Game Junction. Thank you so much. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. For me, I don't follow the comic books or anything like that. So I enjoyed the story. I really enjoyed this game a lot. I thought it was fun, traversing the city. The combat
I agree with that.
Was, on point, and the boss fights, I thought they were engaging. I had fun fighting the bosses. But I don't think it's a game of the year contender. I think it's one of my favorite games this year for me personally. But I really enjoyed this.
Listen, it reminded me, and I'm not here to change your mind. I'm just saying, for me, it reminded me of the Marvel movies. It looks nice, and at first you're like, oh my God, look at this game. It's amazing. And then very quickly, that falls to the side when you realize there's not much to it. That's just my thoughts. And we were even talking about the costume, the costumes they gave Spider-Man. I paid the extra $10 for the deluxe pack, and I got those 5 exclusive costumes. Granted, this is just my opinion, but they were awful.
They were.
Yeah, the exclusive, the packet ones were not. I don't even touch those costumes.
And the ones that they gave Miles Morales was even worse.
Yeah, he looked
like they gave him one where it had the Puerto Rican flag on it with sneakers and all. I was like, come on, man, this is terrible.
Yeah, it was weird.
And the fact that another thing that I don't like is the fact that, all right, if you're gonna make Miles Morales his own Spider-Man, give him his own name. Don't just call him Spider-Man.
They kept calling each other Spider-Man. Didn't that?
I know, it was weird. You know what I'm saying?
Man. Oh, hey, Spider-Man. Oh, what's going on, Spider-Man?
I was like, that's.
And I have zero problem with the passing of the torch. I don't even care if it's
but
I don't even care if there's 2 of them or 3 of them, or put Ben Reilly in there too. Whatever, I don't care.
Okay, give me Ben Reilly.
They should change their. At least Ben Reilly was called Scarlet Spider, right? They should change their name up a little bit.
Do they?
I'll say this
name.
I was just gonna say I'm a massive Spider-Man fan. I have been for a very long time, but I just don't. I don't know. I didn't hate the game by any means. I had fun playing it. But it wasn't different enough from the other two. And I
Nope.
even played Spider-Man 1 again with the remastered one when I
Mhm.
bought Miles Morales, and it wasn't different enough for me, and didn't feel like a unique story. So I don't know. It was middle of the road.
That's fair.
Now, you know what? I will say this, and as I said it before, now the villain designs were phenomenal. Loved them. But the NPCs walking around the city looked terrible. The characters you interacted with looked terrible. You understand what I'm saying? And it was just a lot of things I didn't find alluring about this Spider-Man. I just like Jay said, I just wanted it done. I just wanted it done. Once I got it done, I was like, okay, whatever. And then there were some things within the story. I was like, come on, stop it. It's just too much.
Like Mary Jane turning into Scream. I was like, come on, man.
And then like, and I get it. I
crap
get
out of each other, and then she just gets up and she's like nothing happened. It's like
right. That's what I was like, come on. I did like the boss battles. That I can agree with WillLo. I love the boss battles. They were good, especially
I think they're well thought out.
Yeah. I still think they could have it could have been as if they're gonna start you out with a good epic battle like they did from the beginning with Sandman, because I love that Sandman battle.
That was crazy to start.
Great.
Like that.
It was great. But then from there it started kind of like falling off a little bit. I didn't mind, I didn't really have too many problems beating the bosses and stuff, because once I understood what was to be done, boom, I had it. You know what I mean? But
a lot of it is like parry stuff, and I think a lot of people don't realize you really got to parry.
Yeah, and that's when you can because again, Dark Souls. Once I saw that they had a parry system, I said, okay, I see what direction they're going with this.
Yeah,
it wanted to be kind of like a Dark Souls type of thing, where because that's the new meta now. It's kind of like mimicking the Dark Souls engine, or like the Dark Souls type of combat and everything. But I mean, my audience was watching me play this game. They were having a ball with it until certain things popped up. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, trying to still keep the steam going, and they didn't like it anymore. I started, they just didn't like it for certain views. For one, as I stated before, I don't like the way that they tried to paint Peter Parker as a villain. I love Peter Parker. I love Peter Parker. You understand?
Do you mean when he got the symbiote suit, or what do you mean? What part?
It was, if you really pay attention to the dialogue in there, and if you really go back and really look at the story, you'll see where it was. I'm not going to really put it, make that a topic for right now.
Sure.
But you'll see where it is. And a lot of it was just him trying to help, and just him doing his job. And they still subtly made it seem like he was wrong for doing it. You know what I mean? Or for being a good guy. You know what I mean? And like Jay said, I don't mind. I knew where they were going with this when they did the Miles Morales Spider-Man. I was telling everybody before, I said they're going to try to make him the new Spidey. And I don't mind that, but at least give him a different name, give him a different identity or something like that. Like when Ben Reilly was Spider-Man, he was the Scarlet Spider. So you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it was different. You need to change it up. This is just.
So, like I said, I don't do the comic book stuff, but do they give Miles a different Spider-Man name?
No,
in the comic book series either.
No.
He's just Spider-Man.
Yep.
Which I would be fine if it was a passing of the torch thing. Like they did the same with Daredevil, right? Where Elektra became Daredevil for a while.
Right, but that's Elektra.
Snake Eyes. There's a couple other Snake Eyes. The passing of the mantle, I don't have a problem with, right? But it was Elektra as Daredevil. These two are just called Spider-Man. And I don't know. I think probably because they don't want to piss off the old school fan, the Gen X fans, right? That's my Spider-Man. Miles is not mine, or whatever. So they're probably just trying to avoid that whole conflict. I don't know, man.
But if they're trying to avoid that whole conflict, why create a character like Miles Morales? It's tons of other characters you can create that could have similar spider powers or whatever the case may be, and give them a different name.
Denny Geek brings up a good point there. My one big gripe with it, and this may seem small, but if you watch my streams that are on my channel with Spider-Man, I got really annoyed with the constant chatter. Oh my God. It's like you get done a mission and then you start swinging and all these people are phoning you. And you got a podcast going off.
Yeah.
People are calling. It's like you can't have 2 seconds without someone chatting at you. And they do that like in Grand Theft Auto. I get that, but Grand Theft Auto, for some reason, it didn't bother me as much as Spider-Man. Just a little gripe.
It seemed a little easier to tune out. I don't know why.
Yeah.
in GTA,
Spider-Man, it
so-
was just like constant.
Yeah.
But see, you know what? Now, me, I love a lot of action and a bunch of stuff going on in my video games. You understand what I'm saying? I love, that's what Spider-Man is all about. High flying, over the top, combat, fighting, swinging, so on. Because like me, I would come straight from the top of a building, latch onto a post, jump on, start whooping somebody's behind, jump back up, go back around, throw a trinket out there. I'm all over the place when I play that game.
Yeah, when you get powered up and like leveled up, you feel like Spider-Man, like overpowered.
Yeah,
You're just messing people up.
Yeah,
left,
I'm
right,
just
and
like,
center,
it
and you're
wasn't
just like
it wasn't
it
even
feels good.
Right.
Oh, especially with the black suit. Oh my God. You're you're a monster, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we got a little dilemma here. We got Ty for 36% at A and B for Spider-Man. 27% on S tier. So I don't know if someone
come
wants
to us
throw it in
then?
there. No.
I don't think it's a B tier game.
I
think it's an A tier game.
I would put it up to the A as well. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Miles Morales will never be a Peter Parker. That's Peter Parker will always be my Spider-Man. I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
fair.
sorry.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think I would consider it A because this is like one of my favorite games this year. Honestly, like.
Yeah,
for me, anyways, I think it's solid. It still does things well. There's gripes with it for sure.
It's fun until like how can I say, until like the story kicks in and they start pushing that nonsense that me nor my audience didn't like, and I started losing followers behind this game. No bull. Never played Super Mario's Wonder. I heard it was good.
I like Wonder.
Yeah,
I finished it. I have issues with it. It's a good Mario game though.
Really?
So Brandon, why don't you talk a bit about Super Mario Wonder? I know you're a big Nintendo fan.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this game. So I got kind of bored of 2D Mario for like a long time with the new Super Mario Bros. Series. Just got very played out. So I feel like this puts a pretty cool spin on it. Mostly, I think kind of the coolest part is all the new power-ups. Like there's really unique power-ups. Obviously, the Elephant Mario, something absurd, but it kind of works. It's Mario. It's still 2D Mario at the end of the day. I like the art style. It's cool. The story's a little neat, I suppose, for Mario, but it's a Mario
You're
story.
in a different world, which is kind of a nice change for once.
Yeah, you got a whole new kingdom, so it's cool. It's fun, but it is still Mario at the end of the day. So if you don't like 2D Mario, it's probably not going to change your mind.
Love 2D Mario.
Yeah,
I love any Mario, really.
I'll say I was burnt out for a long time. Like there was a long period where they came out on the DS, and then there was one on the Wii. There was one on the Wii U. I was just like, I don't want to play any of those old school ones. And I picked this one up, and I friggin' loved it, man. I had so much fun with it. It felt so good. The 3 new power-ups are great. Then there's all the badges that you get to add, which give you a little bit of a boost, whatever you want. You can just switch them up. I liked it. I got about, I would say, halfway through. It's still here. It's still waiting. It's still on my Switch, but I have to go back to it once all the releases calm down for a while. Then I think hopefully 2024 will be a little quieter, so we can kind of catch up with all these games. I thought it was cool, man. I liked it.
Yeah,
I dug it.
I think Wonder's really good. I think I preferred the was it the Bowser's Fury one before this? A bit more. That game, like that, was pushing the boundaries of what it is. Like that was great. This game feels tight. It feels good to be Mario or any other of the characters, but I don't think the adventure was fun for me personally.
Really?
Like going through the levels, like there was no feel of like actual like coming up to a boss fight with like Bowser Jr. or anything like that. It felt very repetitive or just like non-existent. There's some of the worlds at the end where like you're literally just like jump like 2 or 3 times. There's like a level where I just had to jump on a button and then it was like over. And I was like, oh, okay, thanks. Like moving on to the new world, I get the Wonder Seed and then I remove it from Bowser. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. I wanted like actual, like, where's the rest of like Bowser's kids?
Matt said WillLo and Denner Geek. and I were talking during the VGAs about how Wonder was only nominated for the Game of the Year awards because it was a Mario game.
Man, I don't know. I think it's a solid game.
But like, I don't think it was a Game of the Year
No,
contender.
well, no. Yeah, I guess it is.
I could have put up other games on there. Like, I would even put Street Fighter above Mario Wonder if I was going to have to put another game up there for a Game of the Year.
That's so tough to say, right? That's so tough to say. I don't know.
I just said it. It wasn't that tough.
For me, it's tough. Okay, so let's just break it down, right? So the more time you spend on a game generally equals the more you like it. I mean, that's as simple as I can make it. And I've only played this one. I would say sure. Unless you're a completionist, and it's like, well, I started this 50-hour game and I have to finish it. But I would say the more time you spend in a game, the more you like it. Does that not make sense?
I spent a lot of time in Starfield. I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't say I liked it more than other games.
Wow. Maybe your attention span's a little stronger than mine. For me, I know when it's time to call it quits. Right?
I'm a masochist.
I don't know. Well, dude, let's get to the.
Oh, you didn't finish this game, Jay?
No, I did one stream. Had a lot of fun with it. And just with my community, I'm like, I don't think another one will be good, so I didn't stream another one. One was fine, but
it's a good entry.
Yeah, like playing through this, some of the levels there's like 3 or 4 ways to go, and I didn't care. A la Super Mario World, I didn't care about unlocking all the secrets or anything like that. I just want to kind of go through it, right? So
I will say, like the secret level areas are the most fun I had with this game for sure. Like the bonus stuff after like you get everything, you go to that like special secret area world where it almost looks like a star. But like those levels were super challenging and fun. Can I just put out one gripe? I don't know if anybody else agrees with this.
No.
I got one.
No gripes on Mario.
No gripes.
Why is Mario turned into an elephant? Traditionally, when you put on a costume, and they are referenced as costumes in Mario, you get like that cutout, and you still see Mario's face, but he acts against those abilities, like the cat suit and all the Tanuki suit, and like he's not turning into those creatures, but like he turns into an elephant here, and I feel like I would almost prefer to have him put on a suit than like turn into a full-fledged elephant.
So that would be like a sumo suit then that he would have to be wearing, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Like in the office, right?
Like throw it, like you cut out, you have his face showing, you get the ears on there, and then just like put on like a nose. Whoop. That's my only little gripe.
Doesn't it feel like this game is referencing like Mario being on a trip?
Oh yeah.
One wild trip, so maybe he just thought he was an elephant. I don't know.
Mario just had one too many mushrooms finally.
This is like a big acid trip, this game.
It is,
like,
yeah.
When you hit the Wonder Flower, it's like, Disneyland. So yeah, I agree with you, Will. It kind of doesn't
it's not consistent.
Okay, well, I'll just throw it in here and I'll be a Nintendo fanboy and say, because he's not in the Mushroom Kingdom, so maybe things are different in this kingdom.
I guess.
I'm just going to throw it at it's Mario. I mean, you can't explain it.
You're thinking
can't
about it
explain
too
away
much.
anything.
62% from the chat at the A tier. That sounds about right for me. Yeah, there was two of the big Nintendo developers were in attendance to the Video Game Awards. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think there's any kind of corruption or anything. I just think a lot of people liked Mario Wonder. I think maybe if it had come out a bit sooner, it might have had more of a chance, but it did come out in November. I don't know.
And like by no means am I saying it's a bad game. I really enjoyed Wonder, and it's probably one of the better 2D games that they've had in a long time. But S tier, baby. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
This game is fantastic. So good.
Loved it. You played this one, Brandon?
I have, yeah.
Yeah, I loved it. Well, see, I guess it's because I'm a fan of RoboCop, so I mean, like, I loved it.
This came out of like nowhere, just right out of left field. You heard this, you're like, that's not going to be good, and then you're like, oh my god, this is good.
I do not like RoboCop. Chad and I have had arguments about it. Why I think RoboCop sucks.
You don't like RoboCop, Jay?
I do not. RoboCop
he hates
traumatized me,
RoboCop.
bro. Traumatized me. The first
It's not he
one.
doesn't like it, RoboCop. He hates RoboCop.
Yeah, I
Why?
think
What?
he's lame. He's cheesy. He's annoying.
That's
that
what
being
he's
said,
supposed to be, a clunky Frankenstein type of robot,
Yeah,
like
I
Cyborg.
can't get over like seeing that 70s show guy and all his gang like being so fantastically cruel when they're killing Murphy. Like that's like,
That's
you're
the
not-
best part.
but you're not supposed to watch that as a kid, dude.
What are you talking about? I saw it.
Yeah,
as
but
a
that's
kid.
not. It's not like they advertised it as a kid movie. That seems to be
I know
I
but
watched
an
it as
issue
a
on
kid,
your
too.
end.
that's Gen X. That's what we did. We watched the stuff we weren't supposed to. That's why we're all warped now, man. That's why.
That seems
I
like a
love
you
RoboCop.
issue. I grew up loving RoboCop. Yeah.
Me too.
too.
Me too.
Me too.
This game
Drop the
made-
gun. You are under arrest.
This
Yeah,
game
like
made
go
me
RoboCop,
love-
shoot that
made
guy's
me
dick
love
off.
RoboCop again. Hang on. This made me appreciate RoboCop, and I think this game is 100% game of the year material. I think it's friggin' amazing. And we were talking earlier about Double Dragon, about the weight. This game has some of the best gun physics
Yes, it
I've
does.
felt in a long time.
Yeah.
Especially when that Auto 9 goes off. It's like boom, boom. I'm telling you, it's a great game.
That squish noise when you pop
Yes.
their head. Oh,
Mhm. You hear it be like,
punch them. Oh my god, dude.
Did you guys play the Terminator
I was
game?
grabbing people up, throwing them out the windows, everything. I'm telling you.
Sorry, Brandon, was
So
that?
good.
The Terminator game that came out a few years ago. Did you guys play that? It was on PS5.
No, somebody told me it was good. Is it?
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah,
Really?
I think it's the same guys that did this. I
Yeah,
could
it's
be
the same
wrong.
people. Now
Okay,
Nikon.
yeah. Yeah, it's really
What's it
fun.
called? Terminator.
Resistant or no?
Is it Resistance?
Maybe. I can't remember the subtitle, but it's really good. Yeah,
Hmm.
it's fun. It was a budget release, but it's good.
Because there were some Terminator games that came out a few years back that were not so good.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was before that. but
John's asking
this one
if
was
it's if this is Unreal Engine 5. Does anybody know?
I don't know if I can look it
good.
up.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll find out for you. Yeah, I was surprised, and there's other aspects we're not talking about, like the kind of choose your own adventure dialogue. Like there's a bit of role playing elements. There's the skill tree. There's the upgrading of the pistol, and you can actually pick up other guns like shotguns and machine guns and rocket launchers
Mhm.
that I wasn't expecting. I was expecting to use this pistol the whole time. It was so good. What a great game! Just a
Yes.
great video game.
That pistol felt so good when you got
Yes,
somebody
it
in the
did.
face.
Yes,
Just
it
like,
did.
Bah!
Or like
And you're like,
picking the guys up and throwing them into the wall.
Yep.
Dude, so
oh, it's
I
so
would pick
good.
'em up- I would pick them up, throw them into the wall, and just empty a whole clip into them. I'd be like, brrrr. You know what I'm saying?
so good. Anybody
Such a
figure that out?
surprise title.
It's an
Love
Unreal.
this game.
Yeah,
Love
I
this
mentioned
game.
in chat it is an Unreal 5.
Okay, perfect.
Sweet.
Well, I mean, we got 11 votes. 55% say it's Game of the Year candidate. 27% say it's A tier, and 18% say it's the B tier.
I can see it getting game of the. I can see it being in that section. It was a fun game.
Yeah,
Goes to
it was
show
great.
you again, you don't need a bunch of good looking graphics to make a good game. This game was great. Would I say the graphics were like top, like high end? No.
They still look good. And I
Yeah.
think they
Yeah, I
fit
would
to
say it
the
looks
aesthetic
pretty
of
good.
RoboCop, though. That's the thing,
Absolutely.
too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I don't think they had to make it top notch. I feel like they were going for that motif of being
Right.
this looks like RoboCop. It's gritty. It's not like advanced and techy like you're in 80s like Detroit war torn like
Right.
dirty. That's what they went for, and it nails it.
And also, being a smaller developer, I thought it was they did a good job.
You could tell this guy that this developer was a fan. That they were a fan of RoboCop.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? They got it completely.
The story was great. It took place in between 2 and 3 in the movie
Yes.
franchise.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought the story was great. I loved the battle with Ed 209 a couple times.
Right.
Like that was fun. And then you do that mission alongside him, and you and him are having a little competition who could take out more criminals.
Right.
And then you guys turn on each other and fight. Oh, it's so cool, man.
I wonder if this is considered canon to the story.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking up on Reddit. It's considered canon.
That's awesome.
Nice. I like it.
And I agree with what Will said. A nice little surprise. This guy came out of nowhere.
I like that our like game of the year candidates are nice and varied.
Yeah, me too.
Alan Wake 2.
Garbage.
What?
Oh my god. You're not a
Garbage.
good poker player, dude. I'm telling you, you're as bad as I am.
Reason why it's garbage because I paid for the deluxe, like the one that came with all this stuff. What was it, like close to $90, $80, something like that? And I'm a big Alan Wake fan. I love Alan Wake. I have Alan Wake. I have Alan Wake Remastered, American Nightmare, all of that stuff, everything. This right here was nothing more than a cash grab and a letdown.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah. You want me to go in depth as to why I hate this game? I can't stand it.
Please.
Oh, for one, it was nothing more than a walking simulator with a flashlight. It was trying its best to capture lightning in the bottle that Resident Evil gave everybody with the over-the-shoulder horror. This game was incomplete. You walked most of the time. The only good thing about this, I would say, was the FMV. Combat was absolutely abhorrent. It was trenchant to deal with. This game right here, they pushed this out on within like 3 months. This was not like over 10 years in the making. A lot of people that are Alan Wake fans, as myself, literally stopped watching me play this. They said this is not Alan Wake. This game was long and boring for nothing. I would say like the first 2.5 hours of this game, I did nothing but walk around.
Well, that's what you do, yeah. And then trying to figure out the crime board.
Oh,
like
nothing.
You didn't really figure anything out. All you had to do is like
just match it. Just match
the picture in the right place, and it's
just match it. That's it.
Her whole like mental state, like going into that mind room or whatever. I'm just like, what are we doing? What are we doing here? I streamed this once too, dude, and it was a pretty slow stream because the game is slow, so there's not that energy, right? That's not why I'm not a huge fan of it. I'm just saying, like, I don't think this is a fun watch either. I would agree with you. I think it's very slow, very tedious, especially at the beginning.
I definitely like streaming aspect wise. I haven't played this. I've only watched people play it. It's definitely not a stream game to get like excited behind. I think they're doing some really cool like art design and direction with the mixture of like the FMV stuff and like the story integration looks really
Take it back to the 90s, baby. Full motion video.
There's a lot of games. There's a lot of games bringing it back.
That I did appreciate, but honestly, I could have literally just played this game just for I could have just went online and watched the FMV. The combat in this was absolutely unbearable. It was unbearable. And I don't know what they were trying to do. I'm telling you, this game was half finished. It wasn't done. Believe me when I tell you, they rushed this out and they were forcing it at the Video Game Awards to make people like this game. I don't know what Remedy had with them or whatever the case may be. Yeah, I did. I would say the only part about this game that I enjoyed was when you went into the hotel and the music video started playing. I thought that was kind of cool. But everything else was absolutely a waste of time. People were telling me to turn this off. They were coming into the stream. They were like, yo, why are you still playing this? Some of the people unsubscribed from me because I kept playing it because I said, look, one of my supporters sent this game to me. I don't just want to leave it halfway done because like I don't like leaving games halfway done. The person that gave me the game said, stop playing this. I don't like it. I was like, man. Like,
you had people that unsubbed to you because you're playing a game.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, play a certain game that certain people don't like.
That's a little strange.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I've had it.
Weird.
I've had it.
I don't know that I've ever.
What game did this to me? This game right here. I lost at least like six subs.
You lost 6 subs.
Yeah,
that's not your
on
fault.
Twitch. Yep.
Oh, man, that's rough.
They didn't. I'm telling you, it's a hard game to get through, man. There were
where are you finding these subscribers?
Yeah.
Well, they weren't. To be fair, if they unsubbed for something like that, they weren't worth it.
Yeah, you don't want to.
I mean, like, what can you do? If they told me to stop playing it?
Let me show you something.
I kept playing it because like, you know what? I was like, maybe the game will pick up. Now I'm at least like 3 days in. 3 days in, games still keep going the same way. Flashlight mechanics were horrible. The shooting mechanics were just like they were just unbearable. Unbearable.
See, I didn't like the first Alan Wake.
I love the first one.
Ooh,
So
hiss.
like, well, I didn't. So I was
Ooh,
like,
hiss.
I don't really want to play this one, so I probably won't. But like after seeing like the universal praise though, like from publications and stuff like that, I was like,
that was
I should
they
give
were
it a
all
try.
you can go everywhere on YouTube. You really look on there, or you look on Reddit, you look on certain chat groups and everything. They can't stand this game. This is nothing like Alan Wake. It's a mockery. There you go. That's the good one. That's the good one.
I have not been able to play this yet, but I have picked it up physical, and yeah, I am shocked.
Is there a physical now?
Yeah, but Alan Wake.
There is now?
The second one?
Maybe that isn't what I ordered. It might not be Alan Wake 2 that I ordered. I've
Yeah,
got
don't
like 3 or 4
wait till it
things
goes.
sitting
I'm
there.
telling you.
Maybe I got that one digital. Okay.
Junction. Wait till it goes on sale. Trust me. Wait until it goes on sale.
Well, I'm looking forward to checking it out, but I mean, I've heard universal praise.
Really? Okay. Well, me myself, I can't get through that just walking around.
However, most of that is what you were saying is publications. Now, I know one person that's played it, and he said he likes it, but I don't know. So.
I was at one point I fell asleep. I fell asleep on my stream because my character was just walking.
The first one was amazing. Like I was showing, this is my old collector's one, which is like it's an actual Alan Wake novel.
Yes, that is beautiful,
amazing, right? And then Alan Wake 2 is coming out 10 years later, so I assume they'd been developing it for 10 years. Super excited, only to find out there's 0 physical release. So right away, I'm already like I know we're 13 years ago. I understand that, but how do you go from something gorgeous like this?
Thank you.
To nothing for a game like this, right? And Alan Wake, got pushed aside because it got released the same day as Red Dead Redemption, unfortunately. So I feel like a lot of people never played Alan Wake. But this one, I was honestly just bored.
Yes,
I was just bored, man. I'm just.
Because remember, I was watching your stream, Jay. I was sitting there. I was in there. I was watching your stream, and you was like, "Man, okay." Because at one point you just said, "Okay," because you had been walking for over an hour. Remember
the map when you started Saga? The first area you're in reminded me of a map from Friday the 13th online.
Right?
Like it was like little pathways that all intersected, and I was just like, "You got to find this clue," and I was just. I don't know, man. Maybe it's my attention span for the game.
No,
but I tried, man, and it's just like you can't force yourself to like something. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not one of these guys that watches a TV show and it's like, oh man, you got to watch friggin' whatever true crime stories. Like after the 9th season, it gets great. It's like, dude,
like I'm not gonna watch it that long to get to I'm not going to eat through all this garbage to get to the steak. No, I'm not doing that.
So, Jay, you like the first game, right? It's the remaster that I ordered so that I could play this.
You'll love it.
The first Alan Wake is amazing, dude. It's so great.
Yes, it is.
And obviously, Tough Nerd and I are in the minority here because it is universally praised by most people.
You got people in the chat that didn't like it either.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing from everybody saying that. So
I'm telling you, it was a horrible game. I don't see why it's getting so much praise when you're just walking around. You're walking around, and then when you do come into combat, it's like you're taking forever to reload. And I understand they want to give it a little bit of realism, but like the shooting mechanics are just all off. The flashlight, it works, but like then you have to refill it, and it's just a horrible experience. What made the first Alan Wake so fun is that it gave you great storyline, immersive storyline. It played as if it was episodic, and the combat was fluid. It was a nice, fluid, but yet arcadey combat experience, which is what I usually get from most Remedy games. What they were trying to do was capture the Resident Evil audience by doing it over the shoulder, and they rushed it. That game was not over 10 years in the making. It wasn't. You play it, you'll see what I'm talking about. Game Junction. It was disappointing. That was one of that, and it was another game. It was another game that was the most biggest disappointments to me of 2023. Fierce Play and I are very big Alan Wake fans. very big Alan Wake fans. When we heard this was coming out, we were like, oh man, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. Waited over 10 years just to get that, a walking simulator with a flashlight. It was horrible.
Well, the chat agrees. It looks like we're at 70% on the B tier, so Alan Wake goes on the B.
Sounds like my excitement for like Death Stranding when Kojima was like hyping it up, and then just like fucking. If you want to talk about a walking simulator, jeepers,
that's a literal
Death Stranding
walking
is
simulator. Yeah, that's What'd you think about the trailer of the new Kojima game? Not even a trailer, but
it's just people's faces screaming.
Girls screaming. I was like very confused.
I love Kojima, and I love how crazy and out the box he goes because he doesn't care what anyone thinks about what he wants to do for games.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think that man needs to be wrangled in and be like, "No, this is a
right,
bad idea."
Exactly.
Well, he's like Lucas, right? He's surrounded by yes men. No one's gonna tell him, no one's gonna say you've gone too far this time.
Oh well, then he's brought on stage by Jeff Keighley, being like, "This man Kojima is an industry revolutionist."
Well, they talk about him like he's Lennon, right? Like he's John Lennon. Which hey,
I respect Kojima. I love his work. Metal Gear Solid, it will forever be like one of my favorite franchises.
That's what put him on the map. If you ask me, I mean, we all love his work with Metal Gear Solid, but I mean, come on, like Death Stranding, like me and myself, I was like, come on, what is he doing? Like I was like, because again, that was another one where I was just walking. I guess that's the new meta for games now, because they have this other game that just came out. It's something where like the guy's on a planet and you walk most of the time. So I guess that's
Starfield?
No, yeah, well, that's one of them. But it's another one. What's it called? Fallless or something? I was watching a guy play this game on Twitch. It's a game where you just walk through a space station. You gotta activate buttons and stuff. What is the name of this game?
What? I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't sound familiar. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's new too. It came out like a month ago. And
you're not talking about Lethal Company, right?
No. Oh gosh,
it's the only one I can think of a space station, but that game's great.
He's an astronaut or something like that, and he's walking. You walk, you press a button, and you walk down another hallway, go down the elevator and stuff. So I guess that's the new.
That sounds terrible.
The new meta for
somebody said Among Us.
No. Oh gosh.
Speaking of Lethal Company, I think Jay and I should play Lethal Company together.
Yeah, that'd be fun. I'll do it. Well, Uncle Nerd thinks about the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard of it.
Everyone's favorite annual franchise that everyone complains about, yet nobody can stop buying.
Exactly.
I stopped buying this a long time ago.
I have no input on this. I don't play Call of Duty. I don't play COD.
Well, you played this one probably 10 years ago when it first came
out. Yeah.
They remade Modern Warfare 3 already.
See, you get it, Jay. You get it.
I didn't even know there was a Modern Warfare 3. I was like, oh, it's finally a new Modern Warfare. And they're like, no, this came out. And I was like,
dude, remember it was the white cover. It was
I don't remember it. They all look the same. Every cover looks almost the same. It's generic army dude standing in front of the modern Call of Duty logo.
The difference is that was a good game, and I think that's where it fell off, right? Like generally, that's what people think. I don't know. I haven't played since
Richard,
then.
Zone of the Enders was amazing.
Yeah, Zone of the Enders
was.
There was a game that was shown at the Video Game Awards that reminded me a lot of Zone of the Enders, and I can't.
Yeah, that mech game, right?
Mecha Void or something like that. That game looked amazing.
It looks so good.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah.
Purple Panda says Lethal Company scares me. I've enjoyed all my time with that game so far.
I'm gonna try that Purple Panda. I'm gonna download that tonight before I go to bed and
I played with some friends on there, and it's super good.
I haven't even.
Matt says, "I eat COD. I don't play it. Same game year after year after year after year."
Yeah,
but it sells millions of copies. Like, I know, like I've said it before. Like, this is going off on a tangent, but like we are enthusiasts of video games here. All of us, everybody in the chat, us talking here. We love video games.
Right.
But there is a majority of people who play video games, part of the mainstream, where they don't consume media like we do. They don't study things. They look up it. They just know, I like this title. This title's coming out. I buy said title.
Yeah, I have a friend that only gets his consoles and stuff like that for Call of Duty and
FIFA,
what's that?
Madden.
NBA. What's the name? Like that's all he. It'll like.
And there's millions upon millions of people that do that, right?
Yeah.
Like
That's the
we are
majority of gaming.
Exactly. I think a lot of people don't realize that like there's a lot of people like us who like love video games.
Right.
But there's a lot more people who just use it as just like a regular tool, like to play, like watching TV for a little bit and then move on to other things.
Like 99% of Fortnite players, right? I mean, that's just
easy
legitimately the case. No, I'm not. I'm not dogging.
I'm just kidding
on them. I'm just saying, like, that is legitimately the case. That, like, most of those guys either just play Fortnite or like this. That's what they just casual
and like
games.
that's the thing. I'm saying this because I'm sure none of us really care about COD to really talk about it.
Damn you. How do you know?
I taking a guess. When you're in the streaming stuff, so like Tough Nerd was talking about how he was streaming Alan Wake. There is a very heavy influence in the streaming community where people watch one certain title or genre. And if you're very off of that, or you're a variety streamer, it's very hard to gain traction.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Right?
If you stream,
And
I know certain people have played Fortnite. That's all they play, and their numbers rise every week.
Yep.
I know people that play Call of Duty religiously, and their numbers are always top tier. Top tier.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, if you really, really want to gain a lot of traction on streaming platforms,
just
like
play
you
the
have
same
to
one
stick
over and over again.
to one game or one genre, and like you amass a following that way. So like when you play games like Alan Wake, that's why you lose followers, is because those people aren't wanting that type of gameplay. They're just like, oh, okay, we'll go see someone else.
No, well, see, I diversify my gameplay. I like my gaming. I play, but no, Alan Wake, and no, sometimes I play some very crappy games. You know what I'm saying? Just purposely, and we'll all, like, a lot of my followers, they'll laugh and joke at it. It was something about Alan Wake 2 they did not like. People were coming in there, were like, yo, this game is horrible. Like, they'd sit for a while, they watch it, and then they'll be like, turn it off or whatever. The person that gave it to me said, turn it off. I didn't turn it off, and they just left.
I can understand. Listen,
That's
I can understand leaving your stream, okay, because you're there to entertain them, okay. If they're not entertained with the game, sure, do something else. But to unsub from you and say, "Oh, I'm not going to follow this guy anymore," I don't know. I think that's just crazy, man. It
is what it is.
People, like, it's so dismissive. It's like,
also don't let somebody tell you to turn your game off.
No, but I didn't want to finish it, but I'm a completionist when it comes to my game.
Will, can you give me the release date for Modern Warfare 3, the original?
God, wasn't that like 2012?
Yeah, it sounds right. I'm just curious.
Modern Warfare 3 release date.
See, I say that, and it comes up with like the new one, November 8th, 2021. Sorry, 2011.
They said 2011.
Okay.
So it's just over 10 years old, and we're getting a reboot. I mean, that's enough for, I guess, another generation of people who've never played it before. Obviously, it's a cash grab. I just think it's Activision being lazy. But
what was the last good thing Activision released?
I don't like. I would rather, if I'm going to play something like this, I'd rather play. I would play PUBG myself if that's
right. I agree. Yep.
Or Fortnite, PUBG, Fortnite. Right? Like, this is just. I don't know, man.
But people love it. Like, I'm not going to tell anybody. If you love Call of Duty, that's great. I'm super happy for you. Like, there's no, you love what you're playing. If you feel like you're getting your money's worth, more power to you. I'm never going to tell you it's not. But like, I don't feel like these games are iterating enough because they know they're getting your money.
Right.
Well, our community seems to agree with what we are saying. 82% give it the B tier, 0% give it the A. And there's a couple people out there at 18% give it an S tier. So there you go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There you go. So we're going to put this on the B tier. I would agree. I think it's on my thing, especially one that just came out like just barely 10 years ago for them to completely remake it again.
Just salute. Goodbye, Call of Duty.
See it call on nothings. Done diddy duty. Where are we at here? Where are we at?
I want to
here?
bring up. I know we were taking a lot of time here. But
okay.
Epic has been releasing a bunch of games the last couple weeks that are like just straight fire and like unexpected.
They're an amazing company, man. Epic is amazing. I love them.
Epic, like Fortnite, is the most fun, dumb game that I enjoy.
Yep.
The game is stupid.
Game. I love
but it's so much fun. But like they've released, they have Fortnite, Lego Fortnite, which is a survival game. You build things in a Lego world, you adventure, you find things, like you collect, you play with other players. Super good. There's a racing game that's very similar to Mario Kart, but uses the Rocket League aesthetic. Also very good. And then they released that festival game that came out today, which is basically
Fortnite Festival.
Yeah, and it's just a music game that you can play with other people, almost akin to like Rock Band back in the day, but it's all online.
There's the
And, like,
racing one, isn't there?
Yeah, that's the Rocket League one that just
The Rocket
came
League,
out.
right? Okay, right.
And like it's good. They are better than a lot of games that have come out this year too. Not like some of the Game of the Year stuff or some ones we mentioned in the A tier, but they're really good. And like they were never talked about. I feel like they were just mentioned like a few weeks ago, and then they're like, "Oh, here you go."
It was a I saw an advertisement one time for a it was a free-to-play game from Epic. It was Endless Dungeon, I think it was. Was it Endless Dungeon?
Yeah,
It's actually fun. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
It's actually pretty good.
If you're sleeping on those free games that are coming from the Epic Store, like you're missing out on some quality.
Oh, yeah.
games.
Mm-hmm.
Well, dude, they changed the business model. They brought out Fortnite, and before it was the 100 versus 1, 99 versus 1 as we know it now. It was a tower defense game that didn't do so great. Then they just made a little mod for it that basically, borrowed from the PUBG formula and let everyone play it for free. That was probably the most ingenious idea that a developer's had in a long, long time, man. Here,
Well, they're also
game's
the creators of like the battle pass mentality, right? Like
Right.
full service.
Sure,
Which,
but
like,
you don't
is
have to
bank.
do that. That's what's great. It's
No,
like
you don't.
you can, or you don't have to. You can still play the game, but if you want Optimus Prime at the end, pay $30, you might get him a bit quicker or whatnot.
Yeah.
I think they're ingenious, and their skins are $30 Canadian, which is overpriced, but you also don't have to partake in that as well, right? They're amazing. I think Epic is a great company. I really do.
Yeah, they're really making something special. They're making like a little Fortnite ecosystem where people
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
are playing like everything there, and like it's smart and it's good though. Like it's not just like stuff they're throwing out there to be like, oh, here's a game to play. Like it's competent and it's kind of crazy.
Let's talk Mario RPG. This one pretty late in the year to come out.
So I haven't played this yet, but I love Mario RPG.
Who's played this? Danae, Brandon, have you guys played this?
No, I haven't played that.
Yeah, I am about 3 hours in. I just got my copy like 4 or 5 days ago. I'm a weirdo and ordered it from QVC with their $20 off coupon. They've been tweeting out. So I got it for $40. Yeah, I mean it's good. I love the original game. It's kind of beat for beat for that. It gives a new life to a new audience. So I think it's cool. I'm excited.
Yeah, Mario RPG is fantastic, and it's kind of surprising they never really went back to like a full RPG Mario game.
It is.
Well, I think it became Paper Mario.
Paper
right?
Mario. Yeah.
Yeah, but it still wasn't. I don't know. The Paper Mario games almost feel like their own different thing.
Right? Square's the developer on this, and
Yeah.
Paper Mario I don't think was Square.
No.
So they kind of changed it. This one came out in 95 originally, and yes, all this time later, sure, bring it out again. I think that's more than enough time, like what you said, Brandon, for a whole another generation or two to enjoy this, right?
Yep.
I think it's great. Not my thing again. I played through it when it first came out, and it's not something I feel like I need to do again. That being said, I think it's a complete classic, and it's an awesome game. It really is.
Definitely like younger generations should be experiencing.
Yeah, I don't have the time to do 20 or 30 hours or whatever it is to put into it, but I don't want that to take away from anyone's enjoyment. I think, like I said, it's a classic, and I think it's don't know if it's game of the year.
No.
But it's definitely, I would put it on A tier for sure. It's Mario RPG, man.
I think it's a really good beginner RPG too, personally.
Yeah.
I think it's good for that. So good stuff.
And that's the old school turn-based stuff, which I'm a big fan of. We're at a 50% here, so we need a couple more votes. 50% say it's S tier right now. 50% say it's A tier.
I can see that.
So if you guys want to throw a couple more votes, we're gonna round high. If not, we'll put it on the game of the year category if we don't get another vote in a few seconds. But we're gonna change it up a little bit here and have a little bit of fun. A little bit of different fun, I should say. Okay, so let's put Mario RPG as a contender. Right there. For Game of the Year. So she is right there. Okay. Now I'm trying to think of how to do this.
Good list of games.
Absolutely.
Yes.
We're just going to do this one at a time, I think. Yeah. So we're going to have fun, and I'm going to bring up 4 games that I found this year that were exceptionally bad, that were really, really terrible stinkers. But like a lot of us say, we like, just like B movies, we like to play those good, bad games, right? And I found 4 stinkers. So we're going to vote on which one gets to be the worst game of the year. Let's start off with the first.
Which
So
is
this one I haven't played.
The thing is, it's hard to play. I've seen people play this and it looks awful. But I just
played that for about like 20 minutes and then threw it out. I just uninstalled.
Threw it out? Oh, okay.
No, just uninstalled it.
It's like, geez.
No, it's
Straight
horrible.
to the garbage. Yeah,
it's horrible.
I've
It's
heard
horrible.
really bad things and like watching
It's
people play it,
horrible.
rough.
I didn't even bother to stream this because usually what I do just to make sure the game, because there's been times before I used to just buy the game and then stream it immediately without testing it. And like a couple of my streams would get messed up. I did this one. I was like, let me see how this is. Played it. I was like, this is terrible. It's bad.
Yeah. How are you doing the ranking system on this, Jay? I think you need to explain it.
Yeah. So basically, so we're gonna rank it. So if it's on the S tier, it's going to be in the category for best worst. I don't want to rip off best of the worst. That's Red Letter Media thing, but it's going to be like a best of the worst. So we're going to pick the best of the 4 terrible games that I've kind of played through this year. So Gollum is the first one.
I feel like maybe we reverse these numbers. I'm guessing maybe chat differently, because I feel like a lot of people voted B really quickly. And I'm curious if like they were just saying like, yeah, it's a B game, like not mentionable, but I think we're looking for the opposite on this one because it's a bad game, right?
Sure, we can do that.
So if this is the worst one, this would be an S, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're saying, but I think I confused people, so
it looks like an awful game, but I can't comment. I haven't played.
It's bad. There's a lot of clipping issues. Like you run into things like falling through the world.
I love the franchise too. So it kind of
crashes a lot.
One second, guys. So because you can change your vote, guys, I'll just make it clear again. If you think this should be the worst game of the year, give it an S. Okay, there's 3 others that we're going to talk about. Yeah, we're just going to keep it.
Vote change.
No, we're going to keep it the same. If you think you can. I'm saying you can change your vote in the chat.
Oh,
you should be able to change your vote.
So put the letter in the chat that you want if you voted early.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to matter. 71%. So
bad game. Yeah, like I bought Kong Skull Island because Jay recommended it, but I feel bad buying bad games because I know that money's still going to the developer.
Yeah.
I feel it. I will buy that King Kong game when I find it for $10 because I enjoy. Actually, I love the franchise, but I know it's bad. And if it ever says Game Mill on it, 9 times out of 10,
you got to look for. That's all you got to look
horrible game.
Just
Is it though? Because I feel like Jay's Game of the Year may be a Game Mill game.
Well,
that's
not 9 times
Peter.
out of 10, but
you know me too well.
I think Jay really liked a certain Game Mill game.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
I played a few that I like, but
this one gets a B for me. I still don't think it's as bad as Golem.
Kong Skull nothing. If you think Kong Skull Island, whatever the hell it's called, should be the best of the worst this year, give it an S tier.
No, I gave it a B.
I did open this and play a little bit of it, and I don't think it looks as bad as like what I've seen of Golem.
No, Golem is bad. It's very.
I completely disagree. This game, I'm just gonna blow it right now. This game is the worst out of the 4 because it doesn't tell you what to do, and there's nothing to do. There's nothing to do in this game. Okay, so we could talk about the other 2, and we can talk about Golem. Golem, at least there's quests. There's things to do.
Yeah, but the problem is like some people fall through the game as soon as it starts.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You can't get to the quest because you just fell through the world as soon as you load in.
So
anyone who watched me do this, guys, I'm sorry to cut you off. Anyone who watched me play this, it's so frustrating because you have this world with nothing to do. The hit detection doesn't work. You have a map that you can bring up that doesn't show you where you are. No quests, nothing. It's like an empty alpha.
Yeah. To be fair, these are all bad games and nobody should.
But you know what? At least you weren't like falling through the ground and like with that golem. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
There were times where like you would just like your character would just like walk backwards and just do.
I saw one like they walked onto like a post to try to like, like Spider-Man, they have a perch, and like his character like squished. It went.
Yeah, it's bad.
So let me answer Matt here. So we're ranking it based on the highest percentage of S's. Okay, so the last game I think, so Gollum got 28% S. Okay, so this game here.
Well, there's a bunch of changes in the chat too. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right. So Gollum's got 28. So this one has already beat it. So this is at 33%. So far, Gollum is eliminated. This is the new best of the worst. Okay. Then there'll be two others. If they can beat the 33%, they'll be best of the worst for the year. Easy. Simple.
Is it though?
I don't have really much else to say about this one. I put in the chat when I was playing, guys. It was so funny. I'm like, how long do you think I can last? And all bets were like 30 minutes. I think I lasted 3 hours to this one, but it was pretty.
So you exceeded expectations like by like what 6 times the amount? That seems pretty good. Yeah. Can't be that bad.
Okay, so 33%. So let's go here and take out Gollum. Gollum, you're too good. Get out of here. So Kong is the new best of the worst at 30.
Such a shame because that artwork on the front is probably like the best thing about this game.
It's pretty good, right?
The artwork is pretty good.
Nice.
Pretty good. Next.
You guys excited for the Kong Godzilla movie, the new one?
That's not the year.
I saw this and I didn't bother to pick it up. Like you played this yet?
This looks so bad. Oh,
Will, can you get me the developer of this one?
I'm surprised it's not actually on there.
Well, there's no physical, right? This is literally all there is. There's no physical for this game.
Drop Dead Studios.
Oh god.
Honestly, I thought this game looked worse than what I watched of your playthrough of Kong. This game is something else. Kong's bad. Like, don't get me wrong. These are all awful games. Even the next one coming, but this looked like something special. You didn't even last along with this one as you did as Kong, I don't think.
If you think this is the best of the worst, if you think this is worse than Kong, hit the S. So you got to beat 33% in the ratings for it to take out Kong.
I've never seen this one.
Okay, this game you can
watch a trailer.
It's on my playthroughs on my channel too. But dude, this is like this company, Drop Dead Games. All they did was buy a bunch of assets and throw them into this game.
Yeah. There's not even textures on the characters.
There's no shadows. There's no shading. We figured that out. I was like, why does this look so weird? And I think Matt was the one who pointed it out. He said there's no shading on any of the models. It's so awful. It's like you're walking in the street. This is like a Dino Crisis Resident Evil ripoff, right? You're walking in the street, and then you find like there's like a traffic pylon, and then there's like a soccer ball, and there's this piece of wood. It's like all these assets that have nothing to do with anything, just thrown everywhere. And some of the worst combat I've ever experienced in a game.
It's so bad. I don't even know how this is released.
Dude, it's brutal. It's brutal. Drop Dead Games. Yeah, no one has anything to say about this. Even for like good bad games, stay away from this one. 70
artwork on the cover is nice though. I like the artwork.
It is. Oh, and the voice acting. We haven't talked about the voice acting. The NPCs stand there. Right? Oops, I think I hit the wrong button again.
I can't believe it has voice acting.
Yeah,
if it's that bad.
Hang on a sec here. Keep talking, Will. Sorry, I screwed up the stupid thing. I hit the wrong button. I'm getting all confused.
I don't know what else to say other than like everything looks so bad in this game. Like I remember watching you get like attacked by raptors, and it looked like they were gliding on the ground at some point. Like they just forgot to use their animations to move.
The NPCs stand there like mannequins. Like their lips don't even move or anything. It looks like, honestly, like worse than PS2 graphics, PS2 gen graphics.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
bad. 71%.
That game's it is awful.
So, I mean,
I don't even know how
71%
you found that game.
It was Video Game Donkey was playing it.
Video Game Donkey, what's that?
Donkey's a old school YouTuber, man. Check him out. He makes video game comedy videos, and he was doing a comedy video on RoboCop / Dino Break. I'm like, what the hell is Dino Break? And that's
here we are.
It. So 71%, and we have the final best of the worst game.
Spoilers. Jay's game of the
I
year.
am currently playing this game. It's so bad that I love it.
It's so bad that it's good.
Yeah, it's garbage, but I love it. I'm telling you, it's straight trash.
It looks so bad. I don't understand how you guys are able to suffer through that.
Bro, I'm telling you, like when you start doing the executions and you look at the horrible what's that? The horrible facial textures and graphics. It's just a wreck. It's a wreck. But you got to.
The faces look bad on the cover.
Yeah.
Oh,
it almost looks like it was like AI generated. They're just like, oh, can you like they just ask AI like, oh, show me Walking Dead, and then like, oh, we use these. These are cool.
So the current winner is Dino Break at 71% for the best of the worst for the year. Look, this game's not so bad over here.
It's bad. Don't gloss it over that it's not so bad. This game is bad. It's that bad.
Listen,
compared to the rest of these, maybe not as bad, but this is a bad game.
Break, but this is not that bad. I'm trying to tell you. You become addicted to this garbage. I'm serious. It's like a bad relationship. You just stay in it. Like, you know what I'm saying? You just stay in it.
And like being in a bad relationship is a bad way to live.
The worse it gets, the more you stay in it. I'm telling you, like no bull.
See,
I'm already in. I'm in.
You got to play it. And the thing is, especially if you're a Walking Dead fan, the choose your own adventure, change the story elements of it, I really, really like. The combat feels good if and when you connect, but yeah, it's roll of the dice as to if you're going to connect with the enemies, because there's no lock on, right?
Nope.
I didn't think it was that bad. What, we're going to skip over
I think this is the second highest bad rated game though.
57. Yeah. So that means, ladies and gentlemen, Will and I have a favorite video game controller company that's also extremely terrible.
I thought something else worse was coming. I was like, I don't know what's going on.
And they are called Bishu. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dino Break is this year's winner for the Golden Bishu Award. There you go.
The Golden Bishu.
Congratulations, Dino Break.
Our first ever Golden Bishu.
Yeah, I gotta go and watch it. I gotta go and watch his stream of it. Do we have to show?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check it out.
You gotta check it out. By the way, that beautiful controller is called the Zinger. And if anyone wondered what happened to Bishu went out of business because they sued Sega and they freaking lost big time. Sega took them to the cleaners. That was the end of Bishu. I never knew. So
I've still got a few Bishu items. So
you have Bishu.
You have some?
Dude,
oh yeah.
I've
got.
I never got
many
anything
crap controllers and different joysticks and things for the NES and Master.
I still think we should get one and then like spray paint it gold, and then like every year
That
we
would
do
be
this,
great. That would
we
be
actually
great,
have like an actual like Golden Bishu.
That'd be awesome.
There you go. The Golden Bishu for the best of the worst game. We'll put it right here in the middle. Goes to Dino Break. Congratulations, you hunk of garbage. Well, now we're going to go to our individuals. Let's start with my man, Danae. So I asked all three panelists today to give me their top 3 Game of the Year games, and then they're going to pick their favorite out of the bunch. And then we're going to do the viewers. You guys are going to pick the ultimate Game of the Year. But Danae, this is his list. He's going to go through why he picked these 3. So this is Tough Nerd Toys with his 3 Game of the Year. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay, Liza P. absolutely loved it. Street Fighter loved it for its versatility. Resident Evil 4 because it was a very good remake of an old franchise that they breathed new life into. Guns were great. Everything went well in this game. Who would I pick out of all of these as the Game of the Year? Me specifically?
So, Uncle Nerd, yep, these are your top 3 that you gave me. So, if you want to tell the chat your personal best, your Game of the Year for 2023, what would it be?
I would have to say my personal best out of these 3 games is
That's tough, man.
Yeah, because I'm torn between RE4 and Liza P. I'll go with Liza P.
There you have it. Tough
That's a good
Nerd
choice.
Toys and Gaming. Game of the Year goes to Lies of P. Nice, dude.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, give that game a try. It's free on Game Pass. Yes, it's hard. It's hard, but like the storyline, the art, again, it's a hidden gem, man. It's a beautiful game. Beautiful.
It's fantastic.
Yes.
And let's
Such a
see.
sleeper.
So your Game of the Year is a top contender too. So that's awesome. Okay, we're gonna go with Brandon from the Game Junction. Gave me his top 3, which are these 3 guys here, and he's gonna go over the 3 of them. And then ultimately, Brandon, you got to pick, buddy. It's gonna be hard, but here's your 3 nominees.
Yeah, well, so it was pretty tough to even just pick 3, and I mean, like for instance, Super Mario Brothers Wonder. I don't think it's a top contender, honestly. I don't, but for me, it was just a super enjoyable experience. Mostly having a game that my daughter actually enjoyed and wanted to play with me, so that was cool memories made with that. It's hard to get her into traditional games, and she got into this one. So, I mean, it was great. Baldur's Gate 3. Not much needs to be said about Baldur's Gate at all. Great game, but Tears of the Kingdom comes out on top for me. I just had a blast with it. I'm still finishing up end game stuff, so there's just so much to be had with that game. I know somebody's put over 200 hours in the game, and to finish stuff up, there's just so much to do, and I like games like that. So I've put it down to come back to it, and I picked it up like here and there. It's cool, man. I love the game. Big Zelda fan, so that's my top game for sure.
Tears of the Kingdom. Okay, so Game Junction, you heard it there. Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Congratulations, and that is, of course, contender. That one's up there as well. That you guys can vote on. So we got 2 there. I'm gonna squeeze everybody in. We're running out of space here. I guess we can cover some of the better luck next year, guys. Right? There we go. My brother WillLo. So I asked Will this morning.
I feel like I was on the spot. I was just filling places for these games.
There's
a lot of games that are like really good for me this year.
A lot.
That's fair enough. But I asked you for 3, and these are the 3 that you gave me, buddy. So go through them there.
Liza P, because like honestly, like Liza P is the best like Souls-like game that has come out in years. That's not from Software. The world like just so amazing and just feels so lived in, and you want to explore it more, and the characters all great. Spider-Man, I just had a lot of fun with Spider-Man. Like I could just web swing around New York for like endless amount of time, and like I really liked the story and the characters, and like I don't know, the combat's on point. But my overall game of the year would be Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3 for WillLo. Wow.
Yeah, like if there's a world that I would like to learn more about, if I want to like explore the characters, your companions, people that you interact with, like it's all so fleshed out. There's amazing stories outside of just the main story. Like there's so much to do in that game, and it's so versatile. You can do it. You can play through so many different ways and have so many different experiences. The game is just incredible.
Right.
Amazing. And that leaves me my 3 choices for game of the year.
Walking Dead.
I knew he was gonna have that there. I called it.
What are you?
I
What
can't
are you
believe
laughing
it.
at?
Look at WillLo lost it, man. What are you
laughing at?
Game Mill sponsored this stream, apparently.
Shush! How did you find out about that? Hey, I like what I like. Okay, like I was saying earlier.
You know what? I did say that earlier. There's a
nothing
game out
wrong
there
with
for
WillLo,
everyone.
Believe me when I tell you, Willie. Walking Dead Destinies it's addictive. I'm telling you, bro. Yes, it plays like crap. It looks like crap. It's a garbage game, but it's addictive.
Look, okay. I think
Put that over Resident Evil 4.
Everybody shut up. Everybody saw. Can I change the graphic? Hang on. Everybody saw and jumped on the We Hate Skull Island train, and well deserved. I get that. The Game Mill puts this out, and I think everybody just jumped the shark, and it's like automatically they hate it. There's a lot that is wrong with The Walking Dead. Okay, I'm a huge Walking Dead fan, so you guys who watch me know what I'm gonna say. For me to be able to right the wrong, to have Shane kill Rick and have Shane continue like he should have in the damn show, was the best thing of all time. And honestly, to be able to go and change things and have T-Dog become the governor and all these weird story things that take place, I think it's really cool. The combat, like I said, when you connect, feels great. I thought the game was a lot of fun, frustrating sometimes. I loved it. RoboCop. Oh my God, another surprise. Me, a RoboCop game? I talk about that movie and I trash it so much. I don't get it. But the game felt right. It was so fun. It took up the entire week of streams that week when it came out. I absolutely loved it. And I would go through it again right now. That's just how much fun I had with it. But that doesn't matter. My game of the year is Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom 100%. Nothing even touches that game. I think it's a complete masterpiece. It's a different Zelda than what we're used to. It separates itself from the old school formula, some good and some bad. But the amount of fun that I had with my community playing this over 45 streams, you cannot deny that. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is the greatest game of 2023. Thank you very much. Those are my choices. There you go.
All right, now we can talk to people that actually know stuff.
The silence is deafening.
I can't. You know what? Like I said, it's a personal thing. I know you enjoyed that game. That's why I called it. I said you're gonna have that on your Game of the Year list. I knew it. You had fun with that, and that's great. That's amazing to have that somebody can have fun with a game of that caliber. Just it shows like it doesn't always have to be, top tier. That's the great thing about gaming. Even though I think
the Purple Panda. I love Shane. I love Shane, and in particular, I think John Bernthal's a kick-ass dude. Okay.
Yeah, I like John Bernthal as an actor, but I didn't like his character in Walking Dead. I thought
it's all Laurie's fault. It's all Laurie's fault. You can blame Laurie. She screwed
Yeah,
him up.
true. But I mean, like, he didn't have to move on it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I follow. Okay, so we're going to do 2 rounds for Game of the Year because the YouTube polls can only have 4 slots. We have 7 contenders. So we're going to do the first round. This is all you guys. Us on the panel are going to sit back and let you vote for your 2023 Game of the Year. Will, can you read me the first 4? I'm tabbed out right now.
First 4. So we got Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, Baldur's Gate 3, Armored Core. No, I'm gonna tell me when you're ready. Armored Core.
Zelda. I got Tears, Baldur's Gate. Okay.
Yeah, Armored Core.
How do you spell that? Is it ARMO?
Yes.
And then what?
R.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna go with the American spelling. So
okay.
And
ED
then
core.
Armored.
Okay.
Yep. And then
okay. And then what's the 4th?
Dave the Diver, Big Davey. If I could have 5 titles, Dave would have been on there 100%.
Okay, here is your first batch, guys. Good luck to your picks, and we'll see where she goes from here. That's our first 4.
These are tough ones.
This is good. We'll see what the chat does. It's all in their hands now.
All right, you guys get some votes in.
Walking Dead should be on there. Just say.
No, it shouldn't. Don't do it. Don't pander to this man.
Please don't unsub, for God's sakes. Please don't.
It's not Alan Wake.
Fierce Play, they're blank.
Oh, are you on the app? It might be because of the YouTube app.
So, okay. So Fierce Play, option 1 is Tears. Option 2 is Baldur's Gate. Option 3 is Armored Core. Option 4 is Dave the Diver.
Appreciate everybody who voted for Davey. Old Davey.
Your sad devotion to that ancient game hasn't given you clairvoyance to come up with the stolen data tapes.
It just came out this year. How is it ancient?
Screw Dave. God. Things are heating up. Oh, Baldur's Gate is in the lead with 50%.
You gonna have a countdown? How much time are you gonna give them?
Tears of the Kingdom is 30%, Armored Core 10, and Dave Little Diver 10. Give it a couple more seconds.
I might have voted for Dave. Just saying.
You can't vote.
All right.
Take it
You
back.
know what? I can't take it back. I love Dave. I don't think Dave is like my favorite game of the year, obviously, but I fucking love Dave. People need to play Dave the Diver. Don't play Walking Dead. Play Dave the Diver.
No, don't play Dave the Diver. Play Walking Dead. Okay, that's it. So Baldur's Gate moves on. So let's move that over here. We're out.
Why does this hurt so much? It's not like these games are like bad. Like it's not like we're like, oh, no one played these other ones, but still, man, like these are great games.
Okay, Will, I got Lies of P. What else?
Yep. RoboCop. Super Mario RPG.
Okay. Okay, guys, the winner of this will go against
Thanks, Panda.
Legend of Zelda. No, I'm just kidding. We'll go against Baldur's Gate. I'm putting the fix in.
Oh,
He said I'm putting the fix in.
I'm putting the fix in.
his channel, his rules. He can put Walking Dead on there if he wants.
Putting the fix in.
Streams promoted to you by Game Mill. Next, we're gonna have our morning coffee tomorrow. It's just gonna be Game Mill advertisements everywhere.
Game
no more
Mill,
Bishu.
and the break is sponsored by Bishu and the AMC. We can't forget about them. Walking Dead.
This is a pretty close one.
It's intense.
Nope, not anymore.
So we're sitting at, give it a couple more seconds. We got 9 votes in. RoboCop's in the lead. 44% with 9 votes. That's too bad that it screws up on the mobile, because I know a lot of people watch it on.
Yeah, a lot of people watch it on the mobile and they can't see anything.
Yeah,
I wonder why it does that. I've never had that problem before with people, or at least that I'm aware of.
With polls? Oh, I've always had it. Like when Jay does polls on his, like I'm watching on my phone or whatever, and like
see, like look,
I'm looking at it now, and mine's fine.
Yeah,
see, it's
yeah.
all
See, Nay has it too.
Okay.
Huh. Yeah, mine's showing up fine. Interesting.
Apple, you can see it. Oh.
And who would have thought?
Yeah, like holy heck, RoboCop.
Wild.
Good game though.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
It's criminal. You guys are robbing Lies of P, but I get it. It's good.
But it's RoboCop. Nobody beats RoboCop. Nobody beats RoboCop.
We're gonna find out.
I did love Liza P though. Liza P was a wonderful game.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
all these games are amazing.
Yeah.
All the like any of these games on this list, even well, actually maybe not some of the B stuff,
Right.
but some of the B stuff, people should play. Looking at you, Redfall.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
This is it.
This is it. The 2023 Game of the Year, as voted by you. We'll give it a couple minutes here.
For those who
Okay.
can't see the poll, the first option is Baldur's Gate. The second option is RoboCop.
And how great is that we're just talking about RoboCop coming out of nowhere?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to sway anyone's decision. I'm just saying, and now it's like 1 of 2 for Game of the Year. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
Oh,
if
thanks,
you haven't
Matt.
played it, definitely recommend.
Thanks,
Yeah.
man. I appreciate that.
No, it's fantastic. I would never have thought of like RoboCop being a game that I enjoyed or would consider like a top Game of the Year contender.
Did everybody grab a physical of it?
I bought it on
RoboCop?
Steam.
I got physical. Mine
Yeah,
came
RoboCop.
from Best Buy. It's the only place I could find it, and the case was crushed.
Oh man.
So
Just go
thanks
ask
a lot.
somebody at EB still.
Ugh,
You get your replacement case.
I'm good.
Yeah. It's just for me, shooters, like I have to have mouse and keyboard. I can't play it
I
on
gotcha.
console.
Oh,
A lot
it's
of people are
rough.
like
It's
that.
rough on console now, man. Going back to that. Ooh. It's tough.
We're at a tie. What do we do?
Oh my god. What? What? We can't be at a tie. It is 50% tie.
For what?
Dang.
Well, there's 21 people in the chat.
Get
So
those
at least-
vote in.
Oh, yeah, one person.
Get that vote in. Top option, Baldur's Gate. Bottom
Baldur's
option,
Gate and
RoboCop.
RoboCop,
We're at a 50-50 split.
Oh, we're only at 10 votes. Okay, so we need some more votes.
We need more votes, I guess. If it doesn't, I guess the 4 of us will have to vote.
I guess we'll have to have a debate between RoboCop and Baldur's Gate.
Then that'll be a tie. Oh, here we go.
Oh,
No, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. Hey,
you know what? It's the people voted. It's not no way. It's just what.
No,
people
I'm
want.
like excited, but I'm like the
Yeah.
underdog game out of nowhere.
No, it's great. It's a great game. It's a solid game. I
Very good
love
game.
Baldur's Gate, but I will accept people's opinions on it. Like I said, like I don't think like RoboCop's more easily approachable than Baldur's Gate, but Baldur's Gate
Yeah.
is just
It
something
is.
special.
I agree with that.
It is. It is. And people know RoboCop. Like, you know what I'm saying?
There it is. Matt, don't look. I feel like Matt's going to be upset.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Matt, close your eyes.
2023. Oh God, game of the year. RoboCop. Yay.
Oh, we're clapping. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to do that.
I feel awkward about this. But it's it's a good game. It's solid.
It is. It is. It's a good game.
Oh yeah, I got the little graphic, but I didn't have I couldn't put like guessing, right? So we'll just put that
Bishu.
beside it. Get this guy out of here. Graphics, there's too many graphics. There you go. There's your game of the year, ladies and gentlemen. My sweet clip art.
Looks great.
RoboCop, game of the year with the ultimate Bishu controller, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Mo said I voted RoboCop because it was
All
much
right.
fun
All right.
Oh.
watching play it on the
How they
screen.
say in the movie, go Robo, when he was walking past. Remember
So
that?
this is Mo's fault.
It is Mo's fault.
I'm
Good
gonna
job,
remember
Mo.
this, Mo. Looking right at you.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your 2023 game of the year as voted by you, RoboCop. I think I was the only one who had it on his list too. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, but you had Walking Dead, so
Shush.
everything else you say is null and void.
Shush. RoboCop, Walking Dead, it's all good. I would like to thank each and every one of you guys who hung out with us for almost 5 hours and my friends on the panel. Let's go around. Let's start with Brandon in the Game Junction. Where can everyone find you? What you got going on?
Yeah, on all the socials. You can find me on YouTube. It's at Game Junction Media. I stream, got a podcast, do regular videos, and got daily shorts as well. So find me a little bit of everywhere.
And our good buddy Uncle Nerd. Today,
Right.
where can everyone find you?
Y'all know y'all can find me on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. I have 2 channels on YouTube, one for my action figure reviews and podcasts, and the other one for gaming. That's where I upload most of my games. So there's Tough Nerd Toys and Tough Nerd Toys Gaming. And on Twitch, you can catch me at Tough Nerd Toys. No, what is that? Yeah, Tough Nerd Toys Gaming 973. I think it is. I gotta check and see. But you just type in Tough Nerd Toys on Twitch, you'll see my mug pop up. You know what I mean? But other than that, had a wonderful time tonight. Did some great game grading and all that other stuff. Don't buy Alan Wake 2. Wait till it goes on sale. You know what I'm saying?
I'm waiting for $10.
Yeah, exactly.
We're all pretty tired. I'm sure you guys are in the chat too, so I appreciate you guys hanging with us. WillLo, what you got going on, buddy?
What's going on? You guys can catch me everywhere, pretty much under WillLo. We stream weekly over on Twitch, and we've started streaming here on YouTube. Play mainly open world survival games. We're playing a lot of Ark right now and Valheim. And a lot of people have asked me to play Conan Exiles, so that may be coming in hot soon too. But yeah, it's pretty much WillLo across the board. You can find me almost on every social media platform.
Yep, he does a great stream. He does a great stream. I popped in and harassed him for a bit. He was playing Spider-Man.
And I am Jay. I am live Thursday through Sunday starting at 10 a.m. And I produce produced videos each week too, guys. So lots of stuff always coming out. I can't thank you guys enough. Please remember to sub to the channel. Do the same for my brothers, WillLo, Uncle Nerd, and Brandon at Game Junction. And that's it. WillLo and I will be live tomorrow morning for coffee, and we're going to need a bunch of it. We're going to talk Electronic Gaming Monthly and take a trip down memory lane.
Awesome.
Everyone on the panel, I'm signing off here, so I'll say goodbye to all you guys right now. Thanks so much, guys. Have a good night.
All right. Have a good night.
Out of here. Cheers.
I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos!